Chapter 61, Justice Gamble. February 10th. Washington, D.C. Quiet roads and sidewalks breezed past as Prince Jare Cabal looked out of the window of his car, admiring the scenery. Justice's delegation similarly analyzed the passing views. Pedestrians sparsely populated the streets, a stark contrast from what he had seen in San Diego and New York. Everything he saw suggested that this was a rather typical population center, certainly not befitting for the title of capital city. If anything, New York City, which was built up much more than Ragna, was his impression of a capital city. Curious about the city's small size and limited grandeur compared to capitals such as Ragna, Rhenepolis, Otaheite, and even Leophoria, Cabal asked, "Agent Nomura, is this truly the capital city? It's quite a bit smaller than New York City." Nomura chuckled. "Yes, Your Highness, it is a bit smaller. I've asked this question a few times before when I studied history back in the day. There isn't one single reason, more like multiple. Washington, D.C. was founded very late, in relation to human history on Earth. Unlike the capitals of the Old World, which were built upon centuries of conquest and hundreds of generations, D.C. was built for the main function that a capital would serve." The inquisitive prince prodded Nomura further. "So this city primarily serves a mostly bureaucratic and governmental purpose?" Nomura answered with caution, wondering if Prince Cabal was asking because he wanted to plan a decapitation strike. "Somewhat, although having 50 other state capitals certainly helps with that. I would elaborate further, but this isn't my field of expertise." Cabal backed down, seemingly satisfied with the answer. "I see. Perhaps one day I'll return to visit these wonderful states." "Your Highness, that is a most appropriate idea, especially if we want to build amicable relations," Celia mentioned, recognizing the diplomatic impact of having an important state figure spending time in another country. "I agree with Miss Udwin. Back on Earth, leaders from our closest allies would often visit the United States for vacation," Nomura brought up. Wary of the prince's influence and friendly disposition to the Americans, Jesta felt that such activities were against his and His Excellency's interests. His investments in war industry stocks, along with his relations with many pro-war investors, would falter if the prince continued to be friendly with the Americans. He quickly countered, "Your Highness, it is also a distraction from your studies and princely duties. I apologize for this, but your father was also very adamant when he requested your non-interference in my department's matters." Jesta took a breath, relaxing his expression and switching to a less aggressive tone. "It is best not to entertain the notion until His Excellency grants permission. I hope you understand." Prince Cabal replied sternly, "I appreciate the reminder, Jesta." He stood his ground and returned the favor. "I would also like to remind you that my memory is pristine. I spoke with father and can recall his words. With that said, I believe spectating the negotiations doesn't count as interference. I'm sure you wouldn't mind if I simply watched." "Oh," Jesta smiled, giving the impression of polite courtesy even though his smile came from relief. "I actually have no say in that matter. The American president actually wanted to see you, Your Highness. It was on Celia's schedule for our Washington, D.C. visit." Cabal scratched the back of his head. "Oh, I suppose I must have missed that." He turned to face Celia. "Miss Udwin, do you know what is required of me?" Celia nodded. "Yes, Your Highness. Your meeting with President Lee includes a photo shoot. Unfortunately, you'll have to entertain their press for a moment before you are able to discuss matters privately with the president." "I see. And what will you be doing?" "We'll be going over terms with our American counterpart, the Secretary of State and his department. I have a copy of your schedule here, Your Highness." She handed Cabal a piece of paper. "There seems to be time conflicts between your responsibilities and the negotiations. I fear it may be difficult for you to be present during the meetings." "Very well, I understand." Cabal looked each of the foreign affairs officials in the eyes. "I trust that you will carry out my father's will exceptionally." "Of course, Your Highness," Jesta said, followed by similar acknowledgments by Celia and Dallas. Conversation in the vehicle died down as they approached the Blair house. To the privileged Jare Valkans, the structure's exterior was disappointingly unremarkable. It was nearly indistinguishable from the other buildings they had seen on their way here. The moment they stepped foot inside, however, they were met with a not-sound-remarkable interior that seemed to represent the epitome of humble luxury. The artwork and furniture inside screamed classy, despite the unsuspecting outside. As Cabal and his cohorts admired the elegance within, they couldn't help but wonder what such a design implied about their position. Compared to the luxury hotels and megamansions they've visited, this residence, and by extension the White House itself, were far too humble. For a nation like the United States, with all its power and economic prosperity, why were the homes of its leaders so plain? Cabal walked up to Nomura, who had just finished giving orders to a group of his men, and spoke his mind. "Agent Nomura," he called out to him, "Your Highness, enjoying the place?" Cabal smiled politely. "I am indeed. Although I must ask, is it standard policy to minimize the grandeur of your leaders' homes? Compared to the estates we've seen in San Diego and New York and on the internet, this place is rather, how shall I say?" He paused, searching for an appropriate adjective before finally settling. "Bland." Nomura gave an understanding nod and explained, "Your Highness, Earth history is full of grand palaces and castles, and there are still places that uphold this line of thinking. We broke away from such societies when this nation was founded and installed restrictions on our leaders to ensure, as much as possible, that they don't grow too powerful and that they actually represent and work for the people. In that case, how would other nations know how powerful your leaders are? Back on Earth, everybody knew. I'm sorry, but I don't know how to really explain this. I guess it's just something that became unnecessary over time." Cabal was still curious, but ceased his questioning. He figured that he could probably learn why from the president himself, and that it was better if he didn't distract Nomura from his work. "I see. Well, I'll be off to ready myself for the cameras. Thanks for your answers, Agent Nomura." Planning for the upcoming meeting with the American Secretary of State, Jesta privately coordinated strategy with Celia and Dallas. While Prince Cabal was readying himself for crowd-pleasing and the press, Jesta reviewed plans authorized by the Emperor. Laid out on a table in front of them were 3 packets, each detailing a specific plan to be carried out depending on the present circumstances. The first packet contained Emperor Jare Lux's preferred strategy, which favored caution, but still left some room for future aggressive policies. Representing Jesta's opinion on the matter, this strategy called for a relatively neutral approach to the United States. Since it was way too early to make any conclusions about the technology, economy, and military strength of the United States, Jesta was averse to locking themselves in a situation they wouldn't be able to back out of, be it friendly or aggressive. He wanted to buy time, divulging as little information as possible about the Gra Valka's empire while learning as much as they could about the United States. Already, they saw an opportunity with Niguano's freedom of navigation around museums and libraries, and Jesta found it prudent to take advantage of this. By establishing minor agreements such as trade deals, Jesta could facilitate the subtle import of American knowledge, procured slowly by Gra Valkan corporations and tourists. Most importantly, he could seek a non-aggression treaty. With relations between the Americans, Muans, and Mauritials growing stronger, the possibility of friendships, perhaps even alliances, between their host countries become more and more likely. In an abrupt change of character, Emperor Jare Lux issued explicit orders to not draw the wrath of the Americans. Jesta surmised that it had something to do with the video his department had received during their first encounter with the American diplomat. At first, he thought it was yet another piece of propaganda, designed to scare the proud Jare Valkans into submission. The Emperor's reaction suggested otherwise. His reaction suggested that the fear was indeed real. Further research conducted by Niguano corroborated this, leading Jesta to question his loyalty to the warhawks and war industry, and to wonder why the Emperor wanted to potentially wage war in the future. Amidst a conversation with the arrogant and aggression-prone Dallas, the realization struck him. There was only one possible reason, aside from insanity, that the Emperor wanted this path open. He has access to a similar superweapon, or is on the cusp of procuring one. To gamble on this assumption during negotiations would be reckless, but profitable as long as the Americans don't call his bluff. If circumstances suggested that his bluff didn't matter, or that the Americans were somehow impervious to such weapons, then the second and third strategies were his fallback plans. The second strategy, developed by Celia, outlined a road to peace and friendship, calling for the establishment of deep trade relations followed by research agreements. Although this route guaranteed immunity from American firepower, It essentially reduced the status of the GRA Valka's empire to a mere satellite, barely different from Mu and the Holy Mauritial Empire. This admission of inferiority was unacceptable, and therefore was the least preferred of the three strategies. The final strategy, developed in tandem by Kurtz and Dallas, emphasized isolationism. Modified by research into American isolationism during World War II, the strategy proposed minimal contact with the Americans, aside from minor trade and other opportunities that allowed for spying. A Pearl Harbor-styled preemptive strike was additionally proposed by Dallas, but was quickly struck down by Nguano. He argued against the logistical efficiency of the plan and highlighted its ineffectiveness against an opponent with superior surveillance technologies. Confirming their decision to follow through with the first strategy, the trio continued to pose hypotheticals and generate responses in preparation for the negotiations. The White House. A block away from the GRA Valkans discussions, President Lee listened in from the Oval Office. He and the various intelligence agencies kept track of the GRA Valkans via small recording devices planted throughout their designated hotels, vehicles, and devices. He watched the cameras on the large monitor, eyeing the various feeds as the GRA Valkans talked amongst themselves. Director Klein and Secretary Hayden sat on the couch beside him, plotting their next moves based on the delegation's conversations. God Almighty, Hayden said, watching as Jesta continued to converse with Dallas about Emperor Jare Lux's words. This is the clearest confirmation we have yet of the existence of a GRA Valkan nuclear arsenal, President Lee said in shock. Klein didn't share their sentiment, instead reacting with suspicion. It could very well be confirmation, sir, but I think it's more likely that they're still in the process of figuring it out. Sir, I would recommend tasking Defense Support Program satellites to monitor the GRA Valkan mainland and their island territories for signs of nuclear testing. Lee took a breath, considering the suggestion. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Regardless of our discoveries, he turned toward Hayden. I believe this new revelation is important. Gordon, if possible, I would like non-proliferation to take precedence over any other negotiation topics. Hayden nodded, understanding the risks of allowing an aggressive, expansionist nation like the GRA Valka's empire free reign over weapons development. Sir, what if they already have stockpiles and are unwilling to yield to our demands? Lee's brows and mouth twisted in frustration. I don't. He sighed. In that case, I think it would then be best to focus on restricting their missile technology. Even though their technology isn't as advanced as ours, there is still the possibility of them using nukes against our new friends, or worse. I know this isn't characteristic of their arrogance, but it's possible they could use one of these weapons as a dirty bomb and hit one of our coasts. Hayden replied with a simple yeah. After a brief silence, he continued. Sir, is there anything else you'd like me to focus on? We'll leave the rest to your discretion, Gordon. I'm open to the prospect of that Elysian defense initiative we heard about earlier. Just keep in mind that I'd rather get closer with the native Elysians than with the GRA Valkans. If you'll excuse me, he shook the hands of Klein and Hayden. I've got to prepare for a meeting with royalty. Hopefully he's got secrets to spill. Chapter 62, Jesta's Gamble, 2. February 10th. Washington, D.C. Cool air conditioning seemed like something that every American building contained. Sitting on a bench in the hallway, Jesta mused on the energy costs of having such appliances running all the time as he waited for the Americans. He and his team, which consisted of Celia, Dallas, and some minor personnel, arrived punctually. They reflected GRA Valkan manners. Even Dallas arrived with a clean haircut and tailored clothing. This meeting will be dictated by myself and my counterpart, Jesta reminded his team, taking their attention away from the various paintings that adorned the white walls of the building. If you have something to say, stand up and whisper it to me. I will request a sidebar, and we can discuss the matter. The GRA Valkans nodded, understanding the rules laid out by their superior. Soon enough, the door beside them opened. An aide invited them inside, where Secretary Hayden and his colleagues were already seated. They all wore neat suits with ties, similar to the one Jesta himself was wearing. Jesta scanned the room and its occupants as he walked toward his seat, recognizing only Hayden. Several other important-looking figures sat beside him, introducing themselves as soon as Hayden announced the start of the meeting. Hayden cleared his throat before speaking. Greetings, delegates from the Valkas Empire. On behalf of all Americans, I humbly welcome you to the United States of America. I hope that today, we are able to establish the foundations of a great friendship. I am Secretary of State Gordon Hayden. I will be representing the United States of America in our discussions today. Beside me are my colleagues, figures from other departments who will help guide any decisions relating to their respective fields. The Americans stood up to shake the hands of the Valkans as they proceeded with introductions. Elijah Hubbard, Secretary of Commerce, a gray-haired man, stood up. Robert Hill, a black man, introduced himself, Secretary of Defense. Jesta and his colleagues followed suit, exchanging pleasantries before getting on with the meeting. Now then, Hayden said. Director Jesta, the United States of America is open to relations, although I must emphasize that we require certain concessions, rules and regulations that we expect other civilized countries to abide by. And what might these concessions be? Jesta asked. Hayden spoke plainly, staring straight at Jesta. His neutral, professional expression gave no hint with regards to his emotions. They're fairly straightforward. Things like sapient rights, the abolition of slavery, and so on. Depending on the type of relation or types of agreements you seek, we can provide you with the necessary documents. Jesta felt a bit relieved. There were discussions about bringing back slavery due to the Elysians' low level of technology and the prevalence of the practice, but ultimately decided against it. Slavery, as they had learned during their conquest of Yggdra, led to inevitable instability. They feared what slaves might do to expensive infrastructure and machines. They feared the existence of magic, which could lead to terrorism. Talk of rights, however, reminded him of the debilitating geopolitics of Yggdra. It annoyed him, but he expertly suppressed small twitches that were beginning to form along his mouth. I reckon some sort of agreement regarding rules of war will be included? Hayden nodded. Indeed they will. I plan to discuss that later actually, but we can do that now. Would you like to go over our proposal? Restrictive rules of war held the Valkas Empire back. Political dissidents grew as they continued to consume more nations, bringing the rest of Yggdra into their fold. Kane's cultural warfare campaign against the impressionable Valkan youth left scars that were still present. Only consistent propaganda efforts highlighting the barbarism of Alicia's primitives were able to stave off the popularity of pacifist ideals. If the pacifists found out that there exists a country with rules of war, it would dismantle the barbaric image they've created of the Elysians. It would provide fuel that they could use to grow their movements. As an authoritarian, he lamented the unavoidable choices he had to make. He only hoped that the propagandists back home could deal with the fallout. Very well, Mr. Secretary. Let us begin. Hayden's aides distributed thick packets to the Valkans as he summarized its contents. Most of these rules are sourced from regulations we've had back on Earth. The most important of these rules dictate proper protocol with regards to civilians. The Valkas Empire once had rules, but abandoned them when they discovered the brutal barbarism of Alicia. For several months, they had free reign over punishing their enemies, even plundering their cities and women. Giving up a freedom they had just been exposed to was something that his countrymen might not like. However, not enough time had passed for them to become accustomed to this freedom. Hence, reverting back to civilized, regulated warfare shouldn't be that much of an issue. Although becoming a signatory would limit his department's options with regards to diplomacy, the benefit of non-aggression with the Americans would certainly outweigh the losses incurred by the inability to thoroughly subjugate their Elysian vassals. I understand, Jesta responded. We too had rules of war on Yggdra. It seems that this is a commonality amongst civilized nations. It's a commonality amongst nations who have experienced the horrors of war, Hayden countered grimly. Horrors that the glory-seeking nations of this world know little about. He leaned forward as he spoke, his words sounding more like a warning than a suggestion or fact. Shivers went down Jesta's spine. He felt the urge to scratch his skin, but fought against it. Finding no words on his tongue, he simply nodded in response and continued to read through the proposed regulations. The implications of Hayden's statement were reflected clearly on the regulations, exemplified by the passages on the use of chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons. Oddly enough, they only banned the use of these weapons of mass destruction against civilian targets. This contrasted with the treaties he read up on using the internet. These treaties banned the use of these weapons against all targets. He subsequently surmised that the Americans wanted to keep the option open of using these weapons against the JRA Valkans. He felt a tap on his shoulder, turning around to see Celia. "Sir, a moment?" she asked. He gave her a slight nod before turning back toward the Americans. "Mr. Secretary, I'd like to have some time to discuss this document with my peers." "Very well. Does a 15-minute recess sound all right?" Haydn asked. "Yes," Jester replied. The GRA Valkan delegation left the room to discuss in the hallway while the Americans stayed inside. Averse to wasting time, Celia immediately pointed out her concerns. "Sir, I would like to propose an amendment to their regulations." What is it?" Jesta asked. Celia showed Jesta the packet, pointing to a specific set of lines. "Sir, their rules only prohibit the use of these weapons against civilians. With their technology, I fear that they want to deal severe casualties to our military using chemical, biological, or nuclear weapons. I want to propose a clause that prohibits the use of these weapons entirely." Jesta wanted to agree, but considered the opinion of Emperor Jare Lux. "Celia, your insight is reasonable indeed, and I even agree, to an extent. However," he sighed, "a decision like this is something I cannot make without prior approval from His Excellency. I cannot take away his ability to use such weapons unless he himself agrees to this. Unfortunately, I never discussed this possibility with him, so your proposal must wait until we receive word from His Excellency." But sir," Celia stammered out, "we may not have the time necessary to wait. What if the Americans want to finalize these agreements now? Then there is nothing we can do." Jesta noticed the look in Celia's eyes, sympathizing with her concerns. "I will not act outside the boundaries set by His Excellency. Do you have anything else you'd like to discuss?" Celia paused for a moment, thinking of an answer. "No," she finally said, unable to pose any other concerns. "Let's get back to the meeting." The delegates returned to their seats, and upon Haydn's announcement, their discussions resumed. Jesta placed his hand on the packet as he spoke. "We find these regulations to be reasonable." "Excellent." Haydn smiled politely, relieved that the GRA Valkans accepted the regulations. "With that out of the way, we can now begin discussing broader agreements. What would you like to start with?" Jesta decided to first discuss minor agreements, so that the Americans would be more willing to accept non-aggression later on. He answered confidently, "Let us begin with a trade agreement." Jesta signaled to one of his aides, who then gave each person a packet on GRA Valkan economic data. Once the papers were distributed, he continued, "These documents detail important GRA Valkan economic indicators, including gross domestic product, inflation levels, and the value of our currency with respect to certain rare metals, like gold and silver. Thanks to some of your professionals, we've been able to establish an estimated exchange rate based on the values of basic commodities in both of our nations." After reading through the document a bit, Haydn looked over towards Secretary Hubbard, who gave him a nod, confirming the reasonability of the provided estimates. "Very well. We need to have the Department of Commerce conduct some final reviews, but all of this data looks solid. We can open our economy to your imports, but due to our policy on technological outflow, we have to restrict our exports to certain goods." Just sighed internally, knowing this barrier would show itself sooner or later. "I see. What such restrictions are there? Is there any possibility of lifting these restrictions?" Haydn responded, "Most of the restrictions relate to firearms and consumer technologies that contain computers. General consumer goods such as foods, furniture, and household appliances like refrigerators and microwaves will be allowed for purchase. These restrictions can be lifted over time through building trust. I must also stress that the United States believes heavily in free trade, so all trade agreements come with the caveat of no tariffs." Although Jester recognized that the Americans were proponents of free trade, even on Earth, he couldn't help but see the downside of agreeing to this. If the GRA Valkan Empire couldn't place tariffs on American goods, their superior quality and industrial capacity could compete, perhaps even dwarf, the goods produced by native GRA Valkan industries. However, securing a trade agreement could not only improve relations with the Americans, but eventually result in the acquisition of advanced technologies, which the GRA Valkans could then study and maybe even replicate. Finding the latter consideration to be more important, Gesta concluded that the deal was acceptable. The Ravernal Empire accepts this agreement. With commercial relations established, Gesta moved on to minor matters such as tourism. The two parties quickly established a system for visas, which would be handled primarily by embassies established in both countries. Because most of Alicia wasn't technologically advanced enough to maintain such a system, the United States and Ravernal Empire agreed to grant visas on the shores of their respective nations. Upon Haydn's request, they also agreed to an exchange of basic information, such as history and culture. American scholars had discovered similarities between Ravernal culture and that of Terran cultures. Considering Yggdrasil origin myths, they too were curious about the similarities. Finally, the two parties were left with the topic of non-aggression. Gesta spared a glance at Dallas, who seemed to radiate disgust and anger. He prayed that Dallas wouldn't erupt as he pandered to the Americans. The Ravernal Empire recognizes the advanced technology owned by the Americans, and thus, we wish to secure a non-aggression pact. Gesta's heart began to beat, and sweat began to roll down his back as he awaited Haydn's response. Celia's anxiety was even more pronounced, although she kept it hidden well. To the Ravernal's surprise, Haydn's answer was fairly straightforward. "We can do that," he said. The Ravernals all relaxed themselves in relief, only to be whiplashed by Haydn's following words. On the condition that the Ravernal Empire ceases its research into nuclear weapons and delivery methods. Maintaining his composure, Gesta quickly countered. "Our research has already been completed, with production in the works. The Ravernal Empire requires these weapons to defend our sovereignty against potential adversaries. Unfortunately, we cannot agree to those terms." The attitude of the Americans seemed to darken, despite their faces reflecting no divergence from their neutral expressions. Silence befell the room, adding to the heightening tensions. "That is unfortunate indeed. If that is the consensus of the Ravernal Empire, then know that these weapons are also subject to the regulations that you agreed to prior to this conversation. The United States will not condone the use of these weapons, but will not hesitate to retaliate with full force if threatened by these weapons. The Ravernal Empire understands this." Gesta felt his heart sink upon hearing Haydn's warning. He could barely imagine how Celia must be feeling at this moment. He reassured himself, thinking that such devastation wouldn't be brought down upon his country as long as his people didn't use these weapons against the Americans. Only now did he remember the concept discussed by Naguano and Prince Jare Cabal during their studies, the concept of mutually assured destruction. In this case, however, only the Ravernal Empire would receive assured destruction. Gesta could only pray that his superiors refrain from using nuclear weapons, lest they be wiped off the face of Alicia. Chapter 63, Seeds of Doubt. February 10th. Washington, D.C. The White House. Prince Cabal sighed in relief as he stepped through the doors of the White House, welcomed in by President Lee. Lee noticed this and smiled. "Yep, that's the same way I feel with the press, Your Highness." Cabal chuckled. "They're the same everywhere, it looks like. Will we have to entertain any more of them?" Lee responded as he guided Cabal toward the Oval Office. "No, thankfully. We finally have some privacy now, so we'll be able to discuss relations between our two nations." Cabal tilted his head in confusion. I was under the impression that Mr. Gesta and Mr. Haydn were already doing that." Lee opened the doors to his office. "That is true, Your Highness, but ultimately, the final say falls upon leaders like ourselves." Lee sighed as he sat down, gesturing with his hand toward the couch across from him. Cabal took the cue and sat down. "A drink." Lee poured a couple shots of bourbon made from Quatonian corn, aged via acceleration magic. "Yes, I'd like one, Mr. President." Lee poured another couple shots and gave it to Cabal. "A toast," he said, raising his glass, "to our newfound friendship." After a resounding clink, the two men leaned back, sipping their alcohol. Cabal reacted in slight surprise as he tasted it. This is quite possibly the best alcohol I've ever tasted." "I reacted the same way myself," Lee said with a smile, reminiscing. "For some reason, every food product that comes out of Quatoin is perfect. The locals say the land is blessed by a goddess." I see. If I had heard that a year ago, I would have disregarded that. I was quite surprised to find out that magic is real in this world. Lee nodded, taking another taste of the bourbon before leaning forward. His expression shifted from pleasant friendliness to serious professionalism. I'll get straight to business. I am concerned about the recent aggression displayed by your nation's military. Cabal wondered what Lee was getting at. What do you speak of? Our war with Leifer ended months ago. Lee shook his head. I'm talking about the Consal Island chain. Earlier this week, a GRA Valkan naval task force attacked and defeated a local alliance in an act of conquest. Cabal denied it, putting his hands up to emphasize his innocence. I haven't apprised myself of the military's operations. I thought we had entered an era of peace. Unfortunately, it looks like someone got bored of this peace while you were flying to the United States. Your people disregarded the surrender of the Consal Alliance and continued to indiscriminately bombard civilian population centers. I've yet to receive the numbers yet, but the death toll is estimated to be in the tens of thousands. Men, women, children. Cabal's eyes widened in horror. That can't be. I also heard rumors of GRA Valkan soldiers stealing from the consuls and raping their women. Needless to say, the United States does not approve of these barbaric acts. You understand how we might not want to associate with the GRA Valkan Empire after that. Cabal jumped on the defensive, quickly pointing out that other Elysian nations had no qualms with such acts, and even regarded it as typical for conquerors to completely dominate the subjugated. The rest of the world engages in such acts. How are we to be blamed for something not considered criminal by Elysian standards? Lee sighed in disappointment. We were beheld to Elysian standards when we fought Loria and Parpaldia. We could have done whatever we wanted to their people and resources. Yet, we chose benevolence. Those that associated with us later on, Topa, Reem, Fen, they all abandoned their anachronistic ways, instead choosing to adopt more civilized manners. Now, I'm not saying the GRA Valkans are uncivilized for treating the Elysian natives the same way they treat each other, but you do have a choice. Lee's words were reasonable. Cabal took a moment to think before responding. I see. I too wish that this atrocity never occurred, especially not by our own hands. However, it has already been done. Why are you telling me this? I'm not holding the GRA Valka's empire accountable for war crimes. Hell, this world doesn't even have rules of war or an international body for oversight. You can't be guilty of crimes for which there are now laws. But I want to let you know that Secretary Hayden is, at the present moment, working to have Director Jester agree with a set of proposed rules. If that doesn't work out, I request that you use your influence to make this possible. Mutual trust goes a long way, especially when it comes to trade and technology. Cabal understood Lee's implications and responded accordingly. I'll see what strings I can pull, but I cannot guarantee any outcomes. Glad to hear that, Your Highness, Lee said. By the way, are your people perhaps looking for a fleet that went missing near the Branchial continent? Cabal perked up, intrigued by Lee's mysterious insight in the matter. Why, yes. What do you know of it? It turns out they were intercepted by sea monsters and non-real forces. Lee grabbed the tablet beside him and fiddled with it, showing Cabal a satellite feed of the fleet. We were investigating the Branchial continent while this happened. A video of small figures on the ocean played. The small GRA Valkan reconnaissance force soon split off into a submarine warfare formation, dropping depth charges. Large columns of water sprouted up, followed by the camera zooming in as much as possible. The quality was low compared to American standards, but clear enough to show the naval battle unfolding. Tentacles encircled the destroyer, with numerous others following suit. Small arms fire was able to fend them off, with depth charges easily ripping through the sensitive internals of the monsters. The fight with the sea monsters concluded within minutes. After recuperating, the small group sailed onward, only to be intercepted by a fleet of angular warships, similar in design to Mauritial vessels. 3 of these vessels brandished large cannons that easily placed them under the classification of battleship, while the dozen other escorts were made up of smaller cruiser and destroyer-type vessels. Both sides ceased movement, presumably to communicate. After several minutes, the non-real warships opened fire out of the blue. Prince Cabal gasped in shock as his nation's fleet was utterly decimated by an array of cannon fire and several anti-ship missiles, which were aimed at the GRA Valkan battleship. Was that the non-real fleet? That was an act of war. Cabal stood up, pointing at the screen. Those barbarians. Lee looked at Cabal with a pensive look, sympathizing with his anger. This information is yours to use. I can have the tape inscribed upon a disc or VHS cartridge, so you can show your folks back home, Lee offered. Cabal calmed down, his furrowed brows returning to their original expression and the lines of anger fading from his expression. Yes, he said lightly. I'd appreciate that. He sighed, feelings from the unexpected bad news still lingering within him. Mr. President, thank you for bringing this to my attention. He paced around the room, clearly frustrated with the prospect of war with a nation that had just wiped out a GRA Valkan task force with little contest. Is there anything else you know about these Anonreals? Lee shrugged. Well, not much. We're currently conducting some remote surveillance over their mainland and asking Elysian natives about the Anonreals. Out of either ignorance or inability, they know as much as we do. I theorize that it's because any ship that approaches their mainland is destroyed by either sea monsters or their advanced warships. Advanced warships. Lee nodded. MHM, are you familiar with the tales of the Ravernal Empire? Or the ancient sorceress empire, as some of the natives call them? Digging through his memory, Cabal did recall an instance where he read up on magic on Alicia. The material ranked the species in terms of magical affinity, with humans and animal hybrids at the bottom and elves near the top. The top, however, was a position occupied by the light-winged species. He didn't remember what their exact species was named, but did recall seeing the terms Ravernal and sorceress often associated with this particular species. Yes, vaguely. Are they the light-winged beings? They are. They constituted the population of the Ravernal Empire, which subjugated this planet in its entirety, or so the legends say. Old tales describe them as having vessels that can reach the heavens, artificial aircraft that fly faster than sound, and even a weapon of mass destruction. We're classifying it as a magical nuke. The Mauritials say it's something known as core magic. And do you find these tales to be truthful? Lee gave a slight chuckle, shrugging as he did so. Well, not completely. Still, we found a surprising amount of evidence to suggest that they did exist. That, alongside the attitudes of native Elysians and the ruins present throughout the central continent. The idea that the entire nation simply vanished is quite far-fetched. But then again, Lee spread his arms. We're here. Lee's words were undeniable, leading GRA Cabal to believe that the Ravernals did indeed exist and that they were a potential threat to be taken seriously. If anything, they represented the epitome of GRA Valkan magical fears. They represented the reason why the GRA Valkans were initially peaceful and afraid to interact with the Elysians. That is unsettling, Cabal said. However, what does this have to do with the Anonreals? It's quite possible that the Anonreals are descended from the Ravernals, Lee replied bluntly. Over time, it's possible that the light-winged species evolved to become the winged species we see in the continent today. Couple that with footage of operational Ravernal weaponry in the area, Lee trailed off, the implications of his words clear. I see, Cabal said, remaining silent in thought afterward. As a gesture of goodwill, Lee decided to give Cabal some advice. I don't recommend showing your people right away. This is clearly an unforgivable transgression, but even we don't know the extent of their technologies. Waging war against a civilization more advanced than your own is, well, I suppose you can look at your war with Leifer as an example. Lee took another sip from his glass. Cabal looked down at his own glass, and downed the rest of the contents with a single gulp. I see. I'll take this into consideration. Still, this aggression cannot go unpunished. The GRA Valkan Empire will act. I just don't know how or when. The revelation he had just experienced was staggering, and more than enough to plant seeds of doubt against the superiority of the GRA Valka's empire. There are usually bigger fish in the sea, he surmised, but at some point there will be a biggest. Just who represents this biggest? Cabal reflected on his question as he looked at the technological achievement sitting on the table before him, the small tablet. His train of thought ceased once Lee resumed the conversation. Lee refilled the glasses as he spoke. Haydn's department is planning a diplomatic visit to their gateway island of Bushbaka Latin soon. We hope to let them know who we are and to hopefully, although I stress that this is quite a long shot, establish good relations with them. Despite their superior technology, they have yet to act out against the other nations, so I'm under the impression that they're simply aggressively isolationist. We can keep in contact, Lee offered, and if this is the case, my people will let you know and you can act accordingly. That is a sound plan, Cabal replied, fear of the unknown continuing to infest the darkest reaches of his mind. Chapter 64, Secrets of the Beacons. February 16, 1640. The White House. A lone figure hunched over the central desk in the Oval Office, laying his head down on his shoulder. A steaming cup of coffee emitted faint steam beside Lee while he procrastinated, staring at the pile of reports from the corner of his eye. After a minute of lazy rest, he resolved himself to complete his work and grabbed the coffee. All it took was one sip from the magically enhanced Quatonian coffee to rejuvenate him. His eyes widened in alertness, and he immediately dove into the pile, analyzing the title of the first report. Proposal for the sale of inventory to Mu and the Holy Mauritial Empire, he said aloud. Humph. Despite the beginning of their friendly relations only dating back to several months ago, the qualities of these friendships were exceptional. I guess it was only a matter of time, he muttered before reading through the document. The proposal, authored by several economists in the Department of Commerce, suggested a sale of old military equipment in order to raise funds to further aid in economic recovery and facilitate the replacement of aging equipment, such as Humvees. Structured into dozens of segments, the economists argued that selling old aircraft, ships, and vehicles, stripped of any computers and other valuable technologies beforehand, would be much more profitable than current plans to demolish these items for scrap metal. Despite having convincing arguments, Lee still felt concerned with regards to power dynamics. Money is something that isn't much of an issue now that trade relations and exchange rates have been established with most civilized countries. While making a few extra bucks from this proposal did sound nice, Lee couldn't help but wonder how the influx of new advanced technologies would affect the Muans, Mauritials, and their neighbors. How might this affect the Valka's empire? Would they see this as a threat to their dominance, or an incentive for forming better relations with the United States? The authors addressed these considerations in thorough detail, with experts from various universities and esteemed analysts pointing to the same conclusion. If the United States provided a taste of her wealth, global politics would eventually, perhaps even overwhelmingly, fall under the influence of the Americans. Historical analogs to Western influences on Japan and modern-day China's initiatives with underdeveloped nations represented their primary examples. Due to the Elysian status quo of might makes right, the United States could easily dethrone the Holy Mauritial Empire in terms of influence. Already, the effects of American programs had carved the entire third civilized region from the Mauritials and Parpaldian spheres, leaving their constituent nations dependent on American goods and services. Lee felt himself swayed by the analyses posed by the proposal's authors. However, a part of him remained reluctant. He felt guilt over the wild ambitions suggested to him. He felt that the blatant imperialism in the proposed strategies were not reflective of the American way. Still, such power grabs were necessary and would undeniably improve the lives of the American people. If the threat of the Ravernals turns out to be true, then American leadership and protection of the world would be paramount. His guilty feelings were alleviated by this line of reasoning, leaving only the concern of the Valkans. He continued to read on, finding that the current proposal document had referenced a newer report, one that he had not read yet. Desiring context, he looked through the pile, hoping to find it there. After a quick moment of sifting, he found it and extracted it, setting the proposal aside as he skimmed through the short report. Apparently, informants situated in Mu discovered a tightening bond between Mu's southern neighbor, the Magicariat community, and the Valka's empire. Recognizing cultural similarities, the two nations quickly grew close to one another. Within the span of a couple months, the Magicariat government terminated its agreements with Mu in favor of more promising agreements with the Valkans. This included technology and the establishment of bases, one of which served as the staging point for the Valkan incursion into the Continental Islands. With this context in mind, Lee returned to the proposal. The Valka's empire was already in the works of establishing itself as the primary Western power. With Leifer and her subjects under its thumb, along with the recently conquered consuls and the newly seduced Magicariacs, the The Ravernal Empire was already more than halfway through with dominating the second civilized region. Selling equipment to the Muans could serve to not only impede the Ravernal advance, but also bring them closer to America's arms. The paper dismissed fears of angering the Ravernals, asserting that there is no possible way the Ravernals would be stupid, ignorant, or suicidal enough to challenge superior American technology. It was much more likely, they reasoned, that the Ravernals would be enticed to join hands with the Americans after seeing Mu receiving all the benefits of American friendship. Having made up his mind, Lee nabbed a pen from a drawer and scribbled a single word on the title page of the report: approved. The next set of reports were minor, discussing new developments throughout the world and updates on upcoming missions such as the planned exploration of the Gramius continent. Lee sifted through the short documents quickly, skimming through titles and concluding statements. He dismissed most of them, but spared a few minutes to dote on the few items that did interest him. All around Alicia, American ports were nearing completion. The port in Estherant, thanks to Perpaldia's relatively developed infrastructure, was completed early. The crews in the Topa Kingdom were finalizing their projects, keeping up with the scheduled arrival of American forces. Construction in the Vestal continent was similarly wrapping up, with bases springing up on the east and west coasts of the large island. Ruins strewn about the southern portion of the Vestal continent, along with local fears, stirred up much curiosity. Archaeology teams, deployed to investigate the discoveries unearthed by the initial survey teams, had just begun their excavations. Already, they've detected traces of high-powered magical energies, reflective of the weapons used to create these ruins. This data brought up concerns, worries that the Anonreals could have been involved. Perhaps they were, the next report suggested. The final document in the now-empty stack was hefty, titled Analysis of the Calamique Artifact. Lee set the other papers aside, pushing them away slowly as he gently placed the final report down in front of him. He exhaled as he looked through the introduction, clenching his teeth in a sense of foreboding. The recovered artifact, thought to be some sort of transponder due to the pattern of the signals it emitted, was verified as such. It was a beacon, calling out in an extremely high frequency, suggesting long-distance communication with satellites. Indeed, these beacons somehow had the capability to track and consistently send messages to a massive satellite network, doing so over the past thousands of years. How the hell did this thing never run out of battery? Lee asked himself, his voice somewhat shaky from a feeling of trepidation. Just who the hell are we dealing with? An extreme sense of worry washed over him as his mind gravitated toward thoughts of sci-fi. A civilization that could produce devices like this beacon could very well be decades, if not centuries ahead of them. If this beacon was produced by the greatest fear of the Elysians, the Ravernal Empire, then there existed the possibility that even the United States was technologically inferior. Lee released a sigh, composing himself and deposing his nightmares before continuing with the report. The signals emitted by the beacons were heavily encrypted, leaving researchers stumped. The manner of encryption even suggested another terrifying theory: the machine used quantum encryption. More and more evidence, as explained by the report, pointed to this theory being true. Unfortunately, the overall consensus of the team working on the device's signal analysis was that continued work was a dead end. Quantum encryption was generally theorized to be unbreakable, and the fact that quantum technology was still in its infancy diminishes the researchers' hopes of cracking the code. The team moved on from this, instead analyzing what they could understand. Some of the data streams contained unencrypted information, which the team was able to isolate and define as a series of updates. These updates were then given to the archaeological department, whose findings were listed in the second half of the report. Curious, Lee almost skipped ahead, but instead decided to finish the first half. From what the researchers could determine, the device used a magic gem as its power source. Readings from Mauritial detectors were off the charts, showing the gem to be at least 50 times more powerful than a Mauritial counterpart of the same size. For the beacon to persist through eons of erosion and sustained use, despite being made of typical alloys, was also no easy feat. These were startling revelations. Whoever made the device knew how to seamlessly combine magic with technology to produce impossible wonders. Without permission to dissect the device and analyze its individual components, the team couldn't do much more. They then handed the device off to the archaeological team, who had been studying a 3D scan in the meantime. The analysts within the archaeological team consisted of renowned linguists, historians, and even some foreign nationals. An elf named Moa from the Topa Kingdom, along with some interested professors from the Holy Mauritial Empire, were flown in to make sense of the peculiar device. In a heartbeat, these Elysians were able to translate the lone inscription on the beacon. Lee brought the paper close to his face as he read the translation. He performed a double take, reacting with denial at the words he had just read. Unfortunately, the translation was unmistakable, proven by extensive cross-referencing. "Property of the Ravernal Empire," he said aloud, reading straight from the report with wide eyes. He hoped it wasn't the case. He hoped that the Ravernal Empire wasn't the creator of this advanced technology. He hoped that the words on the page were a mistake, an accident, or anything else at the very least. Lowering his arms, he returned the papers to his desk and leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. For the first time since their initial arrival on Alicia, he felt dreadful uncertainty. Thoughts ran wildly in his mind as he considered future possibilities. Actions he could do to protect his people and the people of the world. Actions he could do to eliminate the Ravernal threat. Actions he could do to delay their supposed return. As much as he didn't want to believe it, the proof was there, and he had to act upon it. The discovery of this beacon represented the first solid piece of evidence that the Ravernal Empire existed. No such evidence existed for the claim that they would return, however. Despite this, Lee was inclined to believe the Mauritial's word. Regaining his composure, he sat up straight and returned to his reading. It turned out that evidence for the Ravernal Empire's return did in fact exist, if the next set of translations are accurate. Lee rubbed his eyes, pouring himself a drink as he read on. The team of translators determined that the unencrypted signals discovered earlier were in fact spatiotemporal coordinates. The coordinates consisted of an alphanumeric code split into two segments. The first segment was longer and was still being deciphered. The research team was able to make sense of at least some of the data, though, figuring out that one of the numbers represented degrees and another represented velocity components of Alicia's planetary movement. The second segment was relatively simple and easy to decipher. It represented time. Translated values matched up with the oscillations of a mercury ion. Lee didn't understand most of the technical details, but he understood that there was only one reason why the Ravernals would need such accurate coordinates. Fully convinced that the Ravernals are a future, incoming threat, he resolved to prepare for war against them. He looked back to the report, seeing that there was still a small segment left. Hoping to find more such devices, the Magical Research Department sent data to the Department of Defense and NASA. They were able to find hundreds of other signals that matched the readings exhibited by the Calamite beacon, scattered throughout the world. Some regions had larger concentrations of beacons than others, with dozens of beacons located in the Isekai mainland and dozens more located in their vicinity. Some were located nearby, as close as Quila and Gahara. "Shit," Lee muttered. Thinking back to the theories on the ancestors of the winged people, he exclaimed, "The Mauritials were right all along. I need to inform Haydn before his mission." Chapter 65, Awakening. February 16, 1640. Magica Regia, a non-real empire. Resurrection Management Agency headquarters. Damn it all. A light-winged man slammed a desk lamp into a wall, sending pieces scattering all over the floor and creating an unsightly gash along the wall itself. His wings flowed with luminous energy, glowing brighter. He smashed the desk beside him with his fist, a short shimmer emanating from his wings as he channeled magical energy to enhance his strength. "How?" he bellowed, looking around the room with bloodshot eyes. The terrified employees dared not answer, for fear of inciting an undesirable reaction from their boss. The air around the man grew darker, literally, as an ominous shadow engulfed the edges of his frame. This demented aura contrasted well with his white robes, highlighting his rage. His crazed eyes eventually locked onto a single individual. He walked toward the unlucky soul, who was already visibly trembling. "You." He pointed at the winged man dressed in brown robes. "Why yes, Director Zamuras?" The poor man stood up, quivering in his boots. Zamuras clenched a mug, shattering it with his grip as he spoke. "Send word to Inferior Affairs and the AIA. Tell them that Director Zamuras is requesting a team of their best intelligence officers. I will do that right away, sir. The man bowed before quickly exiting the room, his heart pounding out of his chest. Zamuras unexpectedly swiveled around, pointing at yet another employee. And you? The frightened woman, wearing beige robes, jumped in surprise. Sir, she managed to say, you're in charge. He then pointed at the debris strewn about the floor and the random employee's broken desk. He lowered his voice, calming down. Get this mess cleaned up and prepare a document of our budget and leave it in my office. Oh, and prepare my helicopter. I will review the documents when I return from Oranatha Castle. The woman nodded, internally sighing in relief before she got back to work. Yes, sir. All right, people, you heard. Zamuras left the room, heading straight for the elevator. He telekinetically pushed the elevator button as he walked. A chime sounded as he arrived in front of the doors, which promptly opened. He entered, pressing a button corresponding to the highest floor. While he waited, soothing music written by Ravernal musicians thousands of years ago played. The magical piece had a calming effect on his mind, allowing him to disperse the anger stored within him. Another chime sounded, followed by the doors opening. Outside, a helicopter spun its blades, ready to take off. He approached the vehicle, a servant opening the door for him. As he stepped inside, he picked up a Manicom headset and gave the pilot orders. Oranatha Castle. He yelled over the sound of an engine and the buzzing blades outside. Oranatha Castle. Zamuras walked down a massive hallway, his footsteps echoing from the walls. At the end of the hallway stood a towering set of golden doors, guarded by a dozen Imperial guardsmen holding rifles and a light-winged mage who wielded an arcane spear. As Zamuras approached them, all he could think about was seeing the glory of his homeland firsthand. Now, that dream was in jeopardy. Director Zamuras. The mage stepped forward. What brings you here? Zamuras maintained his frown. Captain Latharos, I bring bad news from overseas. I must inform His Holiness Emperor Zarathustra immediately. The mage looked back, nodding at his men. Two guards placed their hands on circular engravings on each door, channeling energy into them. The engravings recognized their magical signatures, unlocking and opening by itself. Latharos and his men then stepped to the side. After you, he said, stretching his arm toward the chamber. Zamuras took a breath before entering, feeling a pang of guilt. Although his department logically could not have predicted the capture of the Calamite beacon, he still harbored worries of receiving blame. Fighting off these dark thoughts, he stepped inside, followed by Latharos and some of his men. The throne room itself was a semicircle with a straight wall behind the emperor. His throne was slightly elevated, with bright light coming from behind it, obscuring his face. Zamuras bowed down, unable to look at the emperor's bright figure. What have you brought for me, director? Zarathustra's voice boomed, seemingly coming from all directions at once. Zamuras kept his vision locked to the orichalcum floor. Your Holiness, we have lost track of the beacon in the enclosed island. Several seconds of silence passed by, adding to Zamuras' anxiety. Suddenly, he heard footsteps, followed by the closing of heavy doors. He looked up from the ground and turned around, finding that Latharos and his men left. Continue, Zarathustra said, causing Zamuras to jolt upward. Your Holiness, the beacon disappeared from our Philidian sensor array. Before it left the range of our sensors, we noticed it heading toward the enclosed island south, toward the United States of America. I've been hearing that name more and more frequently. Yes, it seems they have somehow stumbled upon our beacon. I would presume they are already in the process of studying it, Zamuras said. What an interesting turn of events, Zarathustra remarked. Never would I have thought there existed a society advanced enough to even detect the signals of the ancestors, let alone find and capture a beacon, he sighed. What a coincidence that this happens mere weeks after the Mauritial's visit. It looks like we must increase the urgency of your agency's duties, yes? Zamuras smiled as he kept his head low. Yes, of course, Your Holiness. Zarathustra scoffed as he spoke about this unexpected failure. The Americans were lucky enough to steal a beacon. They took advantage of our pride and ignorance of the world. This will not happen again, he said, raising his voice slightly. Director Zamuras, I expect that you will perform exceptionally when it comes to the retrieval of these beacons. Of course, Your Holiness. I shall never let you down. That's what the previous directors said, Zarathustra muttered, his tone becoming sinister. Thankfully, I now have a pure blood as director. And I thank you most gratefully for this opportunity, Your Holiness. Zarathustra, becoming annoyed with Zamura's endless prostrating, decided to give him orders. I will double your agency's current budget. This should be more than enough to ensure the success of the Esperanto mission, as well as 3 new objectives: the final Vestal beacon, the Quila beacon, and the Gahara beacon. The Mauritials know of our origin, so you must prioritize secrecy in order to prevent them from realizing our true objectives and launching a preemptive strike. Currently, the return of our ancestors is estimated to be 15 years from now. Should we retrieve the beacons, we may hasten this to a mere 10 years. There will be no excuses for failure. I understand, Your Holiness. My agency will accomplish these goals. Zamura's paused, feeling nervous about asking a question. Hoping to dissuade the emperor from blaming him for something he had no control over, he gained the courage to continue. Your Holiness, I have a question. What if the Americans beat us to the beacons? A brief silence swept the room before Emperor Zarathustra answered. If the beacons are gone by the time you arrive, then there is nothing we can do about it. However, if the beacons are still present on the island when you arrive, then there shall be no excuses. I understand. I will not fail you. Good. Now go and fetch me Director Bacchus. I must rearrange our policies toward the inferior outsiders. Zamora stood up and bowed once more toward the shining light before taking his leave. Bushbika Latin. In an unremarkable stone establishment reminiscent of the classical era, advanced technologies stood out from their surroundings. The only thing separating this building from others like it across the uncivilized countries was the presence of an advanced Manicom tower, which was expertly disguised as a tree and could be further hidden via illusion magic. This tower allowed Bushbika Latin to receive communications from the mainland and even broadcast messages to relay stations scattered throughout Alicia. Despite these capabilities, the facility was rarely used due to the Ravernal Empire's disinterest in the affairs of outsiders. Only recently did it receive increased traffic, thanks to the activities of the Resurrection Management Agency and the Ravernal Inferior Affairs Department. A recent visit from the Holy Mauritial Empire, as well as an incursion from a GRA Valkan fleet, spurred much discussion on bringing the empire out of isolation. Eventually, Emperor Zarathustra himself declared the awakening of his sleeping empire, bringing factories to full wartime capacity in preparation for war. With the return of the ancestors nearing, the emperor put all hands on deck in order to expedite their arrival. Carl Crunch represented one such hand. Having received advanced word from the Americans of their diplomatic visit, Ambassador Crunch was tasked with leading the investigation of their country. Due to their extreme isolationism, the Anonreals knew only what they could gather from the poor barbarian traders who went out of their way to visit Bushbika Latin. So far, all they have heard of were rumors of homing light arrows, the fall of the 2 superpowers at the hands of summoned countries, and the increasing influence these countries grew to command. Crunch stood over a Manicom as he continued to listen to new orders from Director Bacchus, scribbling on a notepad as he nodded. Direct orders from His Holiness, Emperor Zarathustra, himself. We were also informed that the GRA Valka's empire has the potential to contend against the Holy Mauritial Empire and Mu. A garbled voice spoke. Crunch creased his eyebrows in confusion, readying his pen. Sorry, sir. This GRA Valka's empire. Who are they again? They are a nation to the west of the second civilized region. Apparently, they felled Leifer with ease and are already staking claims throughout the continent. Tales from merchants confirm this, as does Manicom chatter from the central continent. We also know that the GRA Valkans are expansionist, and analyses of their reconnaissance fleet's wreckage shows that they are fairly advanced. I dare say their shipbuilding can challenge ours. Because of this, it is imperative that we stay out of any conflicts. Ideally, the GRA Valkans war with the Muans and Mauritials. Then, we strike when all sides are weak. Think upon these considerations as you converse with the Americans. Sir, how shall I act toward the Americans? These Americans are the most mysterious group, homing light arrows and aircraft that travel faster than sound. These are technologies only our ancestors are supposed to have. Your primary objective is to discern whether or not these rumors have any merit to them. If they do, determined to what extent. It is possible they have uncovered ruins that we have been unable to scavenge, so their weapons may pose a threat to our regular forces. Once you have completed this objective, attempt to secure entry into their mainland. I, along with the AIA, have prepared a delegation of spies to uncover their mysteries. Sir, your intelligence and cunning never ceases to amaze me. Shall I do anything with the sea monsters? The other line went silent for a bit, leading Crunch to wonder if Director Bacchus had ceased communications. After a few moments, the Manicom crackled back to life. Yes, send several Krakens after their ships. And send a Leviathan as well. I would like to see how they fight. We had the unfortunate circumstance of forgetting cameras when the GRA Valkan fleet fought against our monsters. Ensure that we do not miss this fight. Consider it a guarantee, sir. Chapter 66, Leviathan. February 20th, 1640. Vestal Sea. Azure waters sparkles brilliantly under the cloudless sky, rays of light piercing the tranquil waters. The waters remained undisturbed, save for a fleet of artificial constructs pushing through the sea. Originating from a base in the Jovian kingdom along the western shores of the Vestal continent, this fleet consisted of an entire carrier strike group. The USS Carl Vinson sailed at the helm of this mighty force, bringing with it an escort of 3 cruisers, 6 destroyers, and 2 submarines. They sailed onward to their destination of Bushbuka Latin, undeterred by rumors of vicious sea monsters in the area. Their only concern was the reaction of the Anonreals. Several days ago, Secretary Haydn's staff sent advance notice of their diplomatic intentions. This message was received by the Anonreals, who welcomed them to their gateway in Bushbuka Latin. Despite this welcoming response, the Americans remained on their heels, fearful of an ambush. Unlike the civilized nations of modern-day Earth, the nations of Alicia had no internationally recognized rules of warfare. If the Mauritials were to be believed, a case made more likely due to evidence of a non-real Ravernal relations, then it was possible that these isolationists could strike at any moment. It was clear to the Americans that the Anonreals had no reason to interact with the rest of the world, and they could have certainly conquered Alicia if they wanted to. Yet, a burning question lingered. Why didn't they? Uncertainty involving these mysterious winged people led the United States to reluctantly send a delegation to talk with the Anonreals about their goals. Secretary Haydn smiled in a carefree manner as he walked around the USS Carl Vinson, enjoying the warm equatorial sun shining down upon him. He stood alone above decks, watching the carrier's wake while sailors conducted routine maintenance on the planes behind him. He meditated peacefully, enjoying the unusually cool weather while admiring the open sea. The brief silence was then interrupted by a set of footsteps approaching from behind him. "Mr. Secretary," a soft, feminine voice said. "Here to enjoy the view, Emily?" Haydn looked over at the tall, suited blonde. "Sir, we're nearing Manicom range. We should go back inside in case the Anonreals want to talk to us." The name caused him to frown, reminding him of his upcoming worries. He took a deep breath, inhaling the salty ocean air before turning around and walking with his assistant. Well, that was a good 5 or so minutes of relaxation. He groaned as he stretched. "Sir." Emily looked up at Haydn with concern. "I know this isn't my place to ask, but..." She looked down at the deck floor then back at Haydn. "Couldn't we have talked to them using a long-range Manicom like we did when we informed them of our visit? I have a bad feeling about seeing them in person." Her worries completely resonated with Haydn, who had a sinking feeling in his gut. "Yeah." He looked off into the distance, pausing before stepping indoors with Emily. "I wish we could have done so too, but we need answers now. We need to know what these Anonreals are up to, and we need to let them know we mean business," he said, referring to the fleet's firepower. "Still, I can't shake the feeling that..." Haydn's sentence was cut off by a series of blaring alarms that erupted across the fleet. He winced from the noise, looking around as a voice came through the intercom. "General quarters. All hands to battle stations. Material condition Megalodon." While the Admiral continued issuing orders, Emily shook a stunned Haydn's arm. "Sir, what's going on?" Haydn was snapped back to reality. "Shit, we have to get inside." If I recall correctly, material condition Megalodon is the code for sea monsters. "Let's get to the bridge. It should be safe there." Making his way through crowded corridors, Haydn eventually arrived at the bridge. He felt the cold steel of the bulkheads on his shoulder as the carrier turned starboard. Ow, Emily said behind him. Hayden helped her regain her balance before approaching Rear Admiral Johnston. Admiral, what's going on? He asked. Mr. Secretary. The tall, gray-haired man turned around in surprise. We've encountered sea monsters. 3 krakens and something else. I'm not sure if it's chasing after them or operating with them. Columns of water erupted from the sea as he spoke. Johnston paused to look at a sonar operator's screen. Well, 1 kraken and something else now. Noticing Hayden and Emily's worried faces, he reassured them. Nothing to worry about. We've dealt with krakens before. Old depth charges work wonders against them. Hayden raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. And what of this? Something else? Admiral Johnston grew silent, unable to describe the creature. The creature's signature was much larger than those of the krakens, suggesting a monster as large as the Carl Vinson herself. It's gigantic. A leviathan. Sir, one of his men called out. USS Alaska is requesting assistance. It's chasing them to the surface. Johnston's brows furrowed in worry. He began to rub his eyes, a unique tell that reflected his anxiety. What? How to get that close? The sonar operator responded. Estimated speed is at 20 knots and increasing. Damn, Johnston sighed, preparing to give new orders to his men. Have the Alaska bring the monster up. We'll drop depth charges on its expected trajectory. Send orders to the Hawaii. They are to time their attacks with the dropping of our depth charges. He took a breather, recalling a debriefing from earlier. Similar monster attacks struck the GRA Valken fleet before they received a missile strike from Anonreal forces. Fearing a similar fate, Johnston prepared for the worst. I want full area coverage from here to the Anonreal mainland. Ready electronic countermeasures. At first, Hayden was confused upon hearing these orders. He asked himself why they would need to take such actions, but then froze. His eyes lost focus and stared into nothing as he reached the same conclusion as Johnston. He looked outside the bridge, heart pounding in anticipation for missiles that never came. Seconds ticked by, drawing out into minutes, yet nothing came over the horizon. Emily released a pained gasp. Sir, you're gripping my hand a bit hard. Hayden returned once more to the world, noticing his tight grip. Oh goodness. I'm so sorry, Emily. She dismissed it, her attention drawn to the chaos developing outside the windows. Whoa, she said as helicopters dropped a series of depth charges into the ocean. Massive columns of water burst forth, showering the nearby destroyers in a misty spray. With the first volley of weapons discharged, activity ceased. Admiral Johnston then called out to the sonar operator, asking for a report. Sharp pings soon followed, revealing that the monster was still moving. Sir, it's still there. Sweeps show the target decelerating, but it is still chasing after the Alaska. Johnston curled his hand into a fist, bringing it down as he would a hammer. Hit it again. This time, he permitted destroyers to use their torpedoes. The depth charges had performed well against the krakens, but seemed to struggle against this new foe. They were no longer worried about cost-effectiveness, instead becoming worried of the Leviathan's remarkable resilience against the old bombs. Fearing for the safety of the USS Alaska, the fleet spared no expenses and loosed the full might of their modern arsenal, sending dozens of guided torpedoes at the Leviathan, which finally broke off from its chase and began exhibiting evasive maneuvers. Sir, we've got visual on target. Putting it on screen. An unmanned underwater vehicle released by the USS Hawaii managed to get close enough to the battle, recording it and sending data to the USS Carl Vinson. The Leviathan was a truly massive being, with a length on par with that of a typical American supercarrier. The appearance of the creature itself resembled no known analogs in popular Terran myths, although it looked somewhat like an eel. Hundreds of tentacles surrounded the body of the streamlined monster, emerging from narrow fissures within the armored scales of the beast. They spun around as it glided through the water, acting like flagella and working in tandem with the creature's massive tail to propel it. It accelerated to speeds unexpected for a being off its size, surpassing the top speed of a sailfish. Its speed of over 60 knots was almost enough to shake the American torpedoes, which were pushed to their operational limits. The Leviathan quickly fled the underwater arena, diving deeper. The creature's intelligent maneuvers and evasion helped it shake off half of the American torpedoes, much to their surprise. The remaining half detonated near the creature's tail and armored lower torso, if it could even be called that. Some of the tentacles were caught in the blast and quickly vaporized. The resulting cavities formed by the explosions were quickly filled, but prevented the UUV from following further. The monster disappeared from sensors and visual feeds afterward, leaving the Americans wondering whether or not they managed to kill it. Hayden approached a screen that displayed live camera footage from the UUV. "Is it dead?" "I don't know, Mr. Secretary," an officer answered. "I think the pressure waves got it, though. I hope." Hayden turned back to Johnston. "Admiral." Johnston felt sweat dripping down his neck, soaking his collar in an uncomfortable moistness. For this first time in his career, he faced off against a foe that he found difficulty in defeating. "Good God," he muttered. "Are we safe now?" Hayden asked. "Yes," Johnston said, squinting in the distance. "We should be. If you'll excuse me, I have to send an urgent report back home." The White House. The latest report from Hayden's diplomatic mission was upsetting, killing Lee's mood entirely. The revelation of carrier-sized sea monsters came right after reports of advanced Ravernal quantum technologies. The news stunned him, acting like a wake-up call. With a groan, he rubbed his face with his hands, letting them slowly fall down. "Ugh, I guess it was only a matter of time before my fears of magic finally materialized," he lamented. The report from Admiral Johnston detailed their encounter with a yet unencountered species of monster, one that lurked the depths of the ocean as an apex predator. He hesitated on this description, wondering if this creature was even an apex predator at all. As he considered this, an old adage came to mind: there is always a bigger fish. Anxiety sent him spiraling down a rabbit hole as he applied the adage to his own existence. Currently, the United States was the biggest fish. What if this wasn't the case, and the Ravernal Empire was bigger than the United States? The timing of the Kraken attacks on the GRA Valkan and American fleets were extremely coincidental. Could the Anonreals somehow have the ability to control these monsters, or even produce them? Was this new Leviathan some sort of biological weapon, controlled or designed for warfare? Or was this Leviathan lured toward the Americans by the Krakens? Regardless, this creature reflected his fears of threats to American dominance. These questions that he asked himself had no answer except one. True to the American spirit, he found solace in the American way. The solution was a simple one that had proven its merit over time: get a bigger gun. Resolving to eliminate these new Elysian threats, Lee picked up a pen and opened one of his notebooks. Scribbling away, he began to draft a roadmap for the assurance of his people's safety. They have a mere decade and a half to research counters to Elysian threats, be it their wildlife or the advanced weapons operated by the genocidal Ravernals. With so little time and so many possible threats, he decided that it was now time to expand the magical research department. Chapter 67, Glimmer of Hope. February 20th, 1640. Bushbuca Latin. The lack of technology and people in Bushbuca Latin was a severe annoyance to many who were posted here to maintain the Anonreal facade. For a select few, however, this lack of technology was a blessing, a haven of privacy, away from prying eyes. Tucked away in a corner of the Bushbuca Latin Inferior Affairs Office, two men spoke in hushed whispers. The secrecy of this meeting was so elevated that nothing escaped the room, save for particles of air flowing under the door and photons exiting through the window. Leaning over a simple, yet elegantly furnished wooden table, they quietly shared news with each other. One of them wore a simple buttoned shirt overplayed with turquoise robes. His black and white wings protruded from the back, resting along each side of his leather seat. "Bromson, are you certain that we'll be selected?" The winged man in velvet robes smiled, crossing his arms as he leaned back in his seat. "Yes, Zinman. I've ordered it myself." "Now, of all times, why use your authority now?" Bromson's gaze drifted up toward the window. He exhaled loudly before answering. "The Anonreal Empire has, since its founding, kept itself hidden from the outside world. At first, our ancestors did this to protect themselves from the vengeful oppressed. Outnumbered and cut off from supplies and industries necessary to reproduce weapons and ammo, we had no ability to fend off the angry masses." "Yes, I know all of this. That does not answer my question, though," Zinman said. his wings fluttering slightly in impatience. "I'm getting there." Bronson held out a hand. "After eons, we rediscovered what has long been lost. We regained our strength and grew it enough to be able to challenge the world and make them submit, just as our violent ancestors had. In fact, this undertaking was supposed to be carried out last year. After centuries of isolation, Emperor Zarathustra finally wanted to unleash an unreal might upon the masses, but this operation was pushed back after we detected inexplicable magical signatures across the world. The appearances of the Ravernal Empire and the United States of America," Zinman said, catching on. "Indeed. And recently, I've heard word of a rekindling of Zarathustra's ambitions. This time, however, he's been extraordinarily cautious. I've used my authority to take advantage of this and investigate the reason why he's playing it so safely." Bromson explained his intentions with confidence. Zinman saw no worry in Bromson's face, only satisfaction and determination. Despite this, his concerns were not alleviated. "Is this not in violation of our code? Participating in such a journey may arouse suspicion from your superiors." Bromson shrugged, his wings moving along with his shoulders. "There is always the risk of arousing suspicion, but Messiah has ordained it. I, too, felt that such a move was risky. Messiah explained the risk-reward of our mission. However, should we succeed, we may not need to seize the throne ourselves." "Huh?" Zinman's eyes sparkled with hope, but he fought against it, continuing to interrogate his colleague. "And should we fail?" It seemed as if both of Bromson's wings turned black while he thought of a response. He exuded a devastating aura of despair, evident by the creases developing under his eyes. "Then our movement may see its bitter end." "Still," he said, changing his tune to a more optimistic one, "after centuries of inability to act, we finally have our chance to achieve our goals. Making contact with these Americans, that is our one glimmer of hope. Hope for a brighter future for those of us with mixed heritage. Hope for those of us out in the world who were exiled and their non-winged friends." Zinman nodded, smiling at the thought. After so long, he sighed peacefully, daydreaming of a future where his family no longer had to suffer under the brutal caste system of the mainland, which placed pure-blooded light-wingers at the top. "So, where do we start?" USS Carl Vinson, U.S. Navy Diplomatic Escort Fleet. Sounds unheard of for generations finally reintroduced themselves as sleek black ribs made their way toward the wooden docking platforms along the unreal shores. Their engines roared, cooling down into refined whirs as they reached the medieval-era port. The small boats were guided to a designated dock, drawing curious looks from other Elysians who had traveled to Bushbuca Latin to trade. The only people who remained nonchalant about the American arrival were the Anonreals themselves, who instead looked down on the magicless humans with neutrality at the best and outright detestment at the worst. Several winged men helped the Americans up, providing ladders, as their docks were never meant for such short vessels. Marines and a group of Navy SEALs disembarked from the ribs, forming the escort of Haydn's delegation. After the boats were secured, the delegation began their slow walk down the unusually wide, paved road. Haydn gazed upon the sophistication of Bushbuca Latin, the layout, the materials that made up its streets and buildings. He felt a pang of disappointment on behalf of the rest of Alicia, recognizing that the so-called civilized nations chose to ignore this technologically advanced threat, just so they could maintain their own images, just so they could maintain the status quo. Practicing blatant disregard for the safety of their people and choosing instead to sacrifice them for hubris and arrogance, the civilized nations paved the way for their own downfall. By a stroke of luck, or the literal will of a deity, the Elysians were saved from a demise of their own creation. The only thing standing between them and Ravernal reconquest was the United States, a glimmer of hope whose success now relied on Haydn and the information he can extract from the Anonreals. He went over various discussion topics in his mind while he walked, dismissing dirty looks from the locals. They soon approached the Anonreal Foreign Affairs Building, a massive building inspired by classical architecture. Halted by Anonreal guards, Haydn's escort was forced to remain. Meanwhile, the diplomats were guided past the steps and columns and into the main lobby, where they were surprised by a blast of cold air and electrical lighting. Carl Crunch stood in the center of the room, his hands behind his back. "Welcome, Americans, to Bushbuca Latin." I am Ambassador Carl Crunch, primary intermediary between His Holiness Government and all outsiders. Pleasure to meet you, Ambassador Crunch. I'm Secretary Gordon Hayden from the United States of America's Department of State. I supervise all matters with regards to our foreign affairs. He extended his hand for a shake. Crunch ignored it, instead speaking down upon the Americans. I must say I'm quite surprised by your reactions. I didn't think you would be so shocked by such basic technologies. Hayden pulled his hand back, hiding his annoyance at Crunch's patronizing tone. He expertly fired back with class. My apologies. We were under the impression that the Anonreals were a primitive society with no knowledge of advanced technologies. You must forgive us, but this is the information we received from the rest of the world. Well, the winged man said, putting more force in his words, they are gravely mistaken. He dropped the topic. Come with me. We shall discuss in my office. Crunch's large office was a stark contrast to the main lobby. It was furnished with a refrigerator, microwave, and an integrated radiomanicom system. Instead of wooden furniture, as was present in the lobby, Crunch's office was filled with high-quality fabric seats. Have a seat. He gestured to the Americans while he sat down. The Americans sat down. Crunch got straight to the point. What brings you to Bushbuka Latin? Hayden responded. The United States of America wishes to establish official relations with the Ravernal Empire, including the installation of mutual embassies and, hopefully, agreements. Crunch held out a hand. I believe you are progressing too quickly. My government has recently shed its isolationist policies. I cannot authorize anything past the opening of diplomatic channels between our nations. We also do not wish to dive into relations with a society we know almost nothing about. In that case, Hayden said, I can offer a tour for an Anonreal delegation to the United States. I also have with me an educational video on my country and her people, along with informational packets for future review. He gave a hand signal to Emily, who produced a laptop from a briefcase. She pulled it out and gave it to Hayden, who prepared the presentation while she handed a document to Crunch. The video was the same one shown to the other Elysian nations, albeit with slight modifications. Much like the other videos, this one explained basic details from American economic statistics to history leading up to the modern day. Having discovered that the Anonreals had access to guided missiles, as evidenced by their strike against the GRA Valkan reconnaissance fleet, the Department of State decided to integrate propaganda that showed American laser systems instantly destroying missiles in the air. Crunch did well to maintain his nonchalant behavior, eyes twitching slightly when he saw hundreds of cruise missiles wiped out by 3 destroyers. He peeled his eyes from the screen to analyze Hayden, who seemed to stare into his soul. The two then locked themselves in some sort of staring challenge, neither wanting to back down. So, Crunch said, why show us the capabilities of your military? These seem quite like state secrets. He prodded Hayden for answers. Hayden answered truthfully. We've already encountered 2 ignorant nations who have gone to war with us, the Lurian Kingdom and the Parpaldian Empire. We want to make sure that everyone we encounter is properly informed. We're not very fond of wasting our time wiping out the ignorant aggressors that seem to dominate Alicia. Seeing nothing else to be gained from this line of questioning, Crunch moved on. Then, if you have all this power, why not claim the world for yourselves? Hayden smirked, raising an eyebrow. I could ask the same about you. For the United States, it goes against our morals to pillage and conquer, as the former Lurian Kingdom and Parpaldian Empire have. So then, why has the Ravernal Empire chosen to forego world domination? Thinking quickly, Crunch responded. We saw their barbaric ways and wanted none of it, hence our isolation. What changed? Sticking to the lie he developed, Crunch built upon it. We noticed large fluctuations in magical energy and wanted to investigate. Soon enough, our men returned with reports of a technologically advanced nation that preached equality and forced a superpower's surrender within weeks. Sounds familiar, Hayden smiled. Crunch ignored the Americans' attempt at humor. Do you have any other concerns or topics you wish to discuss before we move on to scheduling our inspection of the United States? Yes. There's one thing I'd like to ask you about. Hayden produced satellite photos taken of active Ravernal artifacts in Anonreal territory. What do you know about these? He pointed at a picture of several Palchimerae. Crunch wanted to gasp in shock upon seeing the images, but suppressed his feelings. Trying to disregard his incredulous surprise and curiosity on how these photos came to be in the first place, he answered Haydn's question. They are ancient structures left behind by the long-lost Ravernal Empire. Discussing any further details would be violations of conduct, so I'm afraid I can't say much more. I assume that we aren't the only ones to have excavated Ravernal ruins. Perhaps you can ask them? Haydn's alarm bells rang immediately after Crunch referred to the Ravernals as such. Generally, Elysians referred to them as sorcerers or the ancient sorceress empire, due to their names being taboos. Crunch, on the other hand, instead said their name with a purported reverence, although his tone barely shifted. He noted this down for future reference before replying, "I understand. I'll take that advice into consideration." Seeing that Crunch likely wouldn't talk any more about the Ravernal artifacts, he put away the photographs. "Anything else?" "We can move forward with the scheduling now, Ambassador." Crunch nodded. "In that case, my government can prepare a delegation as soon as tomorrow." "Excellent," Haydn beamed. "I'm sure you'll find the trip enlightening." Crunch feigned a polite smile, hiding traces of an evil grin under it. "Oh, yes, Mr. Secretary. I'm sure it will be." Chapter 68, Wonder Weapon. February 25th, 1640. Helheim Islands. Plumes of dark smoke belched from an otherwise dormant volcano, darkening the skies above. An ominous, foreboding atmosphere surrounded the mysterious island chain as arcane energies manifested within concrete facilities. Arcs of lightning flashed overhead, drawn toward a pair of silver rods sticking out from the volcano's peak. Built into the side of the volcano, a Vulcan research facility conducted secret experiments using magic gems. Amidst a labyrinth of hallways and rooms, one viewing platform stood out. Placed under the lightning rods, it allowed for a view of the rocky exterior and the lands beyond, as well as a view of the volcano's smoldering internals. Tracking the results of the current experiment, a team of scientists operated recording devices while a tall, lab-coated Aryan watched. Armed with striking features and a keen intellect, he represented the head of the Valka's empire's magical research operations. Having completed his work on their atomic bomb, he was reassigned to the Helheim Islands to work on a new wonder weapon, the lightning gun. Standing by his side, a robed mage from the Magicaria community stared at the immense show of power with an open mouth. "By the heavens, Lord Braun, you certainly didn't jest when you claimed to possess greater understanding of the philosophies than the Muins." The lead scientist ignored the compliment, his priorities set elsewhere. "So, was this demonstration sufficient in convincing you?" "It certainly was, Lord Braun. I hope you'll be satisfied to know that I shall return to the Magicaria community with stellar recommendations, provided you share some of this research and all the prerequisite material necessary to understand it." Lord Braun suppressed a frown. Although he and his superiors wanted Magicaric knowledge on magic technology, they didn't want to exchange too much sensitive Vulcan technology for it. Braun nodded in reluctance. The Magicaric proposal wasn't ideal, but it was acceptable. "Very well. Please send my regards to the High Council and the Dean." The robed mage left without another word, leaving only the crackling of electricity and the monotonous hum of machinery to fill in the silence. Satisfied with the deal they struck, Braun returned his attention to the ongoing experiment. Reflecting on the project itself, he looked at a document placed on the table before him, Project Mjolnir. The lightning gun was a new wonder weapon designed to fire a directed bolt of lightning at a target. Once deemed impossible, new discoveries in the field of magic, particularly the ability to control fundamental properties, allowed for the development of this new wonder weapon. Using magic to create an electromagnetic tunnel, lightning bolts could be directed at targets much like how a gun barrel directs a bullet. The practical applications of the weapon itself were questionable, with the primary use as a possible counter to American electronic equipment. Despite a shaky incentive for building this weapon, the project nonetheless represented a scientific foundation for the study of magic. Even if the lightning gun proved to be ineffective, the lessons learned from channeling magic and manipulating the environment using magic could usher in a new age of technological advancement. February 27th. Aveist, Magicaric Community. The Magicaric capital city, much like those of other Elysian nations, was a consolidation of the government's wealth and power. blending the practical functionality of Muin cities and the beautiful aesthetics of Mauritial cities. Aveist was the pinnacle of combined magic and scientific technologies. They coveted knowledge, so much so that their form of government was a council consisting of intellectuals, professors who each managed a state. Together, this council made decisions for the entire community, such as the decision to ally with the GRA Valkans and share their knowledge. Having finalized the deal for GRA Valkan research, the council convened once more to discuss the contents of the enormous data package they received. Boxes of textbooks and reports corresponding to Project Mjolnir stacked to the ceiling, while council members debated the ramifications of continued friendship with the GRA Valkans. Concerned over deteriorating relations with Mu, a portion of the council protested against exclusivity. We already have what we asked for. There is no further reason to pursue closer bonds with these strangers. A blue-suited woman asserted her position. No further reason, you say? A man in a red suit asked with a posh accent. Dr. Halberd, reality shows quite the opposite. These technologies are but a fraction of the wonders in their libraries. Why stop here when we can secure more? Dr. Newman, Halberd sighed. I implore you to see reason. This greed can only be satisfied with a heavy price, she said widely. Should we entertain your fantasies, we will be giving up most of our secrets. Not only that, we will be forfeiting opportunities with the Muins, Mauritials, and potentially even the Americans. Heads turned, mouths remaining still. The council members looked at each other, digesting Halberd's worries. It was no secret that the Elysian Defense Initiative and the GRA Valkas Empire were beginning to exhibit distinct rivalry. Both sides had already begun to carve up nations and drag them into their own spheres of influence, with the GRA Valkans taking over Leifer, her subsidiaries, and the Konshal Islands. In response, the Muins began consolidating their allied factions, and the Mauritials finally exerted the power of their reputation. Even the Americans weren't shy of such imperialism, despite their democratic ways. After the Parpaldian-American War, they essentially brought the entire Third Civilized region into their fold. While everyone agreed that gaining the favor of the GRA Valkan Empire over the Muins and Mauritials was preferable, not everyone thought it was a good idea to sacrifice a relationship with the Americans. Recognizing this, Newman fired back before his argument lost support. Exchanging our secrets for secrets of the GRA Valkans' own is a profitable exchange, considering their level of technology. Doing so will elevate our own understanding of both magic and science, freeing us from our reliance on Muin and Mauritial scraps. He boldly declared. He relished in the quality of his words, confident that he could dissuade any worries about losing Muin and Mauritial goods. However, the elephant in the room still remained as an ever-present, looming shadow. Newman continued, with regards to the Americans, we can anticipate how they will react by studying their standard foreign policy. Analyses of American relations with Kwatoin, Quila, and the Philidian nations show a disposition for economic friendliness, including establishing infrastructure. They've shown no inclination toward sharing their technologies, even prohibiting the export of textbooks. Halberd stopped Newman from talking further. Hold on. That's an assumption that completely ignores diplomatic deals. This prohibition, it only applies to civilian travelers. We've heard of Muin and Mauritial officials finding access to American libraries and textbooks. Ask yourself, why would Mu and the Holy Mauritial Empire engage in close trade with the Americans? Bah, Newman scoffed. What you speak of is mere hearsay. You have no conclusive evidence for such dealings. You only need to ask the oracles. Their operatives have seen sites that corroborate my claims. A fascinating stall tactic, Dr. Halberd, Newman shot. Before he could tear down the credibility of Halberd's claim, the dean himself stepped in. Halberd's claims do indeed find truth with the oracle's findings overseas. However, we may not assume that the Americans would be so kind as to simply grant us their best technologies. They will likely ask for something in return, much like they've done with the Mauritials. Dr. Halberd, what can we offer them, and what can we expect in return? Dr. Halberd cooled down, brushing strands of brown hair from her face before answering. Sir Dean, I believe that we can offer the Americans the same materials we have traded the GRA Valkans. They too are interested in studying magic, as evidenced by their activities with their neighbors and the Mauritials. While competing with Mauritial technology is an arduous task, we still maintain one advantage. We know best how to integrate magic with science. If they haven't yet established the basic principles, we may guide them in exchange for technologies. If they prefer us to favor them over the GRA Valkans, then we may take a calculated risk on diplomacy. We may request for even more concessions. If they want the Magicaria community's support, they will have to provide us with technologies more advanced than whatever we are receiving from the GRA Valkans. The council members emitted a series of nods, excited over the prospect of receiving American technology. Like the laws of gravity, it was obvious that the Americans possessed greater scientific understanding than both the Muans and GRA Valkans. If the Magicaria could secure a mutually beneficial relationship with the Americans, then they wouldn't need the GRA Valkans' help. Newman's eyes twitched at the thought of losing their relationship with the GRA Valkans, and by extension, his lucrative and very profitable projects. Desperately grasping at straws, he eventually found one that could salvage his position, or at least delay the inevitable until he milked as much as he could from the GRA Valkans. This prospect, Dr. Halberd, is an enticing one indeed. I find myself inclined to agree with you on this, but there still lingers a valid concern. Halberd raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms. And what would that be? Our relationship with the GRA Valkans is already established. We cannot abandon what we have for misguided optimism. What if the Americans do not accept our proposals? We are then left with neither GRA Valkan nor American technologies, or Muan technologies, or Mauritial technologies. Halberd was left speechless, unable to construct a counter for Newman's concern. Already, she noticed more and more council members beginning to agree with his concerns. With nothing to say, she simply nodded and sat down in her seat. Newman looked at the dean, a white-haired man dressed in a gold suit. Sir Dean, the dean concluded the debate. I have come to a settlement. Both sides make excellent points, and should any of you find my proposal inadequate, you may submit a new proposal of your own. He raised a finger. Now, what I propose is a compromise between Halberd's view and Newman's view. We cannot disregard the potential of acquiring American knowledge, but we also cannot disregard the tangible boons granted by our current engagements with the GRA Valkans. We require more information before making a decision, so I propose we maintain current relations with the GRA Valkans while also growing closer with the Americans. We shall implement this strategy immediately, to be ceased and revisited only if either side presents us with an ultimatum. Any other proposals? Everyone shook their heads. Very well. We shall now vote on this proposal. Dr. Halberd in favor. Halberd stood up from her seat, proudly saying her position. Aye. The dean recorded the vote on a sheet of paper. Dr. Newman in favor? Newman didn't prefer the conditions of the proposal, but recognized it as a win. It was better than nothing. Reluctantly, he submitted his vote. Aye. The dean continued the voting process with the 10 other council members. It seems we have a unanimous consensus. This is now official. The Magicaria community will seek to maintain current relations with the GRA Ravernal Empire. While doing so, we will foster relations with the Americans until we are issued an ultimatum or reach a final decision. Council members, we will convene every month to review our positions. At any time, you may confirm or rescind your vote. Once there are 12 confirmed votes, we will proceed with the elected plan. If there is a tie, we will once more review the votes, in case anyone wishes to change theirs. If there still remains a tie, then I shall mediate and decide. The dean then used a gavel, signaling the conclusion of their meeting. This convention is now adjourned. You are all dismissed. Chapter 69, Glory to Leifer. February 28, 1640. Leophoria Leifer. The sound of rumbling engines shook nearby buildings as a lengthy column of tanks made its way down the Leophorian promenade from the harbor. The wide road the GRA Valkans traveled on was strong enough to withstand the weight of the tanks. As such, they didn't deign to pave over it, or remove the debris and obstacles that had accumulated during their invasion and occupation. Unbeknownst to the column, these heaps of trash and debris were perfect for hiding the latest weapons among the Leophorian resistance's arsenal. Improvised explosive devices. Wires unseen by the naked eye stretched from all along the street into a single shop. Thankfully, the streets were free of civilian activity, as all the locals had been scared into hiding by the strict curfews imposed by the Jare Valkans. Patrolling soldiers were also known to treat civilians with ruthlessness, subjecting them to rape and banditry. Vengeful thoughts consumed the mind of a bearded young man who stared at the column of tanks from a small slit, finger ready on the trigger. His fingers shook, trembling in anticipation. Then, he felt a hand on his shoulder. "No need to be nervous, Venereal," someone behind him said in a distinct accent unlike those of the posh Muans or the haughty Mauritials. "I'm not nervous," the Leophorian said, feeling a bit insulted. Keeping his eyes on the tanks, he continued, "I'm just excited. This will be the first major victory we see over the Jare Valkans. Don't worry, there will be many more to come. Just be patient and wait until you see the last tank." The Leophorian gave a slight nod, waiting in silence for several minutes until the column of tanks finally reached its tail. "Light him up," the man behind him said. "Glory to Leifer," he said as he triggered the explosives. A brilliant flash of light engulfed the first tank, followed by the next, and so on in quick succession. A current of doom flashed like lightning as a line of eruptions detonating, catching up to the convoys head a mile away. Thunderous blasts shattered the windows of nearby buildings, kicking up a storm of dust and debris in the process. The entire Jare Valkan convoy was obscured by dark smoke, rendering the results of hard Leophorian work inaccessible until a mighty gust of wind blew much of the smoke away. All that was left of the convoy was a trail of burnt husks as far as the eye could see. The Leophorian froze in shock for a moment, unable to fathom how quickly, efficiently, and easily the Leophorian resistance had just decimated a force long thought to be invincible. As the shock wore off, his open mouth turned into a maniacal grin, euphoria rushing in from the taste of victory. "Ha! Ha ha ha!" he laughed, glimpsing a newfound hope. He turned back to face the man behind him. His gaze met the American man's sunglasses, which did little to hide his surprise. "By the gods, Wildman, the Leophorian resistance was right to trust you. I can't believe I thought you were a GRA Valkan infiltrator," he said, slightly embarrassed. "This is only the beginning." Wildman got straight to the point. "I'm glad that this was enough to prove myself, but we should leave now. The GRA Valkans won't be too far behind. Let's prepare for the reinforcements." Now confident in Wildman's judgment, Venereal followed without question. "Understood." Somewhat deafened by the explosions and traumatized by the GRA Valkan invasion several months prior, most continued to hide in their homes and businesses. However, a few courageous souls ventured out to seek answers. These curious civilians began to celebrate, whooping and hollering as they recognized the scene before them. Soon enough, more people began emerging from buildings and joining the celebration, chanting "Glory to Leifer." Alerted by the plumes of smoke in the distance, the GRA Valkan occupation and landing forces quickly left their positions in the harbor to investigate. Shouts emanated from the GRA Valkan base as alarms blared and vehicles started. They ran toward the scene of chaos with unwavering purpose, their eyes failing to spot the shadows in their peripherals. Slinking through dark alleyways, Venereal and Wildman continued to push toward the harbor. Along the way, they linked up with a group of nearly 100 resistance fighters, all armed with captured GRA Valkan weapons. In a massive warehouse near the docks, Wildman met and shared a debriefing with their leader, a former Leophorian general named Malero. Malero walked toward Wildman with his head held high and extended his hand as a show of gratitude. "Thank you for your knowledge and efforts, Wildman. You've done a great deal in assisting the Leophorian resistance." His stature was much taller than those of the men around him, and even that of Wildman's. Wildman shook the general's hand. "No problem at all, General. The people of Leifer owe you a great debt for your services. How can we repay you?" Wildman humbly brushed it off, giving himself an impression of selflessness amongst the Leophorian fighters present. "You can repay me and my government by taking back your country from the GRA Valkans, starting with the harbor. The only other thing I may need is access to any GRA Valkan documents you find." Without showing surprise, Malero gave an appreciative smile. "A small price to pay. It is settled then. Once we secure the harbor, you shall have your documents." He then turned to face his men. "Liberators of Leifer, we are the spirit of resistance, of defiance against the tyranny of the GRA Valkans. For months we have endured not only humiliation, but outright oppression and the domination of our people. For months, we have suffered defeat after defeat at the hands of nigh invincible GRA Valkan forces. Today, this chain of defeats has ended. Today, we annihilated hundreds of GRA Valkan vehicles with great ease, and now we shall begin to take back our territory. He raised a fist in the air and yelled, "Glory to Lifer!" The crowd chanted back, their morale high. "Glory to Lifer! Glory to Lifer!" Another set of explosions sounded off nearby, signaling the destruction of the GRA Valkan reinforcements. A staccato of gunfire erupted soon after, representing the start of the operation to take the harbor. Leophorian men donned in camouflage-patterned clothing charged forward from the warehouse, blitzing through the meager defenses of the enemy base's flank. While the GRA Valkans were distracted by fighting near their front gate, the elite group of Leophorians was able to infiltrate the base, shooting at the GRA Valkans from behind. Malero and Wildman stayed behind, along with a group of Leophorian tacticians. With the men now gone, Malero felt it appropriate to finally say, "Wildman, while I certainly appreciate all that you've done for us so far, I can't help but feel that you have ulterior motives. The United States is across the civilizations and has little influence on this side of the world. What do you really want?" Wildman shrugged. "It's as you say. We have little influence here in the second civilized region, and my superiors hope to change that. While we may not be able to establish or maintain our influence here just yet, we believe it to be in our best interest to, at the very least, mitigate the spread of GRA Valkan influence. My government doesn't want to do this directly, instead opting for more subtle methods." "Such as sending an advisor?" Malero asked. "Precisely," Wildman smiled. "I'm here to show your people how to fight back effectively. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be materials such as ammonium nitrate or polystyrene here, but magic gem powder has proven itself to be quite a stunning replacement." Malero couldn't help but agree. "Why, yes. Your strategy of combining the powder with GRA Valkan ammunition did more than I expected. I never considered the possibility that we'd be able to destroy an entire convoy, although now that we've done so, I fear GRA Valkan retribution. I fear not the retribution they will enact on me and my fighters. I fear the retribution that they may enact on the citizens of Lifer. My government was able to get the GRA Valkans to agree to a set of war regulations not too long ago. These include the categorization of certain actions as war crimes, such as targeting civilians. We have yet to develop an oversight committee to enforce these regulations, but we will have it ready soon. The GRA Valkans won't dare lay a finger on the good people of Lifer if they wish to continue trading with us and the rest of Alicia." Malero remained somewhat unconvinced, but found Wildman's reassurance to be good enough. "That is acceptable." Switching up the conversation, Wildman introduced something new. "My government also has reason to believe that the GRA Valkans are beginning to mobilize for the conquest of the Hinomawari Kingdom and the Kingdom of Sonal. The convoy we just destroyed was heading south, toward the Sonal border." Malero's eyes widened in shock. "Goodness, do they seek to conquer the entire continent?" Wildman nodded silently. "I would hope not, but all the facts point toward it. So, are you helping us to delay their war plans? Or do you truly wish to see Lifer freed? Can it be both? We're trying to kill two birds with one stone. If Lifer is freed, then we won't have to worry about the GRA Valkans, and we will get a thankful populace on top of that. That would be the ideal scenario." Malero crossed his arms, standing his ground, and choosing to probe further for Americans' true intentions. "Why don't you just stop the GRA Valkans yourself, then? We've heard of your exploits against the Ravernal Empire. You could certainly guarantee a pro-American government here if you send a liberation force." "We know." Wildman thought about the restrictions that currently prevented such an operation from taking place, such as the lack of bases in the region for logistical purposes and the looming threat of a potential GRA Valkan atomic strike. Not wishing to disclose such information, he dodged the suggestion. "Unfortunately, the politics of this is a bit complicated. We've only found out about the GRA Valkans recently, and the folks back home are a bit cautious." After a brief pause to catch his breath, Wildman recognized a manipulative opportunity. "We don't want to start a war with a nation we know little about." The American's closing statement struck home, and Malero immediately understood his perspective. "I completely understand," he said, seeing parallels between Wildman's caution and his own government's failure to adequately secure information about the technologically advanced Jare Valkans. Discreet it is, then. In any case, you've been more than helpful to our cause. It's a blessing we received help in the first place, considering the other nations are now scared of or bending to the Jare Valkans. Wildman was reminded of the Magicariac community, which was currently forsaking relations with Mu. The Magicariac community, he muttered. If the Magicariac community is in league with the Gra Valkans, then the realization hit Wildman, stunning him. It won't be long before the Gra Valkans begin to incorporate magic into their technologies. If it's as simple as combining magic dust with explosives, then this could be disastrous for their next victims. The implications of magically enhanced Gra Valkan weaponry were grave, especially if they decide to combine the Magicariac community's powerful hybrid technologies with their own. We can't prevent Jare Valkan acquisition of Magicariac technology, Malero offered, but I can issue an order to evacuate Leophorian mages to prevent their capture and interrogation. However, this will severely impact our ability to fight back. This is something I cannot do, unless you have some means of leveling the playing field with the Gra Valkans. Faced with a difficult decision, Wildman stepped back. The government didn't want to spread too many advanced technologies, especially those related to insurgencies and guerrilla tactics. Homemade IEDs and mines could be even more dangerous when embedded with magic, and the United States certainly didn't want such information running loose in Alicia. I'll have to ask my superiors about this. Magic signal flares shot up from the direction of the harbor as the sounds of muffled gunfire ceased. I appreciate it, Malero smiled. Glory to Leifer, he saluted. Wildman responded in kind, returning with an American salute. Glory to Leifer. Chapter 70, Clandestine. March 1st, 1640. Otaheitmu, Embassy of the United States of America. Director Klein stood beneath a massive communications tower, staring up as he marveled the view. Wind sent his dark trench coat dramatically flapping in the wind, while his associate stood firm, shielding his eyes from the dust. Wonderful, isn't it, Minister DeVille? He said, looking over at the tall, black-haired Caucasian to his right. It is, DeVille agreed. Although, I fancy that you didn't request an appointment to admire your own technologies. Klein laughed. I'm not that narcissistic. Well then, if it's straightforward you desire, then it is straightforward you shall receive. Let's head inside. We can discuss this further. The pair walked into the recently built embassy building and were greeted by a cool blast of rejuvenating air, courtesy of magically enhanced air conditioning. DeVille looked around, finding numerous differences between the current embassy and the one the Americans had just moved out of. This new building was built with a distinct classical design, yet contained futuristic technologies hidden within, from a plethora of mounted screens and scanners to a system of camouflaged metal constructs outside. He could only guess them to be some sort of defensive system. Much like the other embassy, this one ran off electricity, supplied by the local power grid and backed up by American generators. Fluorescent lighting and humble wood furnishings decorated the structure's interior, with an indeterminable number of systems concealed inside the walls. As he walked with Director Klein toward the local field office inside the embassy, he noticed a strange commonality that stuck out in all American establishments. The Americans seemed to love air conditioning so much that, despite Mu's cool temperatures in the northern hemisphere, they went so far as to incorporate light rejuvenation magic into their ventilation systems. Even the new McDonald's restaurants that had sprung up incorporated this technology. Before he could give any more thought to the subject, they reached the office. Despite the office's new condition, it was already slightly cluttered due to the importance of the Mu field officer's missions and the influx of materials. Stacks of documents were piled on the main desk, giving a hectic impression. DeVille felt flattered by the pile of documents and asked himself, is Mu really this important? The two men took seats. As soon as DeVille felt the soft embrace of the cushioned chair, Klein spoke. Minister, I requested this appointment because I, on behalf of the United States government, wish to coordinate with Mu intelligence. A pang of concern, perhaps even trepidation, flashed over DeVille's face. Something tells me it isn't as simple as that. Of course, I'd be happy to work with you, but why? We have reason to believe that the GRA Valka's empire is planning to move on Moose soon. We want to prevent this from happening, if possible. If not, we want to help you resist the GRA Valkans. DeVille noticed Klein's word choice. The way he spoke implied an aversion to intervention. What do you mean? DeVille asked simply, hoping to get more information before he responded to Klein's stated objectives. Klein flipped a laptop on the desk, showing DeVille a series of photographs. These were taken over the Lifer-Hanomawari border and the Lifer-Sonal border. They're likely weeks away from invasion. From what we can see, they've gathered 200,000 men for each front. Once they've completed their invasions, we anticipate them to begin moving for their next step. War with Mu. DeVille finished Klein's thoughts. This is new information. Every time we've sent reconnaissance aircraft to the border, we were intercepted by GRA Valkan warplanes. How did you manage to secure these photographs? Klein answered vaguely. Our aircraft can fly higher and faster than theirs. I requested this meeting not only to inform you, but to recommend preparations. The ambassador right now should already be discussing a general exchange of information and military exercises, but the recommendations I propose are more clandestine. Clandestine, you say? What sort of operations do you have in mind? You've heard of the Leophorian Resistance's efforts against the GRA Valkans? DeVille looked up, scanning his mind. Oh, yes, they're the ones who destroyed a GRA Valkan military convoy and took over one of their bases. I wonder how they were able to wreak such havoc when their entire military couldn't do a thing during the war. That would be because of us. We gave some advice to the Leophorians, taught them the weak points of GRA Valkan vehicles and how to counter them. He downplayed the level of American involvement. However, there is only so much we can do, especially when we're so far away. Right now, the Leophorians have the spirit, manpower, and knowledge to fight the GRA Valkans. The only thing missing is supplies. Would it be possible for your men to smuggle explosives and medical goods to the Leophorians? Klein gave a slight nudge. The convoy that the Leophorian resistance destroyed was headed for the Sonal border. Must have delayed GRA Valkan plans by at least a month. DeVille understood Klein's hint. If he wanted to give Mu more time to prepare, it would be in his best interest to delay the GRA Valkans and disrupt their schedules as much as possible. To do this, he would have to support the Leophorian resistance. We have a dedicated spy network that receives supplies and orders from couriers. I believe it should be possible. Klein then produced a map of Lifer, marked with red dots and accompanied by a corresponding legend. Each red dot represents a GRA Valkan base. The larger ones are likely impossible for the Leophorians to take, but the smaller ones likely contain weapons and ammunition that the resistance can use. Does your spy network extend to any of these regions? DeVille leaned in closer to inspect the sites. He moved his finger around the map as he spoke. Yes, a few. My men could relay troop movements and other information to the Leophorians. The Leophorians are going to be very happy to hear that. That brings me to my next point. Speaking of information, I'd like to impart some gifts onto your operatives. And what gifts would these be? DeVille asked curiously. Klein smiled. Ever heard of asymmetrical warfare? Down the hallway in a large conference room, a different meeting was underway. Hoping to prepare the Muans and Mauritials for war against the GRA Valkans, the American ambassador invited officials from both countries to a joint meeting where they could discuss the Western threat. Military correspondents from all nations were present, with the Americans distributing material on German and Japanese weaponry during the Second World War. An American major paced around in front of a screen, dictating the contents of the PowerPoint presentation behind him. Analysis of GRA Valkan technology revealed that their designs are nearly identical to those present throughout our history, particularly from World War II. The standard GRA Valkan fighter is similar to the Japanese Zero. The standard GRA Valkan medium tank is similar to Nazi Germany's Panzer IV, and the standard GRA Valkan heavy tank is similar to the Panzer VI or the Tiger. We currently have little information on their standard light tank, but we theorize it to be similar to the German Panzer II, although it may have characteristics from Imperial Japan's Hago light tank. The schematics and documents provided to you show the specifications of each vehicle, along with their weaknesses. The screen flickered as new slides were generated, now showing a list of details corresponding to each GRA Valkan military branch. So far, we've been able to determine the defining features of the GRA Valkan military. Their ground forces appear to use primarily German-styled weaponry, while their naval forces use Japanese designs. Their air force is a mixture of the two. A new picture was displayed on the screen, showing planes sitting on a GRA Valkan airfield. We don't know how far along the GRA Valkans are when it comes to the development of these planes, but we can say with certainty that these aircraft are akin to the Horten Ho-229 and the Messerschmitt Me-262, respectively. They operate using early jet engines, similar to light discharge engines. A MUN official raised his hand. How certain are you certain of these specifications? The major answered, these specifications, top speed, range, and radar technology, are all assumed to be true, given the GRA Valkan Empire's current level of technology. Of course, we can't guarantee that all of these values are exact to the GRA Valkan counterparts, but they can provide a reasonable reference, something to build strategies and potential countermeasures off of. Potential countermeasures? A Mauritial commander burst out, standing from his seat. I am loath to admit this, but if these specifications are indeed true, then not even the Alpha 3 can contend. How then? Do you anticipate we develop countermeasures? Well, the American reassured his audience. The United States government is willing to provide technical assistance with improving already existing technologies, he said, looking at the MUNs, and making your magic more potent by applying scientific principles. His gaze shifted to the Mauritials. The MUNs and Mauritials conversed amongst themselves, finding the proposal to be adequate. Sensing there might be more to it, the skeptical Mauritial commander wondered. All of this aid won't come for free, I assume. What do you seek in return? Not much, the American ambassador stepped in. It's in our best interest to stem the GRA Valkan tide, without provoking them and letting them know of our involvement. Assisting you indirectly is the best method of achieving these goals, although we will request additional accommodations in exchange for our knowledge and expertise. The men in the audience looked at each other, thinking about their decisions. Might I also add, accepting these terms will also lift some restrictions on American military technology. Thanks to some recent adjustments in our foreign policy, you'll be able to buy modernized small arms and light vehicles. The MUNs were immediately ecstatic, their strong emotions visible behind their uncontainable smirks. As the premier mechanical civilization of the second civilized region, they simply couldn't pass up on an opportunity to not only further themselves, but to also catch up to the Americans and surpass the Holy Mauritial Empire. Access to American weapons could also significantly bolster their defensive capabilities against a possible war with the GRA Valkans. While the offer wasn't as tantalizing to the Mauritials due to their specialization in magic, they couldn't deny that American technology could nonetheless provide important insights. If they wanted to maintain their edge, they would have to take every advantage they could get. Thinking of the return of the ancient sorceress empire, they also realized that they had no other choice but to accept if they wanted to establish a solid allegiance against the forces of evil. What accommodations? Amuan asked. Like I've said before, the ambassador reiterated, not much. Hoping to emphasize this message, he explained, we only ask for mutual research cooperation and rights to enough land for a single military base to be established on each of your nations. The MUNs felt as if allowing a foreign nation to build a base on their land could harm their sovereignty and reputation. Despite this, the benefits significantly outweighed a mere insult to their pride. If allowing foreign troops on their land was the price of guaranteeing sovereignty against the GRA Valkan threat, then it was worth it. They nodded at each other and accepted the terms willingly. Having been looked up to by the entire world as the most powerful country, the Mauritials suffered an even larger insult to their pride. However, much like the MUNs, they saw the logic in accepting the deal. Above all, their priority was to safeguard Alicia against the return of the Ravernal Empire, their pride tertiary. Left with no alternatives, the Mauritials acquiesced, agreeing with the terms provided by the Americans. That settles it, then, the American ambassador grinned. I pray these precautionary measures won't be needed, but if they are, then the GRA Valkans will certainly find themselves in a world of hurt. Chapter 71, Rivals. March 7, 1640. Seattle, Washington. Light winds breezed through the concrete jungle of Seattle as construction crews noisily operated their machines throughout the city. Archmage Bromson stretched his wings as he stared outside the window of his lofty hotel room, wondering if he could be allowed to fly around for a bit. "I'm surprised these humans," he said with a hint of distaste. "Of all beings managed to create such wonders." Ambassador Crunch walked up beside Bromson, musing on the swathes of steel and glass outside. Bromson pointed out flaws in Crunch's remark. "These humans are not of this world. It would be unwise to characterize them like we do the others. Still, to see an inferior race accomplishing such wonders. My worldview is truly shaken," Crunch admitted. "Were it not for the ancestors' prophesied return, I would have worried for our future in the face of these new arrivals. We still have over a decade before anything is set in stone. Given what we know about these Americans, we might find ourselves hard-pressed to succeed in any conflicts against them." Roars of jets overhead echoed Bromson's sentiment poetically, instilling an emotion that had almost never plagued the Anonreals: fear. Crunch stared at the bustling city below, steel skeletons rapidly taking form to accommodate the city's unexpected growth. "I loathe to admit, but your judgment may be correct. That's exactly what my honest analysis of their military suggests," Zimmon voiced from his desk. "I must say," Bromson remarked, "I'm quite surprised you were able to conduct an analysis in the first place. They've kept us away from their libraries and technologies. Surely you haven't managed to derive military technology from their civilian technology." "Well, not necessarily, although I did make some inferences. If we take the discrepancy between our own civilian and military technologies and apply the same logic here, then we may assume that their vehicles and equipment operate similarly to their civilian counterparts." Zinman then brushed off the idea. "However, without much access to even their civilian technologies, there's not much I can say outside of a visual analysis of their vehicles on the road, and phones in their hands, and planes in the sky." Crunch tilted his head as he questioned Zinman's intelligence gathering. "How then were you able to adequately analyze their military?" Zinman smirked, almost dumbfounded by the manner with which he was able to perform his analysis in the first place. "The Americans were keen enough to prevent our access to many of their technologies, except for one important one." He pointed to the sleek television mounted on the wall, which was currently playing a news segment on a company's new magical air conditioning system. "Yes," Bromson remarked, slowly walking up to the device while rubbing his chin. "Their television is indeed full of information, but how much of this information can be trusted? If the Americans were keen enough to obscure everything else, why leave this television? If their broadcasted programs and channels are like ours, then they should have news, fictional programs, and documentaries." Crunch nodded his head, agreeing with Bromson. "It is truly curious that they would leave a loose end here." His attitude shifted to that of arrogance as he scoffed. "Not surprising these inferiors would make such mistakes. A pity their technology is so advanced." Bromson cut in. "Or perhaps they did not think we could discover much from their programs. Admittedly, a lot of their programs are simply, as I said, news or fiction. Even if we were to analyze their documentaries, I hypothesize a majority of them would be mundane and unrelated to critical technologies." "Congratulations, Archmage. Your hypothesis is correct," Zimmon said. Bromson responded with a smile, satisfied that he was right once again. Zimmon continued, "I did look through some documentaries. They were primarily about nature, in particular, the flora and fauna of Alicia, and history. The few military documentaries I did happen across were either about their historical wars, which discussed anachronistic technologies and tactics that were surprisingly similar to the ones employed by the GRA Valkans, and the technologies of Elysian nations. Curiously, I did also find a program that analyzed images of a PAL Chimera and our ancestors' satellites, the Mr. Network." Crunch reacted with disgusted shock. "Impossible." He denied the claim vehemently, only to concede once Zinman casually pointed the remote at the television and changed the channel to the appropriate one. "How?" was all Crunch could mutter after seeing undeniable, high-resolution evidence. "It might not be much information, but at least now we know that the Americans are capable of spying on us without our knowledge, and that they know of space," Zimmon explained. Crunch thought back to the video that Secretary Hayden had shown him prior to this trip. He remembered seeing a rocket launching into the heavens and a suited man planting the American flag on their moon, but he dismissed it as propaganda. Now that he came face to face with the truth, he began to realize that it may have been true. Even if it weren't, the video clearly implied that these people had knowledge of space and how to access it. In fact, their rocket was similar to the ones currently in design by a top-secret project. Bromson ended the awkward silence as Crunch mulled over this frightening revelation. "So, Captain, what else have you managed to uncover?" I broke down my analysis into several categories. "Since we're on the topic of space, we can discuss that now," Zinman said as he flipped through a notebook, showing his colleagues the information he acquired. "This content is arranged in accordance with accuracy. I shall begin with the notes that I believe to be the most accurate, based on cross-referencing between different channels. First, we know that the Americans are familiar with space and have accessed it. Upon their arrival to this world, they have launched rockets frequently. We also know that they have satellites, much like the Mr. Network, although their satellites have different purposes. From this, along with the images of the PAL Chimera, we can infer that their satellites can take pictures. This is how they can spy on us without our knowledge. This is likely how they were able to perfectly counter the Lurian and Parpaldian militaries with uncanny effectiveness." The more Jinman spoke, the more horrified Crunch became. Such achievements were thought to be attainable only by the ancestors, the light-winged people of the Ravernal Empire. The fact that mere humans were now challenging the Ravernal's domain was heretical. Worries flooded Crunch's mind. Would the analysts back home even take this threat seriously? If they were to reveal this information, would they be silenced for such blasphemous words? What did this technology imply about humans, who were supposed to be inferior in every way possible? The most concerning revelation is their militarization of space. This is something even our ancestors never attempted, as they lacked true equals. The Americans, on the other hand, fought in a Cold War that was defined by rapid technological advancement. Apparently, the Americans and their rivals, the Soviets, amassed stockpiles of world-ending nuclear weapons, which sounds similar to core magic. These weapons, like our ancestors' core magic bombs, were placed on missiles. To defend against these weapons and offer new first strike capabilities, the Americans conceived of orbital satellites, weapon platforms that could intercept these missiles with lasers. By this point, Crunch collapsed on a chair, his head hanging low. Zinman continued, "This matches with the video we have seen. Moving on to the more questionable information, I have seen a lot of references to lasers, starships, and space travel. Some of their material is clearly fictional, such as the events of Star Wars and Star Trek. However, some material was much more convincing, namely a certain program called The Expanse. It is set hundreds of years into their future, though, so I think it is safe to assume that the Americans don't have access to such insane technologies." Crunch released a sigh of relief. At least these humans weren't blatantly and egregiously more advanced than the ancestors. I also found that these humans use weapons similar to our own, from missiles to automatic rifles and tanks. I was lucky enough to see examples of modern combat in the form of movies such as Sicario and Black Hawk Down. It is clear that these people are not invincible or infallible, and can succumb to mistakes just like any other being, Zinman pointed out. I also made the decision to use a magic gem to replenish myself, so I wouldn't have to sleep. I spent the past nights further analyzing American media, particularly The Last Ship, to familiarize myself with their naval operations. Everything seems fairly similar to the ancestors' weapons. Bromson crossed his arms, finding something amiss. "Fairly similar, you say? How can this be? I've detected no magic signatures amongst the humans here, aside from travelers from elsewhere around the world. These people even claim to be a magicless society. Then, how can it be possible that their technologies are similar to the magic-based technologies of the ancestors? That, I cannot explain without an understanding of both American technology and the technology of the ancestors. Even we don't know the full capabilities of the PAL Chimera," Zinman added, stressing his point. "Fair observation," Bromson said. "This enigma will leave me wondering for quite a while." The two paused their conversation to glance at Crunch, who was having a mental breakdown over the loss of his perceived superiority over the humans. "Impossible. Impossible," he muttered like a broken record, face buried between his hands. Bromson placed a hand on Crunch's shoulder and attempted to reassure him. At least we know these Americans are quite friendly. As long as we don't provoke them, we have nothing to fear from them. Crunch looked up slowly, processing Bromson's words. This can't be. Our ancestors have never had to face a worthy adversary. This puts our plans in jeopardy. How can you suggest not to provoke them, when our entire mission is to provoke them? There will be no reconciliation between the Emperor and these humans. There will be no friendship between the ancestors and the Americans. Conflict is inevitable. And Crunch found himself at a loss for words. His unwavering faith in Ravernal superiority was now wavering, and his unquestionable confidence in human inferiority was now in question. We will adapt, Zinman said, and take the best course of action for the people of the Ravernal Empire. What will you do, Ambassador? Bromson asked. Crunch shrugged, his wings moving along with his shoulders. For now, I plan to continue with the original mission. We will. He hesitated, uncertainty gripping him. We will secure what information we can get and return home, as was planned. He sighed. When I thought that this inspection was going to be enlightening, I didn't imagine it would have turned out like this. I thought we were going to find reassurance? Affirmation of our dominance over the rest of this world. Zinman asked. Yes, Crunch responded truthfully. I thought I was going to squalor in some primitive establishment. I certainly never expected to receive amenities that are even better than what we have back home. Still, to mingle with these inferiors. I don't even know if I can call them that anymore. An understandable position, Bromson said. He paused before speaking again, wondering if now was the appropriate time to hint at Messiah's intentions. In a split-second decision, he doubled down and capitalized on Crunch's doubts and insecurities. Perhaps our lengthy isolation has deprived us of an accurate view on the other races and the outside world. Crunch stared into Bromson's soul upon hearing his suggestion. Bromson returned the gaze, standing firm. After a moment of tension, Crunch looked away, turning to face the window. Once more, he examined the sophisticated civilization below. I suppose you're correct. Maybe these beings aren't so inferior after all. Chapter 72. Esperanto. Note: before reading this chapter, I recommend you are familiar with the events of summoning Japan's Topa Kingdom and Esperanto Kingdom, alongside their histories. March 11, 1640. Washington, D.C. President Lee yawned as he took a sip from his morning coffee, trudging slowly toward his office. Upon reaching the door, he heard his name being called from down the hallway, a faint noise that slowly became louder as his brain woke up. Mr. President. Mr. President. Stephen ran toward him, papers in hand. Stephen? What is it? Lee asked, 1 foot already in the door. Is it about the Anonreals? Out of breath, Stephen explained, the Gramius continent has a civilization of humans. A drone sent by the expedition found a small, walled nation that is about to face attack by a hostile force. Expedition commanders are requesting permission to assist. Damn, it's still a month before the scheduled operation. What forces do we have stationed there? Lee showed evident concern on his face, genuinely hoping the troop count was large enough to permit aid. The USS America and her escorts, along with a small contingent from the Army. Ambassador Meyer is also present. Lee sighed in relief. Oh, that should be more than enough. What are they facing? Sir, drone footage shows minor wild beasts, similar to the ones we've encountered in Topa and in Calamik, numbering in the hundreds. It is unknown how many more monsters there are, due to the limited amount of drones and the sparse satellite coverage of the region. I see. Give them my permission. Have Meyer establish contact via Manicom. If the locals permit it, the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit should establish a forward operating base there after securing the area, Lee ordered. Since the Gramius expedition was now set to begin a month earlier, he wanted to set up logistics for easier exploration and survey once the main scientific units arrive. On it, sir. Kingdom of Esperanto. In the heart of the capital district stood a proud castle of post-medieval architecture. It was surrounded by a moat and stone walls that stretched several stories high, built to keep out the savage beasts that roamed the Gramian wilderness. Unlike most castles that were built with luxury in mind, this one was built for protection. Past the defensive layers, one man sat at the center of it all, King Esperanto. Your Highness, I have received an urgent report from the outpost beyond the Cal's district. A knight in golden armor knelt before the king, his red cloak gently floating to the ground. The sound of the knight's armor reverberated throughout the room, while Esperanto steeled himself for bad news. What news do they bring, Morts? Keeping his face down, he reluctantly played his part as messenger. The outpost scouts laid eyes on the archdemon Darkshield yet again. This time, he has assembled an army of 1,000 goblins and 100 orcs, alongside 10 orc kings and a single demonic knight. Their camp is situated on the other side of the Kinshiva Valley. The grave news struck the king severely. He rested his arms on his legs, holding his hands together as he leaned forward. This assembly is unprecedented. Has the Cal's garrison been informed? Yes, Your Highness. They request reinforcements. King Esperanto nodded. If the Cal's district fell, the kingdom would lose a significant agricultural exporter, along with 20,000 souls. He didn't think the army fielded by Darkshield would be strong enough to devastate the district, but he worried about a potential diversionary attack. Other scout reports have noted the presence of upwards of 100 demonic knights under Darkshield's command. The enemy used his kingdom's stationary position and lack of intelligence to its advantage, cleverly utilizing the fog of war to confuse and disorient the defenders. King Esperanto wouldn't allow the enemies of humanity to triumph. Gather 100 men to act as forward scouts. Send them in pairs of 2 and equip them with signal flares. Spread them across our northern and southern flanks. Send 1,000 men directly to the Cal's district and prepare to bolster our artillery forces there. Deploy 1,000 men each to the secondary layer cities of Hurst and Trost. If our scouts detect invasion from the north or south, they will serve as quick reinforcements. If the northern and southern borders are clear, they can reinforce the Cal's district. Excellent strategy, Your Highness. I will see to this immediately. Morts rose and saluted, his armor clinking as he did so. As he turned around to leave, the chamber doors opened. 2 guards held the doors for a sweaty, tired messenger who hurriedly ran in. Amidst the sound of the doors shutting, he panted in an effort to catch his breath. Your Highness. He quickly knelt. This seems urgent. Speak, King Esperanto said, grimacing slightly and preparing himself for even more bad news. Foreign humans and unknown beasts have appeared on the southern border. I've never seen such strange contraptions before. King Esperanto and Sir Morts shared a look of shock. Humans? Morts asked. Never before have we seen humans other than ourselves wandering the outside world. He faced the king, expressing his concerns. This could be an attempt at deception by Darkshield. Esperanto considered this possibility. Is there anything else in your report? Yes, Your Highness. The messenger exclaimed. They claim to have arrived from a base in the Topa Kingdom. Their dignitary explained that they are from a nation called the United States of America. They wish to make contact with us and, if possible, provide aid against the monster hordes. The land of Topa. That's where the emissaries of the star god defeated the demons. That's where the alliance took root. It is possible that they've managed to maintain the defense of the world since then, although I know not why they have yet to find us. I thought that they had fallen because of this. Morts recalled the teachings of the old legends, and how the kingdom of Esperanto was founded by the brave souls who marched alongside the great heroes of old to finally slay Nosgarath. Apparently, the founders of Esperanto could not make the full journey and was forced to turn back. Unable to find their way back home to the land of Topa, they settled in the Grimian wilderness. At first, they retained hopes that Alliance would find them, but over time began to believe that somehow they had been eradicated. King Esperanto asked, did these outsiders say anything more about their origins? I am not sure, Your Highness. I was dispatched immediately after contact was made. The messenger responded. Esperanto and Morts developed slight suspicions upon hearing the claims. Before committing to any orders, Esperanto asked further, and what do these contraptions look like? The messenger shrugged, not knowing where to start. These contraptions looked like no monster or beast I had ever seen. They looked to be armored with metal, or made purely of metal. Some of them do bear semblance with the tanks used by the emissaries, although I can't say much more as I have not studied the ancient texts. I apologize for the lack of information, Your Highness. Intrigued by the comparison to tanks, Esperanto stood up. Your information has been more than helpful, good messenger. He then turned to Morts. General, let's go see what these people have to say. Morts wanted to protest, still worried that the appearance of these foreigners at such a dire time was some sort of elaborate ruse. However, he could not deny the importance of a force from Topa armed with artifacts from the emissaries themselves, nor could he change the king's mind. As you wish, Your Highness. Esperanto Kingdom, Southern Border. 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit. Dozens of Marines and diplomatic staff lounged about outside the massive walls of the isolated human settlement, leaning on the vehicles and discussing current events as they waited for a response. Looks a bit familiar, huh? Baker pointed at the walls with his thumb. The walls were arranged in a uniform circle, with the exception of a small district jutting out. Let's hope we don't get eaten by some giants, dude. Titans, Nakamoto corrected. And bro, don't remind me, he said in a dejected manner. I was so fucking excited for Season 4. And then the transference had to go and cut us off from Japan. Now how am I supposed to know what happens next? Read the fucking manga. Assuming the manga was even backed up on our servers, Baker pointed out. Nakamoto crossed his arms, shaking his head. Don't jinx it, dickhead. Baker smirked and shrugged. Anyway, Nakamoto changed the subject. I thought we were supposed to already have established contact with them. Did we not have any manicoms? We do. A voice answered behind them. A set of familiar faces approached Baker and Nakamoto. Moa, I didn't know you were coming along. And Guy, how's LA? Baker smiled. It was a last-minute arrangement, Moa explained. We're here to provide local expertise and help use the manicom. LA's doing great, Guy replied, grinning like an idiot. How do you? Americans say, clapping cheeks daily. They shared a laugh at Guy's fortune. Attaboy, Baker applauded his friend, smacking him on the back. After a short reunion, Moa returned to the topic at hand. The manicom worked perfectly fine, but it seems that there were no recipients. This settlement likely has no such technology. Huh, Nakamoto commented. No manicom. So that means they were isolated from the rest of civilization all this time? Who knows how long they could have just been living here, Baker remarked. Moa answered. I think this could be the Lost Demon Extermination Army, led by Commander Esperanto. He explained the situation further, providing context on the calamitous events that preceded the relative security of modern Alicia. That info could be pretty useful. Have you told the ambassador? Baker asked. I have. Moa, as I caught a glimpse of a gate opening in the distance. It looks like we're about to find out if these people truly are from Esperanto's army. King Esperanto surveyed the alien men and contraptions below from a battlement. Above, strange tiny machines hovered in the air, no larger than a bird. They buzzed about like insects, although they didn't move at all. Below, massive metal carriages awaited in a line, men standing beside them. As he inspected the vehicles, he remembered the messenger's description and found it to be fitting. The long snout machines looked very much like the magic photograph of tanks documented in the archives, and the carriage-like objects were similar to the transportation vehicles once used by the emissaries. The key difference between the archived artifacts and the machines currently outside the gates was technology. These machines looked much more advanced than those of old. Curiously, the flag mounted on the vehicles also seemed strikingly familiar. Esperanto looked to his right. Mortz, what do you think? The messenger jested not, he admitted. I would still be wary about their intentions and origins, but seeing this for myself, seeing their people interact with each other, all of it makes me want to believe that they truly are a force from the land of Topa, sent to aid us. Esperanto nodded. It may be so. The garrison commander informed me of the conversation that took place after the messenger was dispatched. One among this party is an elf, who hails from the kingdom of Topa. It looks like that's him right there. He pointed at a blond man wearing armor that stood out from the muddled, camouflage pattern of the other men. And it looks like the other men, dressed in that dirty green, are carrying guns. If they are friendly, they may be able to solve our issues. The races must have advanced so much while we were isolated. That may be, Your Highness, Mortz agreed. I'll greet them personally, Esperanto said. Your Highness? I must ask you to reconsider. If this truly is a search party from Topa, then I must welcome them myself. We also lack qualified representatives. Who better to represent our people than myself? Esperanto deflected Mortz's concerns. Very well, Your Highness. Do let me step out first. The king agreed and climbed down the wall. Let's see what these people have to say, he said as he stepped outside, Mortz walking beside him. He approached a man in a sharp suit and the elf. Foreigners from Topa, I am King Esperanto, ruler of the Kingdom of Esperanto. State your intentions here. The suited man stepped forward and introduced himself. I'm Ambassador Meyer from the United States of America. We're here to help. Chapter 73, Esperanto 2. Kingdom of Esperanto. Southern District. King Esperanto's head spun from the roller coaster of emotions he had experienced in just a couple hours. Earlier in the morning, he was informed about an escalating buildup of hostile forces outside the Kinshiva Valley, which placed the nearby Kals district in grave danger. Then, he received news of an unknown party of humans and a single elf roaming the wilderness beyond civilization, unheard of ever since the founding of the kingdom itself. What's more, they claimed to be from Topa and even offered assistance to fend off the monstrous horde that was targeting Kals. He now found himself in the local keep, absorbed in a meeting with these foreigners. 3 men sat across from him: Ambassador Meyer, Captain Baker, and an elven knight, Sir Moa. Together, they represented an expedition from a country near the continent of Rodinius, hailing from the United States of America. Curiously, the ancient texts never mentioned a vast landmass near Rodinius, convincing Esperanto that their ludicrous claims may be true. The elf explained, according to our ancient texts, the legendary hero Kinshiva returned to Topa several months after their initial departure. He told us of their success in defeating the demon lord and the sacrifices of his comrades. The alliance leaders at the time asked Kinshiva what became of his escorts, Esperanto's army. He said that he ordered the army to return to Topa. That is when the alliance began its searches. Kinshiva dedicated his final months to retracing his steps in an effort to find Esperanto's army, to no avail. After Kinshiva's passing, the alliance continued searching for years, but eventually had to stop in order to preserve resources for the rebuilding of civilization. That is incredibly fascinating. We thought you had abandoned us, or worse, perished, he remarked. Although he was interested in these newcomers, he did not allow himself to be distracted. Following a brief pause to digest the new information, he swept aside his inconsequential questions in favor of tackling the exigent situation at hand. I would indeed like to learn more, but there are more pressing concerns at the moment, as you have mentioned earlier. You expressed a desire to aid in our defense, yes? That is correct, Ambassador Meyer said. He nodded to Captain Baker, who then produced several photographs of the monster encampment. These images were taken several hours ago, and it looks like they're preparing to move within a day. With your permission, we want to eliminate this threat before proceeding with our original mission of establishing relations with you and your people. Esperanto looked at Mortz, who muttered under his breath, Your Highness, we can't be so quick to trust these people. For all we know. Esperanto cut him off, holding up a hand. I know. These people could be part of some elaborate deception masterminded by Darkshield. He closed his eyes, releasing a deep breath as he considered his options. If we rule out bringing them inside the walls, would it be acceptable to have them repositioned to the Kals district by skirting along the edges? Mortz maintained his concerns, but agreed to the compromise with heavy reluctance in his eyes. That sounds reasonable. If they do turn out to be in league with the forces of Darkshield, then I would prefer to fight on a single front rather than 2 fronts. It is settled, then. King Esperanto turned to face the foreigners. You have our permission to provide aid. However, you cannot pass through our territory. You must remain along the outer boundary of the wall. Ambassador Meyer leaned over, whispering to Captain Baker, Is that possible? He remembered that the kingdom itself was situated next to a mountain range, the terrain of which could impede transportation. Honestly, Baker answered, I don't think so, Mr. Ambassador. We could get close, but at some point the trails and paths are going to be too narrow to fit the vehicles. It'll take hours to get around, if it is even possible at all. Meyer sighed in defeat. What about air support? Will we be fine leaving the vehicles here if we have air support? We should be. Let me check for availability, Baker said. He radioed the USS America. After a series of hushed whispers and garbles, Meyer asked, So what did they say? Baker shook his head. They just informed me that all units are busy clearing out the southern part of the continent. It'll take them at least 6 hours before they can rearm, refuel, and get here. That's all right. We can wait 6 hours, right? No. Baker's voice became slightly distressed. They also told me that the camp is beginning to move. We might expect an attack within 5 hours. Meyer kept his head low, revealing nothing to the king. Shit, he muttered under his breath. I can try to convince the king by letting him know an attack is imminent, but he has no reason to trust us. Baker shrugged. We have no other choice, Mr. Ambassador. This is our best shot. Meyer turned to face the king, but felt a tap to his left. If I may, Mr. Ambassador, Moa said. What is it? Meyer asked. He held promise in his eyes, as if a light bulb was shining atop his head. I believe I can get the king to place his full trust in us. How would you do that? Moa produced several copies of ancient texts, which included photographs of the old emissaries of the star god. Meyer's eyes widened in realization. He smirked, patting Moa on the back. That's an excellent idea. Thank you, Moa said as he stood up to present the texts to King Esperanto. Your Highness, I believe there is an urgent matter regarding the origin of these Americans that you may wish to know. I know time is of the essence, but I still think that this information may prove crucial in the near future. King Esperanto was interested in what the elf had to say. Very well, Sir Moa. Make it quick. Moa bowed slightly. He drew the king's attention toward a photograph that depicted ranking officers of the old emissaries standing beside the legendary heroes, posing for a group photo. In this photograph, there is a flag situated behind the group. This flag is also present on the emissaries' clothing. May I bring this closer, Your Highness? Yes. Let me have a look, Esperanto said, stretching an arm. He grabbed the image and placed it on the table in front of him while the elf stood over it, pointing to the flag. This flag, Moa explained, is the same one worn by the Americans here. Esperanto looked up and inspected the American uniforms. Sure enough, the insignias matched those present in the photograph. Realization dawned on him as he verified Moa's claims. Moa continued, after several weeks of research, we were able to prove that the Americans and the emissaries are the same. The original emissaries were a group of Americans who were summoned from their home world to defeat the demon lord. Now, their entire nation was summoned to, hypothetically, defeat the ancient sorceress empire when they return. The ancient sorceress empire. Good heavens, Esperanto remarked. In that case, why have you lot come to the furthest corner of the world? Make no mistake, I'm grateful that the emissaries themselves have come to aid us. But surely this can't be your primary, nor original, reason? That assumption is correct, Your Highness, Meyer announced. Our mission in the Gramius continent is to explore the region and locate any items of interest. However, while conducting a basic aerial survey, we happened across signs of civilization, your kingdom. We then made it our priority to establish contact. I see, Esperanto said. I must discuss this new information with my trusted knight. He turned to Mortz, who now seemed less tense. Mortz, I finally realize why these foreigners seemed so familiar. There is no denying that these people are indeed the emissaries themselves. It would be disrespectful to refuse their wishes. I agree, Your Highness. Although he still felt some suspicion, most of it subsided thanks to Moa's enlightening explanations, which corroborated their own initial thoughts about the foreigners. Not wishing to be the one man who defied the legendary emissaries, he relented. We cannot close the gates to the emissaries. We must apologize. Esperanto nodded, agreeing with his knight's judgment. Mr. Ambassador, I must apologize for not having recognized your identities. I will have the gates opened up for your people immediately. Meyer smiled, hiding his internal relief. Excellent. And Your Highness, I recommend we hurry. The monsters have begun to move. Cal's district. Safin smiled at the knight who once again stopped by her manor to court her. She remained friendly on the outside, unable to find the will to tell the man that she couldn't give her heart to him. She pitied him, wondering how she could convey this information while she tuned out his sweet talking. In a strange turn of events, a new feeling replaced her disinterest and pity for the knight. Bright optimism coursed through her veins out of nowhere, just as a rumbling sound emerged from the district gates. Clouds of dust rose into the air, trailing behind a mass of strange, horseless carriages. Feeling that she was saved by the bell, Safin sighed as Just-Eyed abandoned his attempts at courting her to investigate the approaching anomaly. Wait here, he said before proudly strutting off. Safin watched the metallic contraptions come to a stop in front of Just-Eyed and a patrol of his knights. "Halt," Just-Eyed announced. "Identify yourselves." The doors of the lead vehicle opened, revealing a suited man and Knight Captain Mortz, who opened the rear doors for King Esperanto. Upon seeing the king, Just-Eyed knelt. "Sir, your highness." Knight Just-Eyed report. Mortz addressed the kneeling man. "Sir, our outposts have reported no activity yet." He looked up, eyeing the strange vehicles and men. "Sir, who are these people?" "Reinforcements. To be specific, these are the children of the emissaries." Safin watched the interaction from a distance, walking closer as soon as she saw the king emerge from an unknown contraption. At first, she thought it to be one of Director Say's new creations from his Royal Office of Science. However, the moment Mortz revealed their true identity, she finally understood why her heart had acted erratically earlier. Her long-awaited hero, the man of her fantasies, must be present within this alien convoy. She rushed up to greet the newcomers, waving as she ran. "Your Highness, Captain Mortz." She bowed before them. "Welcome to the Cal's district." She beamed with a joyful tone. King Esperanto felt a warm sensation, happy that his subjects were doing well. A quick pulse of sorrow flashed through him as he thought of losing such great citizens to monsters, but the feeling subsided as fast as it had arrived. "What's your name, young lady?" "My name is Safin Eliezer of House Balthus." "What brings His Highness to the edges of the kingdom?" The name jogged his memory. "Ah, the daughter of the esteemed Dr. Balthus. We have brought the emissaries of the Star God here to aid us against the demon hordes." "Where's your father?" Safin responded. "Father is in a meeting with the town's council. He said he was there to talk about his findings before presenting them to the Royal Office of Science." "Do you know what the findings were about?" Esperanto asked. Something to do with orc bodies," she replied. Esperanto turned to Mortz and the strangely clothed men. "Mr. Ambassador," he called out to the burly, suited man. "We should head over to the Cal's town hall to inform the local leadership of our plans," he said, hoping the locals could help out with logistics and clearing a path for the bulky vehicles. "Their topic of conversation may also prove useful for your soldiers," he added. Meyer looked at Baker, who shrugged and said, "We've got time." Meyer nodded. "All right then. Let's see what they have to say." Chapter 74, Founder's Prophecy. March 11, 1640. Cal's District, Kingdom of Esperanto. Having been invited to see her father, Safin ogled at the passing views from within one of the emissaries' machines. The ride was, unlike those experienced with horse-drawn carriages, relatively smooth. Despite that, she took advantage of whatever bumps the vehicle encountered and pushed herself against the charming young man she sat beside, an American who identified himself as Captain Isaac Baker. Spurred by a burst of confidence, she eventually leaned on him, asking him questions about himself and the Americans. He claimed to be the captain of one of the emissaries' units, telling tales of vanquishing demons in Topa, helping conduct the complete annihilation of the demon lord himself, and fighting off a corrupted mage on a faraway island. The more he spoke, the more parallels she drew with the founder's prophecy. Dating back to the establishment of the kingdom, the prophecy originated from the first king, who expended his body's vast mana pool in his deathbed. He was purported to have outlined the entire kingdom's future in 7 chapters, 6 of which had already occurred in perfect detail. Only the 7th, titled Salvation, was yet to occur. The final chapter detailed the return of the emissaries, among which stood a valiant leader, a captain of a unit that defends the kingdom against apocalyptic demon hordes and a titanic dragon known to legend as Ajidaka. This captain would then go on to cast an ancient bombardment spell to obliterate the dragon with one fell swoop. With the threats vanquished, the first king prophesied the kingdom to enter a new era of prosperity. Meanwhile, the captain himself would return to his homeland, bringing home a maiden. Although not much was said about the captain's features, Safin had absolute certainty that Captain Baker was the fabled captain, and she was the maiden. Safin's obvious swooning became a significant topic of tease for Captain Baker, who felt consistent jabs from Nakamoto, who was seated to his right. Without uttering a single word, he could sense Nakamoto's giddiness, and felt as if he could read his mind. He maintained a straight face as he talked to Safin, using every ounce of his marine training to fight the alluring beauty of the blonde, blue-eyed elf. Thankfully, a sudden jolt saved him from testing the limits of his mental and emotional resolve. He instinctively reached to his left to prevent Safin from smashing into the driver's seat from the unexpected deceleration, causing her to blush heavily. "We're at the town hall, sir," the driver called out. "All right," Baker said. He exited the vehicle and in a gentlemanly fashion opened Safin's door. Together with Meyer, Moa, Esperanto, Mortz, and Justide, they headed for the town hall. Inside, several figures stood over a large petri dish filled with bluish blood and what appeared to be a shattered necklace. Seeing King Esperanto enter the main conference hall, everyone stopped what they were doing and bowed. "As you were," Esperanto announced. "Captain Mortz, please inform them of our intentions." "At once, Your Highness." Mortz faced the council members and Dr. Balthus. "We come to Cal's escorting the emissaries of the Star God, who are here to aid in the defense of the district. Council members, please follow Knight Justide here to discuss logistics and allow for the seamless transport of the emissaries' equipment to the gate." As they left, Dr. Balthus noticed his daughter and embraced her. "Safin, darling, what are you doing here?" "I came to see you, father," she replied happily. "That, and the emissaries wish to talk to you about your studies." Dr. Balthus bowed toward the Americans with reverence, asking, "What is it you wish to know?" Captain Baker stepped forward. "We heard about your research, Doctor. If there's anything useful you can tell us about what we're up against, I'd gladly appreciate it. And so would Captain Mortz and his men." "Right." Balthus brought them over to the dish. Several days ago, a meteor shower of some sort struck a region of mountainside near the valley. Knight Justide sent several men to investigate and called upon me to analyze an interesting discovery. They found dozens of dead demons. King Esperanto interjected. "I remember that report. Hundreds of dead goblins, dozens of dead orcs, 3 orc kings, and even an obsidian knight. Smoldering craters and burning metal all around." "Sounds like one of our clearing operations," Baker said. "In that case," Balthus said, "you have the utmost gratitude of the citizens of Esperanto. Because of your retribution against these monsters, I was able to study them and figure out their weaknesses. One in particular is significant. Please, take a look at the dish. There is only blood inside, from the obsidian knight. You can see it moving around, attempting to regenerate and break free from its containment." Everyone circled around the table and analyzed the blood with morbid fascination. The Americans most of all were concerned with encountering yet another phenomenon they couldn't understand, sharing worried looks with each other. "Now, observe what happens when I move this necklace closer." Balthus moved the shimmering red gem near the blood. The closer the gem got, the less active the blood became, eventually ceasing all activity when the gem was right next to the dish. Somehow, this gem can be used to control demonic blood, perhaps even the demons themselves. My guess is that such devices could be why the demons are more coordinated than we would have expected. How can we use this to our advantage? King Esperanto asked Mortz. "Our weapons are unable to pierce the armor of obsidian knights, and thus we will be unable to destroy or capture the necklaces stashed within. There is also no guarantee that every single knight will wear one." "Captain Baker," Esperanto said, "do you have any ideas? Perhaps the emissaries have dealt with such foes before." Baker inspected the shattered gem. "We haven't had to deal with monsters, Your Highness. However, I think our weapons should be able to pierce their armor. If not, then I am almost certain we can destroy the gems by inflicting enough blunt force trauma near the chest area." "Captain Mortz, Dr. Balthus, is there anything that remains of this obsidian knight?" "Yes," the doctor nodded. "There is a laboratory in the academy, right across the street. Can you take us there?" Baker asked. "Of course, Sir Emissary." Dr. Balthus led the group to the lab, navigating through a small labyrinth of offices and classrooms. As soon as they entered the lab, they were surprisingly greeted by fresh air, despite the presence of decaying bodies placed upon different operating tables. Stacks of magic gems were piled up along various shelves and containers, reflecting the high magic density of the Gramius continent. This site was a stark contrast to the electrical lighting of the facility, which screamed late Victorian era. The Americans set aside their curiosities about the walled kingdom's technologies as they approached the dead Oni, covered in a white sheet and clad in some armor that was too difficult to remove. The creature had rough, dark skin and short horns emerging from its head. Blue blood covered some of the sheets, remnants of previous dissections. Dr. Balthus gestured toward the body. This creature here is an Oni. We've not seen what an obsidian knight looks like under its armor until now. It's honestly astonishing how similar they are to the other races, yet so different when it comes to mana capacity and resilience. I had a lot of difficulty cutting through its skin. This could be a bit of an issue for our smaller caliber weapons. Hopefully their armor isn't too tough, Captain Baker remarked. If you'd like to test your weapons on the creature, you may do so outside, Balthus offered. There is a shooting range that our musketeers use to test their weapons. Baker accepted the offer. Curious about the Americans' firepower, everyone gathered to spectate. The heavy body was brought to the range and posted up alongside a wooden target by several Marines, who were then ordered into firing positions. Baker distributed hearing protection before issuing the order to fire. At Baker's command, each man unleashed a burst of 5 rounds, totaling 20. The locals all bore shocked expressions, surprised at the devastation that the emissary's firearms brought down upon the wretched body of the demon target. King Esperanto felt hope surge, confident that no enemy could stand against these masters of war. Meanwhile, Safin felt a fluttering sensation in her heart and stomach, growing ever more confident in her identity as Captain Baker's fated maiden. After the smoke cleared, the group went to inspect the body. The vicious thunderclaps weren't just for show. The armor was ravaged, and the body was bleeding profusely out of numerous bullet holes that tore effortlessly through the obsidian knight. Once thought to be impervious, the emissaries demonstrated just how fragile these feared demons truly were, or how incomprehensibly powerful their guns were. Satisfied with the results, Baker concluded that his forces could fend off the demonic hordes with relative ease. Dr. Balthus, Captain Mortz, are there any weak spots we should aim for? Although it was a silly question to ask, Baker assumed that he couldn't rely on established Terran doctrines and knowledge. For all he knew, these creatures had their brains in their arms. Considering the performance of your weapons, I don't think it will matter where you shoot them, Mortz said. Dr. Balthus quickly stepped in. If I may add, these creatures do possess regenerative capabilities. I also discovered that, like the other races, these creatures have nervous systems similar to ours. If body shots cannot defeat one of these monsters, you may find it more prudent to strike them in the head. Before Baker could thank them, he received a radio transmission from his men, informing him that they were posted up along the walls and ready for further orders. Thanks for the information. It looks like my men have already completed their preparations. Mr. Ambassador, I'll have Corporal Vargas stay here with you. Everyone else, he called out to the other Marines, let's move out. Tanks and infantry fighting vehicles formed a defensive line outside the walls, which were coated in dirt, blood, and scorch marks from previous battles. They sat idly, an unfortunate boredom for the men waiting for battle. Most passed the time discussing fantasy, wondering how similar life in Gramius was to popular fiction back home. Baker, unlike the rest of his men, had a slightly different conversation topic. Safin. She was giving you the googly eyes, dude. Nakamoto laughed. You gotta do something after this, bro. You gotta get her number or something. Get her number? She doesn't have a fucking phone. You dolt. Nakamoto shrugged. Shit. Get her Manicom frequency then, man. Can't lose that dime. Baker sighed, leaning on a part of a bastion. I don't know. It seems kinda unfair if I come into her life and then I'm dragged to like, Moo or something. Those GRA Valkans are planning something for sure. Maybe, but we're guaranteed gonna be here for at least a few weeks. That's gotta be enough time to figure something out, right? Yeah, Baker said nervously, surrendering to the enchanting attractiveness of the elven lady. His daydreaming was cut short by another transmission. Sir, I've got visual on hostile movement. Understood. Baker then addressed all of his men, ordering them to prepare for combat. Local archers and mages helped garrison the bastions, providing a secondary layer of defense to support the Americans. In the distance, monstrous noises were emitted from within the valley. Soon enough, the entire horde appeared around the corner, led by several obsidian knights. Contrary to prior intelligence, the winged man known as Darkshield was not present. As soon as the last monsters turned the corner, all weapons let loose. Bullets, shells, and rockets rained down on the mass of flesh. eviscerating the vulnerable goblins in the front of the formation and shredding the organs of the larger orcs and orc kings behind them. The Obsidian Knights, designated priority targets based on recommendations from the local military, were instantly obliterated by 120mm high explosive shells. Within mere minutes, the entire enemy formation was reduced to a mass of flesh and blood. Corpses piled up along the valley entrance, a monument to the emissaries' divine might. No survivors, a drone operator reported. All hostiles eliminated. Baker surveyed the horrific sight with nonchalance and slight concern. Something tells me it's only going to get harder from here. Chapter 75, Founder's Throne. March 12th. Central District, Kingdom of Esperanto. Having successfully defended the Cals district, the Americans, better known to the locals as emissaries, were invited to the royal castle for a feast. Escorted by knights on horseback, a column of JLTVs made their way through the capital, drawing the attention of curious locals. The convoy rolled to a stop outside the castle gates, fortunate enough to find a vast empty space where they could park. A retinue of royal guards met with the escorts, opening doors for the king and his guests. King Esperanto was then approached by his head maid, who was instructed to prepare lodging and a feast for the guests. While King Esperanto returned to the castle to help coordinate preparations, Captain Mortz remained with the Americans. "I'm afraid you may have to wait, good emissaries," Mortz explained to Captain Baker and Ambassador Meyer. "We unfortunately don't have the luxury of long-distance communication and can't prepare events in advance. I don't think we'll have any significant boundaries with the distribution of radios," Meyer said, hinting at potential sales in the future. "And even if we do, you should be able to buy manicoms from the rest of the world once we establish a road to this kingdom." "That sounds very promising," Safin said, looking at Baker. "Not only will we have access to everything the outside world has to offer, but we will also be able to keep in contact with outsiders." She kept her eyes on Baker's. Baker chuckled nervously. "Yeah, something like that. It'll take a bit to set up the infrastructure, though." Mortz allowed a smile, his suspicions being replaced by camaraderie. "Mr. Ambassador, we would very much appreciate such aid from the emissaries." Meyer brushed it off, remaining humble. "If His Highness is willing, my government has a lot of recommendations and offerings that can improve the quality of life here. Everyone's been living on edge for how long?" "Centuries," Mortz responded. "Ever since the founding of this kingdom, we've lost many to monster raids. Nevertheless, we have survived." Meyer gave a wholehearted chuckle. "And with new aid, you'll thrive. There are a lot of technologies that we could offer your people. Hopefully my government will approve." "New technologies? A voice emerged from behind. A scholarly man wearing glasses and a fashionable yellow coat stepped forward to introduce himself. "Ah, where are my manners? My apologies." He extended his hand, shaking Meyer's, then Baker's. "I'm Janice Say, Director of the Royal Office of Science." "Nice to meet you," Baker said. Say was instantly captivated by the rifle slung over Baker's chest. "My, that looks like quite a work of art." In an abrupt shift of tone, he returned to greeting his colleagues. "You've done excellent work finding the emissaries, Captain Mortz. And Dr. Baldas, what brings you to the capital?" "I have an artifact you may wish to analyze. It is a gem that somehow is able to exert control over intelligent demons, like the Oni. That is unsettling. That means there is someone out there advanced enough to bend these vicious creatures to their will. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Dr. Baldas. Bring the materials to my laboratory, please." Baldas nodded, directing a couple Marines towards Say's laboratory. Meyer gave a slight nod and smile. "So you're interested in our technologies, Director?" "Indeed I am," Say responded with excitement, switching from his somber tone earlier. "I've been studying the designs of the emissaries for many years. In fact, your designs helped me create our first black powder firearms. Of course, we also tried to replicate your tanks, but it's hard to dig for oil when we can't even go out and survey the lands." Meyer became intrigued, wondering if the people here had more conclusive proof than the Topans. Over the past year, the Americans have heard a lot about the emissaries of the Star God, but remained stumped due to the lack of evidence. There existed rumors about the fabled Philadelphia experiment and disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle, but the government remained tight-lipped. If evidence existed, it would have to be found throughout Alicia. "How do you know of our designs?" Meyer asked. Say explained, my office has access to magical portraits from within the archives, as well as preserved photographs printed from the emissaries' cameras. I'd be willing to go over these in depth after our feast with His Highness. I'll keep that in mind, Director. Thanks for the offer. We'd really appreciate some answers finally. With a raised eyebrow, Say wondered, do you have no records of the emissaries? Meyer shrugged. I'm afraid not. If such records exist, then they're locked away somewhere. Why would your government exercise so much secrecy with these records? Mortz asked, jarred by the differences between the emissaries and his own people who respected the ancient tales. If I had to guess, it is because of the incredulousness of the entire ordeal. For a civilization with no magic, it would be very hard to believe the events that the emissaries went through. I can see how that might affect the populace, Mortz remarked. Right? With Director Say's evidence, hopefully we can explain an inexplicable part of our history. And with your help, this kingdom won't be forgotten by history, Mortz said as he looked toward the castle. After half an hour of preparation, the king was ready to receive his guests. The castle itself was quite plain compared to the executive residences of even the Quatonians, reflecting the primary focus of the Esperanto civilization on survival rather than luxury and expansion. The entire layout and structure of the castle was designed for a defensive final stand. Despite this, the struggling people of Esperanto managed to incorporate a certain type of beauty to their architecture, representing hope and a yearning for lives free of fear. The dining hall was an example of this utilitarian beauty. The intricate swirls on the floor constituted a gigantic rune that encompassed the entire room, ready for activation in dire circumstances. The chairs had stylish backrests that could serve as shields when flipped, allowing defenders to form a phalanx. The walls were also decorated with evenly spaced battle equipment. There were more defensive aspects of the room, highlighting the combining the generally dichotomous ideas of form and function. Baker's men were relegated to the far end of the table so that Meyer, Baker, and Say could be seated with the king, along with the king's important administrative staff. Everyone waited patiently until the last guest arrived, at which point the king stood up and began his speech. He struck his chalice with a fork, releasing a resounding echo that captured everyone's attention. Citizens of the Kingdom of Esperanto, we are joined here today by the valiant heroes, the emissaries of the Star God. It is by their grace and generosity that, for the first time in centuries, we finally have hope for the future. Blessed emissaries, he said, turning to face Baker and Meyer. I offer my utmost gratitude on behalf of the people of Esperanto. It is thanks to you that we now enjoy safety against the monster tides, and it is thanks to you that we now have the relieving knowledge that civilization has persisted elsewhere in the world. Sir Moa of the Topa Kingdom and Ambassador Meyer of the United States of America, I hereby declare our borders open to your people. A round of applause erupted, with the typically rowdy Marines clapping a bit louder than everyone else. After a few seconds, everyone ceased their activities and sat back down. Less than a day ago, the king continued, I would have never imagined hosting such an extravagant feast like this. As of today, however, we will no longer have to worry about food shortages. Now let us dine. The hungry Marines, tired of eating MREs, happily indulged in the fresh meals provided by the king's culinary experts. Meanwhile, King Esperanto and Sir Moa discussed history, hoping to fill in the gaps for the Americans, who knew almost nothing about this region and its scars. Mortz explained the recent onslaught of demons. Although demons have regularly encroached on Esperanto's borders, they have never before practiced coordinated attacks and basic strategy until now. The sudden boost of intellect amongst the monsters coincided with the appearance of a winged humanoid. He called himself Darkshield and demanded our surrender or face his demonic hordes. Naturally, we declined and resisted. The past few months, he's poked our defenses, probing for weaknesses and learning our tactics, all the while testing out his own strategies. Do you know how many troops he has access to? Baker asked. That I do not know, Mortz said regretfully. The forces he has thrown at us thus far seem to be expendable. If the group you had just annihilated was considered expendable, then I fear what Darkshield considers to be an actual army. You say he is a humanoid with wings? Meyer asked. One black wing and one white wing, Mortz confirmed. Baker and Meyer glanced at each other, sharing a slightly frustrated look. What is it? Moa asked. Meyer sighed. We've encountered such creatures before. They hail from the Ravernal Empire. His people are descendants of the Light Wings. Safin let out a horrified gasp. The Ravernal Empire Light Wings? Those Light Wings. Meyer was intrigued by Safin's uncensored reference to the ancient sorceress empire. Evidently, the empire's true name never became taboo due to the cultural isolation of the Esperanto kingdom. He wondered if the people here had any further insight. Yes, Meyer answered. You know of them? Indeed we do, Say nodded. The founders' initial society actually discovered many of their ruins nearby. Faced with divine retribution, their citizens quickly abandoned Gramius and fled to their homeland. Even they didn't dare remain to inhabit this monstrous region. And you did? Meyer questioned, finding Say's statement and the presence of civilization here to be contradictory. Esperanto's dispirited face amplified the meaning of his answer. We didn't have a choice. Certainly, if we could retreat to civilization, we would have. However, we had no way of knowing what was out there, and we didn't want to risk exposing what we thought to be the last bastion of civilization. I see, Meyer said. And what of these ruins you mentioned, Director? The Light Wings left in quite a hurry. According to the ancient scriptures, this fertile valley was once some sort of outpost. Not much remained of their structures by the time we settled here, but it looked like they were intended for the study of the magic here, along with the harvesting of magic gems. Unfortunately, the founder was forced to melt the structures and mechanisms for their metal, so there are no examples of their technology. Except for one, King Esperanto interjected. Curiosity spiked throughout the room as even the Marines stopped talking, waiting for the king to reveal a tremendous secret. Esperanto looked to his right, toward the throne room. My forefathers have ruled upon an ancient relic, a throne made of unknown material and composition. The throne is able to enhance the user's magical abilities. This is how the founder was able to see into the future and record his prophecies. Subsequent rulers have used it over time to help aid in the defense of the kingdom or glimpse into the visions trapped within for information. Your Highness, that could be what Dark Shield is after, Meyer suggested. Can we see the throne? Indeed you can, Mr. Ambassador, Esperanto said. Follow me. As they reached the throne, Esperanto stopped by it and placed his hand on some sort of panel near the side. There is also a single compartment that can be accessed. Inside, there is a spherical device, but we have never removed it for fear of disrupting the throne's mechanisms. He then popped the compartment open. That's, Meyer said with wide eyes, pointing at the object. Baker finished his thought. A revival beacon. Chapter 76, Diversion. Velt Mountains. Located to the north of the Esperanto Kingdom and separated from its southern cousin, the Hoover Mountains, by Kinshiva Valley, the Velt Mountains served as home to a village of Anonreal workers. Dispatched by the Resurrection Management Agency, these agents conspired to complete several objectives, from the study of demons to the capture of a Ravernal revival beacon, hidden deep within the walled kingdom. At the center of this operation stood a winged man in crimson armor, Blancmar Darkshield. He paced around in front of an audience of his colleagues, kicking cold, tundra dirt around as he suffered a breakdown over the Americans' untimely arrival. How did they get here? How did we not complete our mission before then? How in the Emperor's name are we supposed to secure the beacon now? He bellowed, looking to his peers for an answer. They remained silent, as did the nearby Oni, shackled by their necklaces. Damn it, Darkshield trembled, fearing retribution from his superiors. Although his track record was consistently adequate, it gave no grounds for promotion or reassignment to a more comfortable position. Now, his record was about to be tarnished by a task that he could never hope to complete. General Byra, Darkshield said, gathering his composure. What should I do? Byra lumbered forward, stopping in front of Darkshield and kneeling before him. Your divine excellency, the Oni said monotonously, stuck in a trance induced by the necklace he wore. I recommend you first submit a report that exaggerates the enemy's firepower. According to the files, these Americans are closely followed by their aircraft and land-based war machines. Although we have not seen evidence of their aircraft, we likely soon will. By inflating their numbers, you can create a reasonable excuse for your setbacks and can request more personnel and funds. Darkshield smiled in relief, no longer shaking from fear. Brilliant, he yelled ecstatically, clapping Bahara's shoulder. This is precisely why you're the general. How incredible. He then turned to his colleagues, pointing to a couple of them. You and you, get started on a report immediately. Stress our circumstances and add some flair, but make it believable. Bring it to me when you're done. Understood, sir. The two men began carrying out their new orders. Darkshield then returned his attention to Byra. Now, General, do you think we can secure the beacon? Yes. Darkshield raised his eyebrows in surprise, half expecting the genius tactician to say otherwise. Oh, how do you propose we do that? Your Divine Excellency, I propose we conduct a multi-pronged assault on the Esperanto Kingdom. The longer we wait, the more the enemy can reinforce. Therefore, I recommend we strike from the valley once more, using that assault as a distraction. Meanwhile, a smaller force will attack the northern gate using a Gaullus to create an opening. Darkshield nodded along, finding wisdom in Bahara's strategy. Everything you've said is so far perfect, but how do we avoid detection from the Americans? We must assume that they can see any movement along the plains and prepare accordingly. We can counteract this by traversing through the forests along the base of the mountain. An elite cohort of warriors, Oni Obsidian Knights, and Orc Kings, can navigate the terrain quickly and reach the walls by the time our other assault commences. Darkshield's eyes shone brightly. Barely able to contain squeals of excitement and joy, he readily approved Bahara's plan and set it in motion. March 15, 1640. Central District, Kingdom of Esperanto. From atop the balcony of the guest house, Ambassador Meyer gazed at the lively city as citizens celebrated the return of the emissaries following an official announcement from the king himself. The setting sun illuminated the entire kingdom, as if caressing it with its warmth. Below, Marines filed out of their residences, eager to enjoy some relaxing downtime. Meyer smiled, seeing everyone enjoying themselves. He felt content, knowing that he helped establish excellent relations with yet another kingdom. He felt relieved, finally able to make peaceful contact without worrying about existential threats, such as the evil mage Mowley and his minions in Calamik. He knew that the locals were certainly more happy about relations than he was. King Esperanto most of all. Over the past couple of days, he and his staff helped King Esperanto lay out the foundations of several agreements, the most important of which dictated the guaranteed security of the kingdom. Of course, a prerequisite for this was the establishment of a military base near the coasts and near the kingdom itself, but such conditions didn't bother the king at all. The virtuous king expressed no desire for expansion throughout the vast, resource-rich continent, seemingly content with the land set aside for the kingdom. Perhaps the reason for this lay in the fact that the partition land was 100 times the size of the kingdom's current borders, but Meyer didn't think too deeply on this. Even the lightest of concessions, relative to other nations, can be considered by the people of Esperanto as incredible victories, solely due to their constant suffering and fight for survival. American demands were received particularly well once technology was brought up. Already, spare radios were distributed to the kingdom's leadership, facilitating expeditious contact between various districts. Even a group of local musketeers received training on American weapons. Already gifted with expert marksmanship, these sharpshooters saw their abilities improved tenfold by the upgrades and equipment. One of them, a man named Zabier, even demonstrated capabilities on par with men in the Navy SEALs and in Delta Force. Meyer was glad the locals didn't take these gifts for granted. He could have taken advantage of the locals, but they had nothing to offer to begin with, aside from minor relics such as the throne and beacon, all of which they were willing to hand over. Such prices were well worth it in their eyes, and the few doubtful locals who disagreed with the king's decisions were more or less respectful, opting to wait and see what happens next. Meyer wondered what would ensure stability in the region, but was interrupted by a voice from behind. "Mr. Ambassador," Baker said, "we have a situation." Baker's Marines sat in the castle's war room, groaning and grumbling. They returned from their short-lived downtime, responding to an urgent summons from their commanding officer. Also present were a dozen of Mort's officers and Zabier's musketeers, ready to receive orders to defend their homeland. "Looks like everyone's here," Baker muttered. He cleared his throat and readied a projector, much to the surprise of the locals. A map flared up on a section of the wall. With a laser pointer, he brought attention to certain regions of the map, circling them. I've just received a priority alert from my friends in the skies. They detected a massive buildup of forces along the other end of the Kinshiva Valley, much larger than the previous one. We dispatched reconnaissance aircraft earlier to investigate and have requested support from the USS America. Unfortunately, reinforcements will take almost 3 hours to arrive. This means we will have to hold them off until then. If we're lucky, the enemy won't begin their offensive for more than a few hours, and our friendlies can hammer their camp from above. Baker placed his left hand in front of him, palm up. On the other hand, they begin their assault as soon as possible. It will still take them time to traverse the valley, but we should be able to make it to the Cal's district in time and begin fortifying it. The enemy forces consist of about 10,000 goblins, 2,000 orcs, 500 orc kings, and at least 50 obsidian knights. I'll coordinate troop movements and positions once we reach the Cal's district. Any questions? Nobody reacted. Everyone was ready to run to the Cal's district. All right then, Mr. Ambassador, I'll have Vargas keep you company. Everyone else, let's get moving. A line of JLTVs thundered away from the central district, loosely followed by hundreds of Mort's knights on horseback. They quickly made their way past the layers of walls, only impeded by the tight choke points that separated the kingdom's districts from each other. After half an hour of driving, the JLTVs finally arrived at the Cal's district. Upon reaching the outer walls, they immediately began setting up, taking positions along the bastions, and preparing heavy weapons. By the time Mort's men arrived, the Americans were already finished with their preparations. Mortars, machine guns, and launchers were ready to be utilized. Tanks and infantry fighting vehicles were lined up outside the gate, barrels pointed at the entrance of the valley. Thanks to an early warning from Baker, a demolition team had even managed to place explosives along the valley's entrance. Although the team had little time to determine optimal spots to trigger a rock slide, they compensated by doubling down on the explosive material they placed. They were then ordered to wait for sufficient blockage to build up along the entrance before detonating their explosives, hoping to use both bodies and rocks to block the monster advance. With bated breath, the defenders kept their fingers on their triggers. A single drone hovered in the air by the entrance, operated by Nakamoto. 100 meters. 50 meters. He narrated the position of the enemy's vanguard from the valley's curve. 10-5. Engage. Baker gave the order. For thunderous booms heralded the beginning of the defenders' strike. 120 millimeters flechette shells impacted the mass of flesh in the distance, rending the lightly armored goblins in the front. The massive shotgun blasts were subsequently followed by rockets and a continuous blanket of gunfire. A few cannon and ballista pieces also contributed to the fight, scoring a handful of kills here and there. The emissary's wrath was unending, with squads and vehicles timing reloads such that a constant stream of metal was directed at the valley entrance. The sounds of gunfire and explosions drowned out the sounds of screaming goblins, who were demoralized and panicking. The fortunate few who escaped the worst of the devastation attempted to retreat, but were pushed back by a wall of their own kind, leaving no room for movement. Mercilessly, the goblins were pushed into the meat grinder. They were cut down, their numbers whittled down to half that of their original unit. The bodies of 5,000 goblins now piled up along the entrance, creating a significant barrier that impeded both the demons' advance and the Americans' weapons. The sounds of gunfire suddenly stopped, providing a brief respite to the horde of demons. Their relief, however, was extremely brief. Innumerable detonations engulfed the mountainsides flanking the valley, sending rocks cascading down onto the trapped goblins below. The demon army suffered massive casualties, losing most of their frontline troops to the combination of explosions and crumbling mountainsides. Although relatively unscathed, the rear of the demon formation, which consisted primarily of orcs, orc kings, and oni, were now trapped, unable to proceed with their assault. Baker moved a pair of binoculars away from his eyes, satisfied with the result of their operation. Nakamoto, keep your eyes on them. If they start to retreat or break through the debris, you may authorize artillery fire on their positions. Got it, sir. Baker then allowed his men to stand down and refresh. All they had to do now, unless the demons somehow figured out how to break past tons of rock, was wait for reinforcements to mop up the stragglers. To Baker's confusion, he saw a red flare pop up in the distance, toward the northern wall. He searched for Mortz, who he eventually found scrambling to give orders to several knights. "Captain Mortz," he called out. "Captain Baker?" Mortz squinted at the American, who was waving in the distance. "Thank the heavens. You're just the man I needed to see." "What's going on?" Baker asked. "What does that red flare mean?" Mortz looked at Baker with horrified helplessness. "The northern gate is under attack." Chapter 77, Diversion 2. Plays District. Screams and wails of agony emanated from a section of destroyed wall as blades clashed with each other. The clanging of metal was accompanied by occasional thunderous blasts from a gallus, a type of wolf-like canid that emitted explosive magic from its horns. Mounted on the gallus was General Byra himself, directing an elite squad of 50 Obsidian Knights and 100 Orc Kings. To no avail, the outmatched defenders did their best to slow the relentless tide of invincible armor. With their ballistae and cannons eliminated by Bahara's opening salvo, the defenders had no weapon that could pierce the Oni armor. Swords and spears barely scratched the glistening dark metal, while arrows simply bounced off. On the other hand, the Obsidian Knights experienced no difficulty cutting down the helpless garrison of Plays. With every swing, they cleaved multiple men in half. With every punch, they pulverized a man's skull. With every step forward they took, the terrified mass of humans took multiple steps backward. Only against the Orc Kings did the Play's defenders find any semblance of success. Albeit in the form of minor injuries they were able to inflict upon the bare skin of the monsters. Some arrows pierced the Orc Kings, only serving as an annoyance rather than debilitating strikes. Carefully exploiting their numerical superiority, the defenders attempted to isolate and surround the more vulnerable Orc Kings. However, Byra quickly caught on, and in an unexpected display of intelligence, Obsidian Knights methodically filled the gaps. They stepped in to assist their Orc comrades, preventing the humans from taking advantage of their numbers. Finding their losses unbearable and their ability to fight diminished, the defenders retreated to regroup with the 1,000-strong legion of reinforcements stationed in Hurst, the closest city to Plays. A few remained, using whatever tools they had to stem the demonic tide. They used oil and flaming arrows to ambush the enemy's predictable advance, forcing them to reposition and travel a different path to their destination. Unfortunately for the defenders, there was only so much oil to be used. Their numbers and supplies dwindled, forcing them to retreat. With little resistance, Bahara's army carved a path through Plays carelessly, emboldened by the Gaullus behind them. They moved with purpose, spending as little time as possible on combat, and instead focusing on distance. They ignored civilians and the rest of the town, seemingly dead focused on reaching the central district, which was over half a day's march away. As Bahara's army approached the outer limits of the district, they were faced with another massive gate. At the base, the reinforcements from Hurst had gathered with the battered Plays garrison for their last stand. Sparing no time for a dramatic confrontation, Byra immediately loosed a volley of explosions from his Gaullus, decimating as much heavy weaponry as he could. In retaliation, the surviving cannons and ballistae targeted the Gaullus. Devastating attacks that could have easily eliminated Obsidian Knights and Orc Kings were instead wasted on nothing. The Gaullus evaded the projectiles nimbly, jumping from rooftop to rooftop. As it did so, it fired back with uncanny accuracy, destroying the remaining artillery pieces. Meanwhile, the battle continued to rage on the ground. Humans were cut down mercilessly, with only the most skilled swordsmen and several beastmen managing to hold their own against their more powerful opponents. Alas, no amount of skill or strength was enough to overcome the difference in power between the two armies. The kingdom's men lost their numerical advantage, the Gaullus helping to expedite their culling. Eventually, only a tiny handful of survivors remained. 10 men stood valiantly, battered yet defiant. To their surprise, the demons ceased their actions, standing by as their leader approached them. Heavy footsteps heralded the arrival of the Gaullus, upon which Byra issued a final ultimatum to the survivors. "You have fought admirably, but certainly you see the futility of your continued defiance. Open the gate, and your lives shall be spared. Refuse, and we shall return to raise this district after we complete our objectives." The commanding officer stepped forward, spitting toward Byra. You demons will be smitten by the emissaries, and I pray your entire kind is extinguished." Baira frowned. Although the gesture wasn't visible to the defenders, the mention of the emissaries rattled him, but the feelings dissipated as the gem around his neck glowed brighter. "You, nor any of your pathetic kind, will live to see that day." Amidst sounds of battle, a small platoon of guards stood outside the play's district, barricading it with items pulled from nearby abandoned buildings. On the other side, fighting continued to rage with the demonic cries of orc kings blending in with the death throes of human and beastman knights. They ignored the suffering of their comrades, focusing on their orders to hold the vital choke point and prevent the enemy from breaching the third layer. One of the knights suddenly stopped what he was doing, his attention drawn to something in the distance. A cloud of dust approached them, originating from the direction of Hurst. He placed a jar of oil down, informing his commanding officer of the unknown arrivals. "Sir, do we have any more reinforcements coming?" "I don't believe so, but thank the heavens if those really are reinforcements," a gray-furred wolfman said, turning to squint at the figures in the distance. "Those look like metal carriages?" He began to grin from joy, feeling blessed. "The emissaries. They've come to aid us," he announced. The commanding officer walked forward, ready to greet the carriages, which spread out in a semicircle around the gate before coming to a stop. He walked toward the center vehicle, from which emerged a burly man dressed in a camouflaged uniform and another man with a familiar face, Knight Captain Mortz. "Sir." The wolfman saluted. Mortz held his hand up as he walked toward the wolfman. "At ease, Commander," Mortz said. "What's the situation here?" The wolfman responded. "We have continued to barricade the gate, as instructed. Our brothers still fight on the other side, but I fear they are losing. The sounds of battle have since died down." Mortz looked at the gate with sorrow-laden eyes. "I see. Commander, have your men fall back to the vehicles. Let the emissaries handle this." The wolfman nodded and brought his men behind the JLTVs. Meanwhile, a drone flew over the wall, scouting the battlefield. "What do you see?" Baker asked Nakamoto. Nakamoto shook his head. "Not good. They've got about 50 Oni and 100 orc kings, plus some sort of giant wolf." "Giant wolf?" Mortz asked, overhearing the conversation. He walked over to Baker and Nakamoto, his eyes widening once he saw the creature on the video feed. Noticing Mortz's reaction, Baker asked, "What is it?" "That's the Gallus. It's a creature with exceptional mobility and the ability to shoot explosive magic from its horns. Unfortunately, that is the extent of my knowledge." "Sir." Moa. The elf picked his memory, explaining, "If I recall correctly, the Gallus magic is comparable to one of your grenades or handheld rockets. The legends describe a battle between your tanks and demonic Galluses. Although the creatures were unable to pierce the armor of the tanks, they did manage to disable a few." "Damn, we're gonna have to take that thing out ASAP then." He pointed toward a pair of Nordic-looking men, giving them orders. "Richardson and Eigel, take your squads and handle it. Wait for a clear shot. We can't afford to miss if small arms prove to be ineffective. Everyone else, focus on the infantry." While everyone else got in position, Nakamoto kept track of the enemy's movements. He monitored the status of the battle in dismay, watching as allied numbers dwindled. Eventually, only 10 remained. "Sir, looks like their leader is talking to the survivors now." Baker kept his rifle aimed at the gate as he looked over toward Nakamoto's tablet. One of the allied knights spat at the Oni leader. A subsequent explosion then rattled the gate, leaving nothing remaining of the surviving men. "Get ready." Another explosion rocked the gate, causing more debris to fall from the reinforced wall. Tensions raised as blasts continued to damage the gate. A final attack sent the reinforced stone gate crashing backward, crushing the makeshift barricade set up by the knights and producing a massive cloud of dust. Bulky silhouettes appeared and marched through with confidence, only to be gunned down immediately by the Americans. Bolstered by their recent overwhelming victory and enraged by the deaths of their comrades, the impulsive orc kings charged forward. In contrast, the more methodical Oni took cover behind the walls while the orc kings rushed toward their doom. The orc kings couldn't even make it halfway to their targets before they were annihilated, staining the dirt below with green blood. The gunfire ceased as the last orc king was slain. "Where are the Oni?" Baker asked Nakamoto. "Still behind the walls, sir." "Okay, Let me know if. Nakamoto cut him off. Movement, he announced. While everyone else took aim, Nakamoto gave updates. It's backing up along the right side. It's running toward the center. The beast jumped from the right side of the gate to the left in a quick motion as bullets whizzed past it. The nimble creature was in the Americans' lines of fire for only a split second. Despite the Marines' quick reflexes, they were barely able to land a few minor hits on the Gaullus. He's testing our reaction and scouting our numbers, Mortz muttered. Baker kept his rifle at the ready, eyes beginning to tear up due to his refusal to blink. His heartbeat began to beat faster for every second that passed, anxiety building up the longer the Gaullus remained hidden behind the walls. Wait for a clear shot, he reminded his men. Their tensions culminated when the beast broke away from its stationary position by the wall and sprinted out the gates. Immediate gunfire rained down on the beast's face, temporarily preventing it from unleashing attacks. Large-caliber machine guns pierced the beast's skin with enough lethality to hinder its mobility, while small arms fire and grenades effectively suppressed it. With the Gaullus distracted, Richardson and Eigel jumped on the opportunity. The Oni general watched as a blazing trail of light emerged from AM-72 Law, rocketing toward the Gaullus. A testament to his quick reflexes, he jumped off in the nick of time. He was blown away by the blast, but otherwise survived the worst of the attack, which left the Gaullus a smoldering heap of scorched flesh. With a resounding clang, Bahara's body landed several meters away. Several seconds later, Baker and Mort's men were greeted by an unexpected but welcome sight: the surrender of the remaining Oni. The Obsidian Knights appeared from behind the walls, their arms raised. Puzzled by the abrupt decision, Baker stared at the surrendering knights in shock. "Hold your fire," he ordered, raising his right hand. He then called a combat medic to help ascertain the Oni general's status. As he walked toward the downed general, the Oni came to a stop in an attempt to demonstrate their peaceful intentions. Nevertheless, the Americans kept their weapons trained on the group. A low groan greeted Baker's ears as he approached the general, followed by a request for forgiveness. "Forgive me, emissaries," the Oni general said, struggling to get up. "Identify yourself," Baker ordered, maintaining his distance from the general. The Oni general stared at the remains of a gem in his hand as he answered, "I am Oni General Baira. I was controlled by the influence of this necklace," he said, gesturing to the damaged jewelry. "Until now. With my mind my own once more, I give you my unconditional surrender." He then knelt. "Please, emissaries, forgive me and my men for our actions. We were not ourselves." In the distance, a squadron of helicopters converged on the remnants of the diversionary army trapped in the Kinshiva Valley, preparing to unleash their arsenals. Baker reached for his communicator, informing the pilots to avoid targeting the Oni. "Thank you," Baira said, removing his helmet and revealing a black-skinned humanoid with 3 horns on his head and golden eyes. "I am in your debt." Baker nodded before walking off and informing his superiors of the successful defense of Esperanto. An hour later, Esperanto reinforcements arrived to secure the new prisoners, preparing them for questioning. Chapter 78, Last Resort. March 13th. Bagra Volcano, Vite Mountains. Damn this operation. Damn those cursed emissaries. Darkshield swung his sword and unleashed a blade of fire at a nearby structure, once a barracks for Bahara's army, setting it ablaze. "How am I to return to the homeland now?" he yelled at the sky, tormented by the chagrin of his failures. Darkshield's colleagues stood by in silence as their superior officer threw a tantrum, unwilling to potentially provoke him further by speaking or moving. They allowed Darkshield to continue his monologuing tirade. His voice roughened by rage and embarrassment, Darkshield ranted, "Those cursed emissaries think they can impede my glorious rise? They dare strip me from my promotion? Oh, ho ho." He began to laugh maniacally. "Oh, now they've gone and done it." One of the winged men looked to his co-worker beside him, holding his hand to his mouth as he whispered, "Joel, I think lunacy has beset Sir Darkshield." Joel subtly distanced himself from his co-worker, holding a finger to his mouth as he did so. "Marsh," Darkshield screamed, pointing his blade at the Anonreal who dared to speak. "Do you have something to say? Perhaps you know how to rid these lands of the emissaries." He strode toward the now panicking man. Marsh stood upright, shivering from terror. "I have nothing to say, sir. I wholly empathize with your plight against the cursed emissaries, sir. Much to Marsh's perturbation, Darkshield sneered. I'm fairly certain you uttered a different set of words. Now, why don't you demonstrate your solidarity with me? You empathize with my plight, yet do nothing to aid me, only providing words. Darkshield inched closer to his subordinate, placing his blade under Marsh's chin. If you have no plan, then I may as well decide that you are of no use to me, he threatened, lacing his sinister words with toxin. Marsh raised his hands, shaking in fear. I have a plan. I have a plan. He yelped pathetically. Darkshield simply stared at the terrified man in response, his silent gaze boring into Marsh's very soul, as if saying, well then, I'm waiting. Amidst a series of stutters, Marsh was able to propose an idea. I think we can send another army to Esperanto. We have no army left. Our best general and all of our demonic forces are gone. No, I don't mean them, Marsh said, attempting to buy time while he thought of a plan to save his life. Darkshield's powerful silence struck Marsh yet again, granting him little reprieve for his mind to think rationally. In a surprising change of behavior, Marsh smirked, no longer terrified of Darkshield. I know what we can do, he said confidently. We can unleash the test subjects of the Vite facility. Darkshield smiled ominously, finding some value in Marsh's proposal. It's a good thing we never informed the director of the facility. Very well, let us release the cursed bloodhounds. Oh, and let us release the Ajidaka as well. The bloodhounds will be attracted to the food source of Esperanto, and the Ajidaka will be attracted to the magical energies of the bloodhounds. Then, when they have moved on from Esperanto and targeted the civilizations of Phalades, we shall pick through the ruins of Esperanto for the beacon. March 15th. Kingdom of Esperanto. Following extensive rounds of questioning, the Oni were deemed to be innocent and indeed under the influence of some sort of mind control device, as demonstrated by Dr. Baldas and a team of experienced American and Mauritial scientists. Now free of guilt, Byra finally decided to ask the emissaries for assistance and requested a meeting with the American leadership. Captain Baker, Ambassador Riker, he addressed the two men. General Byra, Riker greeted him. Please accept my apologies for the confinement. I hope you understand why we had to do that. Byra brushed it off. Oh, I assure you I do. I would have taken the same precautions, but I'm glad the innocence of myself and my men have been proved. Come to think of it, how'd that necklace end up around you anyway? Baker asked. Alas, that subject is precisely what I am here to discuss. To provide context, I once served as personal guard for Her Highness Princess Ilia of my motherland, Hyskanen. One day, a mysterious stranger showed up along the borders to our kingdom, a winged man in crimson armor. Not long after his appearance, Her Highness disappeared. I was lured to his domain by guarantees for the princess' safety. If I complied with his wishes, he would return the princess safely to the kingdom. Initially, his demands were mundane. He asked to sample my blood and perform random tasks like casting basic magic. His requests were never unthinkable, until several weeks later when he asked me to put on a necklace. The mind control necklace, Riker murmured. Yes, Byra said, hiding feelings of potent regret that surfaced at the mention of the artifact. He gave me more tasks, each one a more significant test of obedience than the former, until he finally grew satisfied with his results. By this point, I was a prisoner trapped in my own body, aware of the atrocities I was forced to commit. I helped Darkshield convince a contingent of my own men to follow me in a mission to save the princess, and distributed necklaces among them. He then sighed in disappointment. I told them that the necklaces were powerful artifacts that could help boost our magical abilities, and they believed me. For months, we remained slaves to Darkshield's will. Now that we are freed from his influence, we ask for your assistance in helping us capture Darkshield so we may find the princess' whereabouts. Baker looked at Riker, whispering to him, eliminating hostile threats falls within our mission parameters, but it looks like this Darkshield character might be in a non-real. Up to you if you want to designate him a hostile threat. Riker nodded and turned back to Byra without hesitation. Confidently, he accepted Bahara's request. Darkshield is a threat to us all if allowed to freely roam the Gramius continent. Although we are familiar with his nationality, we are not afraid of sparking an international incident against perpetrators of criminal behavior. We will help you capture him. March 20th. Camp Kaiju, 10 miles southwest of Esperanto. Yet to be affected by the stimulative effects of his coffee, Captain Baker rubbed his eyes as he sifted through another stack of paperwork, courtesy of the recently arrived reinforcements from the USS Theodore Roosevelt and her associated fleet. The new arrivals consisted primarily of engineering and construction personnel who were already nearing completion of a rudimentary airfield. Despite the tediousness of working with the documents, Baker nonetheless felt a sense of security now that their gramious operation was finally in full swing. Carrier Strike Group 9 provided a significant boost to their lackluster air power, replacing the USS America's helicopters and F-35s as the dominant aerial force of the region. Constant surveys and scouts continued to identify pockets of monsters, which were promptly destroyed. Several UAVs had been tasked to search for Dark Shield, but had so far been unsuccessful until recently. Yesterday, they spotted smoke coming from a supposedly dormant volcano. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the smoke was from an artificial source, likely from Dark Shield. A follow-up scan of the region found nothing further, so Baker determined that it would be a waste of resources to pursue Dark Shield into the uncharted wilderness, especially when that meant repositioning men away from Esperanto. According to Byra, Dark Shield was after a Ravernal revival beacon, confirming their suspicions. As such, Baker opted to wait for Dark Shield to come to him. With Dark Shield's army wiped out, Baker and other strategists anticipated that the Anonreal would attempt to pursue one of three strategies: flee the continent, raise another army, or attempt to infiltrate Esperanto. If Dark Shield attempted to flee, any sign of it would be easily detected, unless he used teleportation magic or rode all the way to Fillades. Escaping would additionally imply that Dark Shield was willing to face the consequences of failure, which Byra assured was not a facet of his personality. If Dark Shield attempted to raise another army, he wouldn't be able to hide such large movements, and could thus be raided. If he tried to infiltrate Esperanto, he would be easily caught by surveillance teams equipped with a variety of sensors. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Dark Shield had no options in the eyes of the Americans, who knew Dark Shield will have to play his hand eventually. Unfortunately, he did indeed play his hand, revealing an unexpected deck. Much to the surprise of Baker, he was beset by an urgent communique from an intelligence team on the USS Theodore Roosevelt. "Captain, we're seeing a large formation headed your way from the Bagra volcano. ETA, 2 hours. Sending visual feed now." A live broadcast of the described formation popped up on Baker's tablet, showing hundreds of unidentifiable, truck-sized monsters rushing toward Esperanto. "Shit," Baker said as he immediately reached for his communicator and alerted his men of the situation. Alarms blared, sending the inactive base into a frenzy of activity. In mere moments, Moa and Byra arrived at Baker's tent, ready to provide expertise. "Ah, there you are. What are these?" Baker showed them the video feed. Moa shook his head. "I'm not sure. We've never encountered such creatures before, nor have any of Topa's ancestors." Byra, on the other hand, knew clearly what the monsters were. Those are cursed bloodhounds. They're the original creature that the Gaullus is modeled after. Each one possesses firepower equivalent to one of your tanks, and are so lethal that, according to legend, even the Ravernals suffered losses against these beasts. Granted, they were trying to capture one with infantry, but we have no such need. "I see where you're going with this. I'll request an airstrike on the formation. Should take care of the entire group," Baker said calmly. The moment he went to go contact the USS Theodore Roosevelt, he received another communication from them. "Captain, we've spotted something new. It's massive," the operator said, at a loss for words. "Sending you visuals now." The moment Baker and his associates laid eyes on the creature, their hearts dropped. "What the fuck?" Baker asked aloud. "Is that King Ghidorah?" Other command officers began to crowd the nearby screens, afflicted by the same shock as Baker. Amidst a flurry of conversation, Baker asked Moa and Byra to identify the creature. "That's the legendary Ajidaka," Byra explained, tone struck by fear. "According to our historical records, the beast was somehow detained by the Ravernal Empire following a massive battle that weakened it. It is known for its ability to shoot lightning at targets." "From its mouth?" Baker asked. "Yes, from its mouth. It also has regenerative capabilities that we theorize are similar to that of a hydrus, although for obvious reasons, Nobody has been able to test that theory. All right, I'll inform the Admiral. Bagra Volcano. Darkshield grinned sinisterly, chest swelling with pride and confidence as Aji Daka thundered after the cursed bloodhounds, shaking the ground with every step. He closely followed behind it, driving slowly so as to not catch the attention of the sky-scraping beast. His subordinates trailed behind him in their own vehicle, ready to adapt to new orders. For every second that passed, Darkshield grew increasingly excited. Despite this, he recognized the dangers posed by the Americans. While the small group of forces stationed in Esperanto might be wiped out, reinforcements wouldn't be too far behind. He assumed that the Americans would hunker down at the Topa land bridge, which would buy him time to search for the beacon and escape. "Get the boat ready," he said to his companions over Manicom. "I will meet you at the dock when I have retrieved the device." The car behind him veered to the right, heading toward the ocean while he continued driving forward. Left to his own delusions, he laughed. At last, victory was within reach. Chapter 79, Last Resort 2. Central District, Kingdom of Esperanto. The alien sound of crackling static echoed throughout the newly converted communication hall. King Esperanto and his advisors sat by American technicians, who were busy installing new equipment. While they tinkered away, a new transmission came in. "Evacuation of the Plays district is almost complete, Your Highness." Mort's voice came through from the other side. King Esperanto breathed a sigh of relief, recalling how to operate the handheld radio as he fiddled with the device. "Thank the heavens," he responded. He glanced at the technicians, concerned about their relative skittishness over this new threat. "The emissaries say they have requested aerial reinforcements. They say the beast should be dealt with long before they reach the walls. Some are confident, others not quite as much." "Reinforcements? Should I cancel the evacuation, Your Highness?" Mortz asked. Esperanto's reply was firm. "No." A brief pause followed before he continued. "While I do indeed have faith in the emissaries, I still believe it wouldn't hurt to be cautious. Clearing the Plays district should also allow for greater freedom of mobility for their reinforcements, so that they need not worry about navigating around panicking citizens." "Understood, Your Highness. I shall report back once the evacuations have completed in earnest." With the communication terminated, King Esperanto hung his head down for a moment, staring at the floor. Despite the existential worries barraging his conscience, he managed to regain composure. Closing his eyes, he tuned out the chatter in the room as he took a breath. "The final chapter," he muttered to himself. Salvation. Plays district. With the primary liaison to the Esperanto people, Ambassador Riker, currently busy in the Central District, it now fell upon Captain Baker to serve as liaison to Esperanto's military leaders. After resolving minor, last-minute logistical matters in Camp Kaiju, Baker led a response force to Plays to help the locals evacuate and to help reinforce the region. Considering the overwhelming force brought to bear, it was not necessary to set up defenses. Regardless, the diplomatic team thought it might result in a more favorable impression of the already legendary emissaries. Like many of his men, Baker didn't mind getting a front-seat view of a once-in-a-lifetime monster slaying. However, the unknown nature of the beast itself, coupled with the near imperviousness of its film counterparts, led him to develop second thoughts about their expected victory. Although all of their interactions with the locals of this world have thus far been generally in the favor of the Americans, a part of him wondered if facing this Ajidaka would be their first surprise. This sentiment was most pronounced in none other than his close friend Nakamoto, known for his avid consumption of Japanese monster fiction and high fantasy. In a blatant reflection of his concerns, he asked about the reinforcements. "How many birds are they sending us?" "3 squadrons, 2 for a bombing run on the mass of bloodhounds, and 1 for the dragon," he said amidst the rattling and shaking of their JLTV as it traversed the rough, natural terrain. "Will that be enough?" Baker shrugged. "Should be. If not, a second wave should be here within half an hour. Last resort, we use cruise missiles. The destroyers and subs are in range." Nakamoto frowned, still not satisfied with the multi-layered plan. "Do we have a contingency for retreat?" The more Baker thought about their defensive network and the general fragility of Elysian wildlife, the less he worried about their survival. He stressed, "I really doubt it will come to that. In any case, Our vehicles are faster than the monsters, so we'll be able to get out." Sparing a glance at Nakamoto to gauge his reaction, Baker saw that he was still unconvinced. Their vehicle stopped by the outer gates of the play's district, where tanks were already set up. "Look," Baker said, checking his watch. "The Navy's flyboys are about to be here any second. Let's just sit back and enjoy the show," he said reassuringly, giving Nakamoto a pat on the back while they walked toward the wall. On cue, bright glints emerged from the horizon. The arrival of reinforcements was received as a divine blessing by the locals, some of whom dropped to their knees and began praying. In contrast, the Americans cheered and hollered, embracing the sound of jets slicing through the air overhead. They flew toward a dark mass on the opposite horizon, identifiable as the monster horde when using spotting equipment. Baker stood atop the wall, watching the engagement with his binoculars. The jets slowed down and descended uniformly, maintaining formation as they did so. The formation was spread out enough to minimize the margin of error and guarantee that every target would be struck. They flew side by side over the monsters, simultaneously releasing dozens of CBU-100 cluster bombs. The bombs each released hundreds of bomblets that eviscerated the thin hides of the creatures below. Thousands of small, luminous flashes erupted all over the formation of cursed bloodhounds, forming a cloud over their bodies. Riddled with fragments and suffering from singes all over their ruined fur, many of the creatures died in the first strike. Some stragglers remained, suffering from similar injuries and ruptured organs. They were ravaged by the rapid assault, stuck in place due to both shell shock and debilitating injuries. The attack was subsequently followed by another from the squadron behind, which easily cleaned up the crawling survivors. The men spectating the event cheered, celebrating the destruction of the cursed bloodhounds. Baker smiled at the smoke in the distance, putting down his binoculars as he jabbed at Nakamoto. "Piece of cake, dude." Yeah, he responded. They were then interrupted by a new communication, which Baker promptly answered. He stood silently, listening to his earpiece. After a moment, he pulled out his tablet and reviewed an information packet, causing his expression to sour. He quickly left the jubilant pride from the victory against the bloodhounds and adopted a more serious tone as he patched into his men's communications. Grabbing their attention, he relayed new orders from command. "Our flyboys found a new target trailing behind that dragon, a light vehicle. Intel suggests that this is most likely Darkshield Blancmar himself. Our orders are to intercept and capture him. We'll reposition near his location and wait for the dragon to fall. Once it does, we move in and secure the target. You should all be receiving coordinates on your maps. Let's move." Baker's men hurriedly climbed down from the walls and jumped into their vehicles. The vehicles all moved to the west, away from the mountain range and the trajectory of the mythical Ajidaka. They all followed their tactical maps, moving along the route proposed by command and tracking the movement of the target vehicle while they did so. Baker's forces closed the distance quickly, stopping by a small pocket of forest directly west of the airstrike's designated location. There, under cover of thick vegetation, they watched. The lumbering monster moved quickly for its size, catching up to the cursed bloodhound graveyard. It sniffed and poked at the remains of the dead beasts, stopping to feast on the charred, mangled bodies below. Its massive heads cleared the heap of bodies in record time, each head scooping up several bodies at once and wasting no more than a few seconds before grabbing another mouthful. Within minutes, the bodies were all eaten up, with the exception of a few small remains. Seemingly unsatisfied with its meal, it continued south toward the kingdom of Esperanto. Above the kingdom itself, numerous glints loitered in the air, circling around as they waited for the beast's movements to coincide with their scheduled attack. A few moments after the beast resumed its movements, the inert jets roared to life, getting into formation in quick succession. The planes blasted away from the kingdom's outer districts and rushed toward the skyscraper-sized dragon, launching a variety of missiles at it. Heeding the advice given by General Baira, the jets fired from over 20 miles away to avoid the Aji Daka's legendary breath attacks. They launched these missiles toward the monsters' necks, hoping to decapitate them all at once. The missiles were comprised primarily of air-to-air AM-120 AMRAAMs, meant to strike the beast's heads and serve as decoys for any potential defenses the creature might have, and air-to-ground AGM-65 Mavericks, meant to strike the necks. A few of the missiles were larger AGM-158 Razums, which would deal the finishing blow if the smaller Mavericks were insufficient. The dragon, sensing incoming danger fast approaching, chose to protect its heads from the air-to-air missiles, channeling its magical energies to fire a cloud of lightning from its mouths, swatting many of the Amrams. Enough missiles survived to then distract the beast further, temporarily blinding it as they detonated, taking out small chunks of the Ajidaka's heads. It reeled back from the explosions, bringing its wings up to shield itself as it roared in pain. The next round of missiles made short work of the monster's wings and arms, tearing them apart and clearing a relatively open path to the necks. Unfortunately, monster necks were an unconventional target. As such, some of the missiles impacted the torso and stomach of the Ajidaka, doing little damage. However, the extensive destruction done to the creature's body left it with little to defend against the final barrage of missiles, the Razums. The larger missiles impacted the Ajidaka with remarkable effectiveness and accuracy, completely severing the left and right necks. The final missile hit a little below the middle neck, injuring it severely but leaving it intact. This revelation came as a point of significant confusion for Baker, who immediately radioed his superiors. Hostile Dragon has not been eliminated. He eyed the soft light emanating from the gory holes in the beast's skin. It looks to be regenerating. Stand by, Captain, a female voice replied. After a brief pause, she returned to the radio and said, cruise missiles are en route. Wait for confirmed elimination before proceeding with the capture of HVT. Toward the sea, a series of bright lights soared into the sky, launched from ship-based weapons platforms. Tomahawk cruise missiles singled onto their target, the stationary Ajidaka. Cutting through the air at Mach speeds, they left smoky contrails behind them, much to the fascination of Esperanto locals watching below. In minutes, the missiles reached Baker's position, striking the massive beast one after another. A total of 6 sequential detonations occurred, enough to completely vaporize what remained of the other necks and successfully destroy the middle neck. Hostile Dragon has been eliminated, Baker said. HVT has broken off and is moving west. All forces moved to intercept. 10 JLTVs moved north, positioning themselves along an intercept course relative to Darkshield's vehicle. 5 moved northwest to set up an ambush, while the other 5 moved northeast to chase Darkshield's vehicle and corral it toward their trap. As they approached Darkshield's vehicle, they took shots at it, close enough to scare the driver, but far enough to not risk killing him. The environment to the north was barren, sparse with life of any kind. Numerous rocky formations and hills, however, presented significant obstacles that helped Baker's men corner Darkshield. By a valley-like formation, the rest of Baker's men waited. Marksmen lay at the ready, rifles trained at the approaching vehicle. The moment Darkshield's vehicle came within 100 meters, a series of shots pierced the tires, sending the car skidding to a halt. Reacting quickly, Darkshield jumped out of the vehicle and prepared to dash away. 5 bullets then impacted the ground in front of him, sending columns of dirt up. Darkshield raised his hands slowly, eyes analyzing the men surrounding him. Recognizing that there was no way out of this situation, he attempted to invoke diplomacy. "You lot are the Americans, I presume?" Baker approached him from behind, rifle at the ready. "Indeed we are. Mr. Darkshield Blancmar, we've come to eliminate the threat against the Esperanto Kingdom. We can do this the easy way," he paused dramatically, moving his rifle subtly, "or the hard way." Darkshield scoffed. "You have no jurisdiction here. This is unclaimed international territory." He then grinned slyly. "I also reckon that your foreign affairs body wouldn't enjoy the unjustified capture of an non-real individual." To Darkshield's mortified surprise, Baker responded, "Don't worry. Our foreign affairs department knows of you all too well. Dealing with your angry diplomats is the least of our concerns. Surrender, and we will ensure that the people of Esperanto spare your life." Darkshield glared at Baker, who returned the gesture. "Very well," he sighed, relenting. "I surrender." Chapter 80, Blitzkrieg. March 29, 1641. Ragna, Gra Valka's Empire. Nivel's Castle, Navigating through a labyrinth of brightly lit hallways, Emperor Jare Lux strutted toward the northern wing of the complex, where the Department of War had its main offices. Four Imperial Guardsmen followed closely behind him, their steps perfectly synchronized with each other. Gra Lux soon found himself standing before a set of ornate wooden doors, decorated with nothing but a simple sign that said Gra Valka's Empire Department of War. Two of the Imperial Guardsmen opened the door for him, and he entered, being immediately greeted by reverential bows from his subjects. He scanned the room and its occupants. Senator Guinea Merricks, the head of the war committee, as well as other prominent war hawks were present, as were the three great generals and their closest assistants. Standing together, Siegs, Merkenses, and above all, Caesar, represented the three brightest strategic minds in the entire empire. Beside the legendary trio was a man who he considered the most important individual in the room aside from himself and his generals, Director Maurius Akin from the Bureau of Intelligence. Without him, the brilliant plans drawn up by the trio of war could never have existed. Gra Lux's eyes fell on Akin, who showed no reaction. Fall Albus was scheduled to commence 2 weeks ago, delayed by insurgent sabotage. Director Akin, I trust that you bring me good news. Akin stared straight at the wall, responding emotionlessly. Your Excellency, my agents have managed to apprehend almost 30 men connected to the initial attack. Our interrogations have thus far yielded fruit. We have identified a possible person of interest, an individual named Malero. Gra Lux gave a satisfactory nod. Good. I will petition additional resources for your cause. Have you managed to secure any information on further sabotage plans? Indeed we have, Your Excellency. Akin grinned internally. With sensations of pride swelling within him, he reported confidently. Already, we have foiled 2 of their plots and raided one of their safe houses. This will place them on the defensive and should buy us enough time to complete Fall Albus. You shall be rewarded generously for your accomplishments, Director. Akin bowed, thankful for the Emperor's gift. Gra Lux then set his sight on the trio of war. General Merkenses, he said, what is the progress of our deployments? Merkenses bowed. Your Excellency, our patrols have secured all routes to the border. All units are in position for the commencement of Fall Albus, with reinforcements close behind. General Kinley is ready to move the 8th Army at your command. See to it that he does. Ensure that he has not grown overconfident from our victories over Lifer. Although Hinomawari has but a fraction of Lifer's power, we mustn't be careless. It shall be done, Your Excellency. And Director Akin, what is the status of your assassins? Akin responded, my Sicarius operatives have made their way into the country and are now determining the locations of their leadership. Good, Gra Lux said, troubled by a minuscule anxiety. If they discover anything anomalous, report it to myself and to General Kinley immediately. He then turned his attention to Caesar. Admiral Roland, what is the status of your navy? Your Excellency, the 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 7th Assault Fleets have completed their resupply efforts from Magicariac and Arkansas bases. The 1st and 2nd Assault Fleets have already moved to enact military exercises along Mu's eastern coasts. Gra Lux felt his anxieties fade away after hearing this bit of news. Wonderful, wonderful. When they've completed their exercises, begin preparations for Fall Carolilius. Sonal and Nigrat shall be ours by the end of summer. Somewhere along the Lifer-Hinomawari border, heavy steel ravaged the earth below, treads tearing apart the verdant greenery of the plains separating the former state of Lifer and the Hinomawari kingdom. Composed of Wilder heavy tanks, Hound medium tanks, and Schaefer light tanks, the infamous 4th Division spearheaded the 8th Army's invasion of Hinomawari. The unit was as rugged and experienced as its commander, Brigadier General Borg Flats. He led his tanks to a hastily constructed wall along the border, built by the Hinomawari in anticipation of an invasion. Although Flats commended their military preparedness, he couldn't help but find amusement in their futile efforts. On his order, the 4th Division came to an abrupt stop 3 miles from the wall, just outside of cannon range. Then, distant booms emanated from behind their formation, originating from powerful Gra Valkan artillery pieces. Within a minute, the sound of whistling entered the battlefield, marking the commencement of Fall Albus and hostilities against the Hinomawari kingdom. These whistles of death, unfamiliar to the primitive defenders, were quickly followed by the familiar sound of detonations. Shells landed all around the defensive embattlement, destroying sections of the stone wall and igniting ammunition. Orange, yellow, and blue coalesced for a split second as conventional explosives mingled with esoteric magic gems, producing a brilliant light show over the border walls. The combined force of the blast shattered what remained of the wall, leaving nothing but rubble and charred bones. While engineers moved forward to clear the debris and create a path for the 4th Division and the rest of the 8th Army, General Flats took the time to address his men over the radio. Soldiers of the Ravernal Empire. Today, we begin Phase 3 of our conquest of the Mu continent, Fall Albus. As the pride of the 8th Army, it is our duty to crush the enemy and bring glory to the Empire. To reward your valiant efforts, I shall tolerate looting of any abandoned buildings and captured government facilities. Officially, I cannot condone unrestricted pillaging or rape any longer due to new treaties signed by our government. Those who are caught, he said, emphasizing the last word, will be reprimanded severely. I expect that this change will not impact your unwavering loyalty to the Emperor. Mean air heist true. The 4th Division carved a path through the small kingdom, encountering only minor resistances in the form of small villages that surrendered with little fight. Sparing no time for any breaks, Flats tanks continued past these villages, leaving them for the 8th Army to occupy. Owing to the efficiency of their blitzkrieg strategy and the relative sparseness of the Hinomawari kingdom itself, the 4th Division was able to reach the capital city of Haranagakio in mere hours. He stopped miles away, sending reconnaissance motorcycles to investigate a solitary structure that stood between them and the capital. On the outskirts of the city stood a lone pyramid-like fortress, ancient in design and surrounded by trenches and makeshift tank traps around the base. All of the defensive structures were covered with a tarp overhead, obscuring them from preliminary scouting. Due to the geography of the region, it was impossible to navigate around, unless Flats spent days traveling around mountains to the other side of the city. In accordance with the outlined strategies for Fall Albus, he opted to attack the fortress directly, in spite of the defenses there. Although confident in his victory, due to the sheer technological edge of his army, he still felt unease over the Hinomawari defenders' level of preparedness. Tank traps, trenches, and camouflage netting are modern tactics. Yet the backward primitives of this kingdom, who still utilize swords and bows as their primary weapons, somehow managed to learn them. Concerned, Flat ordered his men to hold position while artillery shelled the defenses. The first volley of shells impacted the array of tank traps that were deployed far from the trenches. The shoddily welded iron constructs were pulverized, as were the mines hidden beneath them. Columns of dirt shot into the air, each one signifying the detonation of a mine. Curiously, bluish wisps followed each explosion, implying the usage of magic gems. Such explosives were similar to the ones used in the Leophorian resistance ambush weeks ago, where a convoy was obliterated by a chain of hidden magic IEDs. Having studied the new tactics shown by the natives of this world, Flat erred on the side of caution and gave the order to prepare mine flails. While his men mounted these devices on the wilders, the shelling continued. The bombardment crept forward, inch by inch, until the shells finally reached the trenches. Whatever screams the defenders released were drowned out by the deafening blasts. Mercilessly, they were cut down. Most remained trapped within the trenches, like fish in a barrel. Some attempted to climb out, with a few managing to make it to the fortress. Eventually, the shelling reached the fortress, which withstood the relentless pounding. Each shell took out a chunk of the fortress, but Flat deemed it ineffective. He could wait for his artillery to reduce the fortress to rubble, but this effort would take nearly as long as a detour. To save time, he instead ordered the artillery to cease their fire while his men advanced alongside the recently arrived 10th Battalion. Their heavy tanks took the lead, clearing mines with their flails. They traversed slowly, but surely. Within an hour, the entire force reached the trenches, which were efficiently cleared by flamethrower units from the 10th Battalion. The Valkyns marched past the writhing bodies of the burning samurai, some of them pausing to put them out of their misery. They continued past ruined structures. The towers and other fortifications around the fortress were abandoned. Most of them were destroyed. Finally, they reached the fortress entrance. There, they encountered a locked gate, which was blown apart by a wilder. Flamethrower units then unleashed continuous streams of fire into the entrance. In a surprising turn of events, the GRA Valkyns were reminded that they now existed in a realm where potent magic existed. A strong gust of wind blew the flames back outside, sending the GRA Valkyns staggering back. Flat watched the engagement with curiosity. Encounters with magic users during the Leophorian invasion were few and far between, since their military made a tactical blunder of having them grouped up in a transport. The few encounters they did have, however, were against relatively weak magic users who were easily defeated by the accurate marksmanship of GRA Valkyn infantry units. Only one encounter compared: a proficient magic user who demonstrated mastery over the elements and illusory spells. After a significant loss of men, they were able to finally capture the mage when he collapsed of mana exhaustion. Seeing a weakness he could exploit, Flat quickly ordered the flamethrower units to continue their assault to drain the mage's energy. However, a new consideration popped into his mind. If the mage inside had access to abundant magic gems, then this stalemate could be sustained for a prolonged period of time. There weren't any further threats that could harm his men, but he couldn't just ignore the fortress and allow a potential ambush from behind. As primitive as these people were, they have so far demonstrated keen tactical preparedness. He analyzed the structure, finding no other entrances or openings aside from the single gate. Reserving his critiques of the structure's awful planning for later, he concluded that he would be forced to push through the deadly choke point if he wanted to capture the fortress. Disregarding the structure's integrity, he decided to use brute force to resolve this predicament. Have the Wilder's crew fire into the entrance. Reflective of the fortress' ability to endure artillery, it also managed to endure a detonation in its interior. The GRA Valkyns tossed stun grenades inside before entering, finding only bodies. As they climbed the levels of the pyramid, they continuously fed updates to Flat via radio. After eliminating the mage on the first floor, they encountered dwindling resistance the higher they went. The GRA Valkyns sustained only a few casualties from the odd blade shrouded in the dark or the occasional lucky musket strike. Eventually, they reached the top, which was empty save for a single, open chamber. Inside, a massive magic gem stood atop a supporting pillar, refracting light that came from an opening in the roof and drawing beautiful patterns on the walls. The commanding officer present described the situation to Flat, who acknowledged it. Excellent. Have the 10th Battalion leave behind a security team. The rest of their men shall join us in the final offensive on the Hinomawari capital city. With a giddy deviousness, Flat turned his sights on the walled city in the distance. I sense that the treasures shall only become more bountiful from here. Chapter 81, Extraction. Otaheitmo, Embassy of the United States of America. Pierre Deville panted as he opened the doors of the embassy, having just been urgently summoned from his Ministry of Intelligence. Burdened by traffic, he had to bike all the way in order to arrive promptly. Upon his entrance, he was immediately seen by a staff member who guided him to the embassy's CIA field office. Thank you, Minister Deville said to the staffer as he entered the office, the door shutting behind him. He then drew his attention to the man sitting down on the other side of the room's central table. Mr. Chamberlain, you've summoned me for an urgent matter? The black-suited man responded with a transatlantic accent. I have, Minister Deville. I truly appreciate you coming here on such short notice, he said, standing up and reaching over the table to shake Deville's hand. Please, he then gestured to the chair below. Take a seat. Deville sat down. Opting to get straight into business, he began, I've heard that the GRA Valkyns have finally invaded the Hinomawari kingdom. It's something to do with that, I presume. Correct, Chamberlain said. Drink. He held up a bottle of Quatonian whiskey. Yes, please. While he poured a glass for himself and his Muin companion, Chamberlain explained the situation. I've received intelligence from the Leophorian resistance that the GRA Valkyns are aiming for King Hinomawari and his family. As per the agreement struck by Director Klein, I'd like your men to put their new skills and equipment to practice. We need to extract King Hinomawari and his family to your western borders. Deville protested, feeling like the Americans were encroaching upon Muin's sovereignty, despite their prior agreements. He deflected the request subtly, bringing up other concerns. Is this such a task that necessitates the involvement of Muin assets? Is there no way to inform the king to evacuate? The king and his family reportedly came under assault by unknown GRA Valkan elements. They've barricaded themselves in the castle and have yet been unable to acquire help due to the battle currently raging in Hiranagakyo. Chamberlain pierced Deville's eyes with an emotionless stare. The closest assets are the men under your command. I see. However, I must share with you a concern should I proceed with this. If we are to use advanced technologies in Hinomawari, the GRA Valkans will be able to determine our involvement. My government does not seek war against the GRA Valka's empire quite yet. I understand your concerns and have prepared measures to address them. Chamberlain answered confidently. I will provide your men with a rendezvous point where they will meet with an operative of the Leophorian resistance. He will provide captured GRA Valkan weapons and equipment for them to use. While the German examples we've shown might not be exactly the same, I have faith that they are similar enough to their GRA Valkan counterparts. Any GRA Valkans who encounter your men will think them to be operatives of the Leophorian resistance. Deville gave a resignatory nod, finding no further excuses. Bound by duty, he agreed to Chamberlain's request. Then I hereby grant authorization. Hiranagakyo, Hinomawari Kingdom. Explosions ravaged the outer walls of the city, sending panicking citizens fleeing deeper into the capital and toward the royal castle. Before long, the mobile armored forces of the GRA Valkans established a foothold in the city, occupying streets and eliminating threats wherever they surfaced. While the majority of their forces moved toward the castle, a few remained along the various regions of the city to maintain order and prevent defenders from regrouping. Hiding in a marketplace warehouse, a clean-shaven Muin stood watch by several windows. Clear, he whispered as a squad of GRA Valkans marched off. Chatter inside the room resumed, with a man in merchant's clothing elaborating a plan. Spectre will gather all of your belongings and return it to a safe house near the border. Meanwhile, the rest of us will use these weapons donated by the Leophorian resistance to breach the castle and extract the royal family. Our first course of action will be to travel to the castle via an underground passage located in this marketplace. Guardsman Saito here, he said, gesturing to a Hinomawari man on his right, will guide us there. Once we reach the castle, we will split into two teams. Typhoon, Storm, and Thunder will cover our flanks. I, along with Rhino, Stalker, and Ghost will escort Saito to the royal chambers. The Americans will provide support by jamming the GRA Valkan radios. We will use manacoms to remain in contact. Questions? Wolf, a bulky, muscled man raised his hand. How many hostiles should we expect if we rattle the wyvern's nest? Wolf discarded his merchant robes and changed into stealthier gear while he responded. There are about 500 men in or near the castle. We won't have to worry about tanks, since the Hinomawari streets are too narrow for them. The men, though, I'd say it's nothing you can't handle, Rhino. Anything else? Wolf's men shook their heads. Okay, guardsmen, please lead the way. The group emptied out of the building, slinking in the dark as they passed stalls and abandoned storefronts. They navigated around groups of buildings, encountering no patrols until they reached an old library, where a group of GRA Valkans was harassing a keeper. You don't need all 10 of your fingers, the GRA Valkan threatened, pulling a knife on the man while his comrades held him down. I don't need all 10 fingers to shove my fist up your ass either, barbarian scum. The keeper spat at the officer's face, angering him. The officer wiped his face and spat back. I'm going to find your fucking family and skin them in front of you. Before the officer could even bring the knife near the keeper, his face was torn apart by a suppressed shot. 6 more subsequent shots eliminated the remaining GRA Valkans, whose bodies fell to the ground with audible thumps. The keeper turned around in surprise, seeing Guardsman Sato's uniform. Guardsman, quickly, get inside and hide the bodies. The king and his family are running out of time. Wolf pointed at the bodies. Stalker, Ghost, help the keeper bring the bodies inside. Strip them of anything useful, ammo, equipment. Got it, sir. The group retreated inside the old library, with Wolf covering their rear. He kept his guard up and scanned the area as he backed up toward the building. quickly closing the doors behind him. "What do we have?" he asked his men. "A few dozen spare magazines for our MP40s and some for the STG-44s. We've also got 10 more stick grenades," Ghost replied, his voice attuned with his name. "Good. Let's keep moving." "The passage is this way," the keeper said, bringing the group to the basement. He then pulled on a book from a shelf and dragged the entire shelf to the left, revealing a secret passage. "Please hurry." He then placed a hand on Wolf's shoulder as he passed through. "And thank you for saving me. I bid you luck in your endeavor." "We'll get him out safely," Wolf nodded. After half an hour of traversing the passage, they finally reached a dungeon tucked away in the depths of the castle. Taking the lead, Saito peeked through the small wooden door ahead, ensuring the coast was clear. He waved to the Muons, giving them the signal to advance. The royal chambers are located near the top of the castle. Right now, we are under a shed in the gardens. We will have to get inside the castle without arousing suspicion. We can proceed now, or wait 10 minutes until the sun sets, he said, looking at light pouring through windows upstairs. "We don't have time to spare," Wolf decided. "Let's go now." Saito slowly climbed the stairs and reached the ground floor of the gardener's shed, which was empty. He then peered outside using the tiny decorative slits placed all around the building, finding no one in sight. Wolf and his men confirmed this and quickly rushed to a row of tall hedges. Using hand signals, he directed his men to keep watch while he moved up. Luckily, the path from the shed to the castle's back entrance was clear. He waved to his men, beckoning them to proceed. Hiding under several arches by the back entrance, they patiently waited as Saito stealthily opened the door. They fanned out and covered all angles, escorting Saito as he brought them to a secluded stairway that led directly to the throne room. They reached the top of the stairway, which was obscured by a large curtain. Peeking out of it, Wolf identified a small squad of 10 Jare Valkyns picking through the paintings and regal artifacts around the room. A dozen Hinomawari guards lay dead on the floor, filled with bullet holes and oozing blood onto the tiles. With the soldiers distracted by greed and under the false assumption that the castle was secured, Wolf's men were able to sneak out of the stairway. They took positions that allowed for a simultaneous execution of all the soldiers and acted on Wolf's signal. Suppressed shots rang out, immediately killing the unsuspecting Gra Valkyns. After disposing of the group of soldiers looting the throne room, they carved a path to the primary stairway, where they eliminated another Gra Valkyn squad. Wolf issued orders to his men as they reached this checkpoint. "Typhoon, Storm, and Thunder, keep this stairway locked down. There's no other path to the throne room. We cannot lose our escape route. Use grenades and collapse the primary staircase if you need to. Everyone else, let's keep moving. The royal chambers are right up ahead," Saito explained, pointing at the hallway opposite of the throne room. "They are just past the guards' quarters, the kitchen, and the dining hall." "Okay, let's sweep the rooms." Wolf's team first entered the guards' quarters, closing the door behind them as they cleared each room. Due to the rooms' proximity to each other, Wolf ordered his men to refrain from using their firearms. Even though the weapons were suppressed, they were still as audible as an American hairdryer. Not wishing to attract the attention of hostiles expected ahead, they used their knives to silently kill the Gra Valkyn soldiers. Only the whistle of blades striking the air and skin could be heard, complemented by the muffled gurgles of dying men. "Shoo," Wolf whispered as he tore the last soldier's neck open, keeping his gloved hand over the man's mouth. He stared at the panicking soldier without remorse, waiting until the light faded from his eyes before he dropped the body. "Guards' quarters are clear," he whispered over the manicom, moving to sweep the kitchen and dining hall. The kitchen and dining hall were relatively empty due to a lack of items to loot, save for a couple men who were attempting to pry decorations from the wall. They were promptly decapitated by Sato's sword, spraying blood all over the walls. "Gah!" He looked at the aftermath in disgust, wiping his blade on the bodies. "How messy. Let's grab their gear." "Kitchen and dining hall are clear," Wolf updated, moving to royal chambers. The closer they got to the royal chambers, the more bodies they saw. Situated outside a massive set of doors, an entire platoon sat idly, guarding the hallway while a demolitions team carefully prepared explosive around the large doors. One of the guards caught a glimpse of movement in the distance, much to Wolf's misfortune. "Identify yourselves." The guard yelled. Shit, Wolf cursed, weighing his options while more guards came to investigate. Time to go loud, sir? Rhino asked. We might have to. Stalker seconded Rhino's suggestion. Considering the inputs of his men, Wolf decided to unleash their arsenal. Looks like there's no other option, he said, seeing only one hallway leading to the royal chambers. Take out the vanguard and use grenades on the rest. Ghost peeked from the corner, firing his MP-40 at the 3 guards who came to investigate the disturbance. As soon as their bodies hit the floor, the rest of the platoon entered combat. Though their numbers would have normally guaranteed victory, this was not such a circumstance. The tight formation of the platoon, coupled with the deadly choke point that was the hallway, sealed their fate. A barrage of grenades landed in the midst of the crowd, eviscerating those caught in its blast zone. The GRA Valkyns fired at the corners, hoping to suppress the unseen attackers. Wolf and his men adapted quickly, rolling more grenades along the floor and tossing captured stun grenades to impede the effectiveness of the GRA Valkyns' desperate defense. Disoriented by numerous detonations and whittled down by the ceaseless bombardment of explosives, the Muon operatives efficiently wiped out the remaining platoon soldiers and demolitions team. After the vigorous battle, another explosion shook the castle, this time coming from the stairway. Cautious of the explosives lined up along the door, Wolf decided to just detonate them to save time and eliminate future risk. The subsequent blast cracked the doors open, sending them tumbling inward in a slow, controlled fashion. They landed with a thud, revealing a scared royal family and a final group of guards hiding within. Your Highness, Saito approached them slowly. We're here to extract you to Mu. Chapter 82, Extraction 2. Harunagakyo, Hinomawari Kingdom. Wolf led the royal family back to the hallway, where some of the princesses began to feel nausea from the sight of gore. He scolded the distracted girls, bringing them back on track. No time for that, he yelled. The royal guards understood the urgency of this escape and acted in correspondence to Wolf's warning. They formed a protective shell around the royal family and their attendants, following the mysterious group of saviors ahead. In little time, they reached the devastated remains of the stairway, where they found the rest of Wolf's team waiting. Clear a path ahead. Buy us time. Wolf ordered the trio to the throne room. While Typhoon, Storm, and Thunder forged ahead, Wolf informed the Hinomawarians of their plan. We'll use the throne room stairway to get to the bottom floor, at which point we have to get to the gardener's shed. My squad mates will draw GRA Valkyn attention away from the garden while we make our escape toward the marketplace district. We must then get to the mountains and reach the Muon border on foot. Curious, King Hinomawari asked for Wolf's identity. Thank you for rescuing us. What faction must I grant appreciation to once this is all over? Wolf looked back as he walked down the throne room stairway. That information is classified, Your Highness. Although, you can assume us to be the Leophorian resistance. I see, King Hinomawari said. In any case, do grant your superiors my heartfelt gratitude. Wolf nodded and continued downward. An empty lobby greeted them at the bottom of the stairway, for now. Wolf knew it would only be a matter of time before the GRA Valkyns realized that there must be another way up. He expected that the GRA Valkyns would reason the operatives who collapsed the stairway wouldn't just trap themselves up there with no escape path. More detonations sounded off in the distance, causing the royal family to flinch. On the other hand, Wolf felt a sense of relief. My squad mates are distracting the GRA Valkyns away from the castle. Remain here, he told the Hinomawarians. I'll let you know when it's clear to cross. Wolf and his men hid behind the doors, peeking through the windows as they analyzed the situation at the garden. Faint moonlight served as the only source of illumination, making it hard to discern whether or not the path was clear. Without access to any night vision devices, he had to rely on his keen hearing. He heard nothing, but still waited patiently. At this moment, he was essentially trapped between a rock and a hard place. He couldn't wait here forever, and he couldn't risk opening the door and revealing their position. Smashing the lights was an option, but anyone outside could potentially hear it and see the lights suddenly go out. Performing mental calculations, Wolf estimated the maximum amount of time it would take for any GRA Valkyns posted at the far end of the garden to respond to the explosions. He checked his watch, starting a mental timer for 3 minutes. The time period passed by with no occurrences at all. Wolf was about to open the door until he heard a distant conversation, which slowly grew louder as the participants approached the castle. "We can't contact anyone, sir. The radio seems to be malfunctioning," a GRA Valkan soldier said. His commanding officer responded with a confused tone. "A faulty unit?" "No, sir. Schumann's radio is also malfunctioning. I think it might be another one of the local magnetic storms." Humph. At a time like this, the group came to a stop right outside the door. "What a coincidence," the commanding officer said. "Very well then, we improvise. Does anyone have flares?" A silence followed, which Wolf could only presume was the shaking of heads. "No, but I think Lieutenant Fusher's unit does," another soldier spoke. "His unit should be holding the castle's west gate." "Good. We shall have the entire 8th Army converge on this castle. We cannot allow these infiltrators to escape." The group then ran off toward the western gate, leaving the garden empty. Wolf slowly opened the door once the GRA Valkans exited visual range. He crept up to the arches and scanned the perimeter, identifying nothing out of the ordinary. All the GRA Valkans should be gone by now. He gave the signal to the others, and they sprinted to the gardener's shed, where they funneled into the underground tunnel one by one. They emerged on the other side of the tunnel, finding themselves in the library. Once everyone was through, King Hinomawari opened his mouth to say something, but stopped as he heard a cry of pain from upstairs. Wolf's men and the king's guards immediately prepared for combat, with Wolf inching forward stealthily. He moved to the upper level, where he saw flashlights scanning the aisles. He pulled back, hiding behind the large basement doors as he listened in to the conversation taking place outside. "The magic detectors don't lie, barbarian." The sound of a gunshot, followed by another cry of pain, pierced their ears. "It is only a matter of time before we find the sources of these signals. I advise you to tell us now, before you lose your other foot." "Magic detectors?" Wolf's eyes widened. "Take off the magic gems. They can detect our manicoms," he hissed urgently, while his men complied and hurriedly removed the power sources from their manicom earpieces. The engagement continued outside. "You are the one who is the barbarian here, defiling a place of study with your primitive violence." "I shall tell you nothing," the librarian retorted. Another gunshot rang. "F," the librarian yelled. "Barbarian scum." The interrogator chuckled. "We will squeeze the information out of you. All minds can be broken. It is only a question of time. Goebbels, take him to the 8th Army and arrange for his transportation back to our Liefer office." "At once, sir." Wolf felt his instincts telling him to go save the librarian. Having studied CIA techniques, he knew just how true the interrogator's statement was. Although the librarian didn't explicitly know that Wolf and his team served Mu intelligence, he couldn't risk the GRA Valkans unearthing Mu's involvement. "Secondary objective: eliminate all threats and rescue the librarian," he told his men. The Muin operatives left the Hinomawarians in the basement while they combed the library. As soon as they shut the door behind them, however, the GRA Valkans immediately became aware of their presence. "Sir," one of them said, "the signatures disappeared. They're here somewhere. Sweep the building. I want at least one of them captured alive." The new complication forced Wolf to renege on his previous order. "Abandon secondary objective. Let's get the royal family out of here." "Kill the lights," the interrogator said. The GRA Valkans' flashlights and the library's remaining torches were snuffed out, leaving the entire building in complete darkness. Wolf realized he was at a disadvantage. Whoever these people were, they evidently had access to night vision gear and were likely much better trained than the grunts they killed at the castle. Not only did he now face a competent force, he and his men were also outnumbered. He recalled the number of flashlights he initially saw. There were at least 6 hostiles present, including the interrogator. A gunfight erupted somewhere behind him, ending as quickly as it started. He crouched behind a cart of books, mind racing as he tried to figure out his next move. If he assumed the worst, then he was already a man down. There had to be a way to even the playing field. The incessant pounding of his heart finally calmed down as his thought landed on a lesson from his training on night operations. "Be careful when using these goggles in the light. The brightness will blind your vision," the American had said. "Light," Wolf thought to himself. "How can I produce light?" He then remembered that he had a flare gun with several charges. Taking action, he fired the flares into the ceiling, illuminating the library. Groans from blinded GRA Valkyns revealed their positions. Disoriented, they quickly took their gear off. Their reactions were not quick enough, however, as Wolf took advantage of the GRA Valkyns' weaknesses and easily disposed of a group of two. He then came across another group of two, whose eyes were still adjusting to the new lighting environment. They fired inaccurately at Wolf, who slinked back into the shadows and reloaded his weapon. Meanwhile, burst of fire from an MP-40 sounded off somewhere near the entrance, followed by yelling from GRA Valkyns. Slowly, the hostile threats were whittled down. Having lost their advantages, the interrogator gave new orders. Fall back, vacate the building, and flush them out with gas. Wolf couldn't allow this to happen. Aside from the tunnel, there were no other exits out of the library, and a gas attack would certainly spell his and the royal family's doom. Think, he told himself as he followed the retreating GRA Valkyns. He did not have a clear line of sight on them, and was sure to be shot if he left the aisles to gain a line of sight. However, he didn't need a line of sight to use grenades. Still equipped with stun grenades, he identified the entrance based on the library's architecture. He then lobbed one toward the entrance. It impacted the low, slanted ceiling near the front doors, bouncing off and landing directly in front of the GRA Valkyns. The subsequent blast sent the men recoiling on the floor, with some of them suffering severe injuries due to their extremely close proximity to the grenade as it went off. Sensing his prey's weakness, Wolf moved up and took cover behind a shelf as he fired indiscriminately on the writhing GRA Valkyns by the doors. He emptied his MP-40's magazine into the crowd, putting down 5 out of the 12 there. One of them seemingly recovered faster than the others, returning fire from a submachine gun as he helped one of his comrades up. Wolf retreated behind the shelf, reloading and priming another grenade. To his left, he saw Stalker lay down more fire on the retreating GRA Valkyns, killing one. By the time he was ready to toss his next grenade, the survivors had already recovered and were in full retreat. He threw the explosive regardless, shattering the door's entrance as the fleeing men closed it behind them. Wolf and Stalker instinctively rushed to chase after their fleeing targets, but were forced back by a hail of bullets that flew through the entrance and the walls around it. They ducked down, laying prone as bullets tore through wood and books, sending splintering debris everywhere. Immobilized, they knew they had to do something, lest the GRA Valkyns proceed with their planned gas attack. Fortunately for them, the GRA Valkyns decided to play it safe. The hail of bullets ceased as the rumble of engines sounded. Tires squealed, signaling the official retreat of the GRA Valkyns. Wolf pushed himself off the ground, peeking to ensure the coast was clear. He looked at Stalker. Let's get the royals out of here. Together, they traveled back to the basement, where they also found Ghost tending to an injured rhino. Status? Wolf asked. I'm fine, sir. They got my arm twice, Rhino explained as Ghost bandaged him up. Can't shoot as good, but I can still run and fight. Wolf's eyes revealed a tinge of relief. All right, let's get moving then. They returned to the library entrance and were met by faint groans coming from one of the GRA Valkyns sprawled on the ground. He's still alive, Stalker said. Shall we put him out of his misery, sir? He asked Wolf. No. We may have lost the librarian, but we captured one of their operatives in return. Ghost, keep this man alive. We should bring him back for interrogation. Saito, could you help Ghost carry the man? The royal guardsman nodded. Satisfied with the plan, Wolf proceeded. All right, let's get to the hideout and resupply. We have a long journey ahead. The group crossed the empty street, making it to the hideout without resistance. Using the supplies in the warehouse, they equipped the royal guards with firearms, quickly teaching them the basics of operating the weapons and reloading. Composed of Hinomawari's most intelligent and disciplined warriors, they adapted quickly. In the meantime, Ghost continued to tend to the wounds of Rhino and the captured GRA Valkyn operative. Wolf maintained a lookout, watching the streets for any changes. Half an hour after arriving at the safe house, Wolf spotted the rest of his team coming back. Sir, we sent the GRA Valkyns on a wild goose chase in the southern part of the city. We circled around from the east, and from what we could tell, there wasn't much activity there. Our escape path should be clear. We tried to update you, but we couldn't reach you on the Manicom, Typhoon said. Wolf brought them inside quickly and updated them. Take out the magic gems. The GRA Valkyns can detect their emissions. Typhoon, give me yours. After doing so, Typhoon gestured toward the Hynomawarians and the GRA Valkan. What happened? Wolf looked back as he hid Typhoon's active Manicom in one of the hundreds of crates present in the warehouse. We ran into a GRA Valkan Special Forces team, managed to fend them off and capture one of them. We're going to bring him back to the border along with the Royals, but we need to get moving now. Your Manicoms were still active. He shook his head, slightly frustrated. Get resupplied ASAP. We're almost done here. Chapter 83, Interrogation. April 6, 1641. Alumu. Fluorescent lights hung on the ceiling of an inconspicuous concrete building, a staunch difference from the electric light bulbs in use by the rest of the city. The hallways and rooms, immaculate as they were, harbored a sinister darkness that conflicted with their professional, clean atmosphere. In one such room, tucked away in the lower levels of the facility, a single man sat strapped to a chair, unmoving and unresponsive. Towering over him, a man expressed disgust over the bloody stains now present on his blue dress shirt's cuffs. He looked to a mirror on his left, speaking directly to it. Looks like our new visitor has quite the capacity for pain. Amelia, fetch the mage for me, will you? A voice then responded, coming from an audio system mounted in a corner of the room. Which one, sir? Ah, the man smiled. That elf from Agartha. What's her name? He tapped the ground with his foot, thinking to himself before pointing a finger in the air. Ah? Lady Verica. Yes, I'd quite like to see if her Vulcan mind meld will work on this troublesome individual here. I'll be right back, sir. The man grabbed his water bottle from the table and walked up to the mirror. He saw the stereotypical CIA agent, indifferent from the popular Hollywood depiction, but he didn't mind. The only thing on his mind while he waited for Amelia to return was wiping the blood from his face. He poured water on his handkerchief and brought it to his right cheek, cleaning the man's blood from it. He then applied the moist fabric onto his sleeve, scrubbing away at the stain to little effect. Sighing, he returned to his seat across from the unconscious Jarre Valkan. Surrounded by the constant drone of humming machinery and ventilation systems, he felt relief when a knock on the door breathed new life into the room. Come in, he said. Two individuals walked in, a professionally dressed red-haired woman and a mystically dressed elf whose wizardly attire looked as if it was picked straight from a high fantasy movie. Thank you, Amelia, the man said. As she left the room, he introduced himself to the elf. Lady Verica, your file was my favorite read. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. He extended his hand. I'm Officer Moore, please, he gestured. Have a seat. Verica shook Moore's hand. Salutations to you, Sir Moore. What request do you ask of me? I've heard that you practice telepathic magic and have the ability to read minds, to some extent. I'd like you to test your skills on this individual here. He's a captured Jarre Valkan soldier, likely of some Special Forces division. Moore pointed his thumb at the unconscious man seated across from Verica. Verica tilted her head at the unfamiliar term. Special Forces? Might this man be a product of elite training, perhaps? Right on, Lady Verica, Moore replied. Will that be an issue? Verica nodded. It may be. Those of potent will are harder to read than those of weaker minds. Even so, if a weaker mind has been corrupted by the thralls of hypnotization or brainwashing, as you say, then it would prove most difficult to scan their thoughts. As an elite soldier, he might be of strong will and have unbreakable mental shackles. I guarantee no results. Moore frowned as he listened to Verica's explanation of her abilities. He hoped that magic could be a workaround for the tedious process of interrogation. That's fine. This is just an initial test, Moore said. We'll have different experiment conditions later. Verica approached the unconscious man and held her arm out, spreading her fingers as she brought the palm of her hand an inch from the man's face. Then, she began to whisper a recitation. A soft, circular glow began to take form on her palm, seeping into the man's head. Verica ceased all other movements as her eyes began to glow as well. She stood still, maintaining the same position while she spent time scanning the Jarre Valkan's mind. Moore waited patiently while Verica stood still. Checking his watch, he decided to sit down, wondering how long this process would take. By the time he touched the chair, the glow around Verica's eyes and hand disappeared anticlimactically. I could not glean much information from the man. His mind was a maze, sealed away under many layers of either fortitude or indoctrination? What were you able to find? Moore asked. The only information I extracted was his name, Voltschmidt. Moore gave a nod. Any start is a good start. Your efforts are appreciated, Lady Verica. We'll have another session after lunch. Care to join? I shall oblige, Verica said. So, Lady Verica. Moore took a gulp from his Mew and iced tea. Have you ever seen any form of American media? She answered with little emotion. If you refer to news, then I have seen the latest CBS broadcasts on the television present within the room you have provided me. Oh, pardon. I meant fiction. Have you seen any shows or movies? No. Agarthan culture has little concept of recreation or fiction. Our society is built on the advancement of individual magic and spellcasting. Much of our time is devoted to physical, mental, and magical training. Not wishing to disrespect Verica's culture, Moore simply nodded. Why did you pose that question, Officer Moore? Moore shrugged. I was curious. Ever since our arrival here, we've had a lot of fictional concepts suddenly turn true. Among them are the existence of elves and magic. Your people have never encountered elves or magic before. Nope, never. Navigating through all this is new to us, although we do have some pieces to work from. You should watch something on your TV tonight, Moore suggested. Maybe Lord of the Rings? Verica seemed genuinely intrigued by Moore's words. I shall consider your suggestion. Great. Moore checked his watch. Looks like lunch is almost over. Let's get back. They should have a stack of magic gems for you to use. When Moore and Verica returned to the interrogation room, they were greeted by a new sight. A gauntlet-like device connected by wire to a sealed, transparent crate of magic gems. The crate had several gauges on top, and the gauntlet had some small knobs built into it. Voltschmidt was still unconscious and now had electrodes attached to him, hooked up to a machine that showed his brainwave activity. Amelia stood over the setup, watching some technicians finish preparations. Well, that's pretty generous of the Mauritials, Moore commented. I was afraid we were going to have to do this manually. Verica immediately took interest in the peculiar setup. What are these devices? Not quite certain myself, actually. Amelia? Moore redirected the question to his assistant. Amelia placed her hand on the gauntlet, putting it on. According to the Mauritials, this device connects you to a magical energy source, this crate over here, and siphons magic energy from that source and into you. The knobs here allow you to set the portion of magical energy that you want to absorb, and this little red button here activates the device under the settings you selected. If you want to adjust the settings, you'll have to click the red button again to turn the device off and apply your adjustments. Verica nodded and equipped the gauntlet. Thanks, Amelia, Moore said as she went back to the observation room. He then gave Verica instructions. All right, so for the first experiment, you're going to set the power output of the gauntlet to 1%. Since the crate has 100 gems, you should feel mana equivalent to a single magic gem. Verica turned the knob once, corresponding to a 1% power output. She then activated the device, immediately feeling a connection to the magic energy. Done. All right, Moore continued. Now I want you to perform the same spell from earlier, but amplify it using the energy from the gauntlet. Verica complied and stood over the unconscious man, performing the spell again. She remained steady for a few minutes before terminating the spell and turning the device off. I managed to acquire more information. The obstacles of his mind were easier to traverse. Moore's expression lightened up. Oh, that's good. That's great news. What did you see this time? He is a member of the Ravernal Empire's Sicarius unit. They specialize in the covert arts, particularly assassinations. His objective in Hinomawari was to track a Leophorian resistance operation. The Ravernals traced supplies to Hinomawari. Moore looked at the one-way mirror with concern. Amelia, send word up to Wildman and Chamberlain. He then turned his attention back to Verica. All right, now we're going to try the 5% setting. If anything feels weird or goes wrong, feel free to pull out of the spell, okay? I shall take precautions, Verica said before diving right into her casting. A few minutes later, she emerged from her digging. His thoughts continued to linger on the failure of his mission. Fighting the Leophorian resistance became a top priority for his superiors, since they posed the greatest threat to Fall Albus and Fall Carolilius. Moore hummed in thought, recognizing the nomenclature from elsewhere. Sounds familiar. The Nazis had Fall White, Fall Blue, and other plans. Could these be invasions? I was unable to determine any further details. All right. Bump the power output up to 10. Moore pointed at the mirror. Keep an eye on her. I'll be right back. He left the room and dashed to his office, where he began looking for information related to Nazi invasion plans. If Fall Albus and Fall Carolilius were indeed names for GRA Valkan plans, then this meant that Sonal, Nigrad, and even Mu are susceptible. After securing the links and documents he needed, he returned to the interrogation room. Sir Moore, I was able to gather more information. The binds that have kept this man's mind away from my spell's prying eyes are nearly undone, Verica said. What did you find? Fall Albus refers to the invasion of Hinomawari. Fall Carolilius refers to yet another invasion, but I could not determine their target. There are other bits of information swirling around in his mind, but every time I try to reach out for them, they are whisked away in a brutal storm. I saw numerous references to another fall, but lost clarity. If you so wish, I may be able to retrieve this information with more magical energy. Though, attempting to force my way deeper into his mind may cause irreparable damage, I fear. Moore debated if it was worth losing this newfound prisoner, but decided this matter to be something that concerned his superiors rather than himself. All right, let's take a break for now. You did good work today. He patted Verica on the back while she removed the gauntlet. I'm going to requisition something new tomorrow. It should help you find this Mr. Schmidt's secrets without breaking him entirely. Some sort of new magical device? Verica asked, hopeful to learn more about the Holy Mauritial Empire's enigmatic technologies. No, something else, Moore said. Truth serum. It's a drug that makes people more open to suggestion. We'll be using it on Mr. Schmidt here and testing the effect of this on the potency of your magic. Having grown up around magic and the belief of magic superiority, Verica felt unconvinced. A part of her was curious, yearning for answers and mystery that her tutors long ago sheltered her from. The other part was suspicious, arrogant, and upset over the possibility that something new could shake the core of her beliefs. If the truth serum is unsatisfactory, what shall be your next course of action? Well, that's going to be a bit less sophisticated. We've had a lot of experience dealing with the stubborn before, and we had to make do without magic, Moore said, the atmosphere darkening. He put on a reassuring smile, so as to not terrify Verica. Let's just say that all it takes is a little bit of water. Chapter 84, Fall Carolilius. April 8, 1641. Alumu. Moore stood behind a glass panel, hands behind his back. Looking into the interrogation room, he watched as medical personnel checked the vital signs of the yet again unconscious Jare Valkan, Voltschmidt. He took his eyes off the scene, his gaze landing on Verica's bright aquamarine eyes. Let me guess, it was a piece of cake, huh? Moore smiled, eager to hear the results. Verica blinked, staring back at Moore. Piece of cake? I don't recall any food items being present during the interrogation. Did you feed the GRA Valkan a cake? She asked, confused. Haha. Moore gave a slight chuckle and shook his head. It's a figure of speech. I'm asking if you found it easier to cast your spells on the man. Verica nodded. Indeed I did. I assume you used the truth serum on him. Right on point. How did it affect your spell? How much information were you able to find? Moore asked, eyes shining like a curious child ready to open Christmas presents. The information flowed into my hands seamlessly, without much effort on my part. I did not have to pick apart his mind, as was the case prior. This time, I found more information about Fall Carolilius. Moore nodded, urging her on. Fall Carolilius, Verica continued, is the GRA Valkan plan to simultaneously invade the Sonal Kingdom and the Nigrat Union. They will invade the Sonal Kingdom using bases in Lifer and Hinomawari. At the same time, they will land forces on the beaches of the Nigrat Union and support them with their navy. Voltschmidt was supposed to begin a new mission in the Nigrat Union. Any details on this mission? Moore asked. No. His superiors had not disclosed details. They planned on conducting a briefing after he returned from his Hinomawari mission. I see. Excellent work, Lady Verica. Verica accepted Moore's praise. I am pleased to hear that. Moore turned back toward the window, looking at Schmidt. Say, I remember reading about your people having access to ancient magic. Among these is the ability to control minds. Is this true? It is. However, the effect only lasts for mere moments and cannot be used to completely dominate the spell's target. It can only be used to immobilize them briefly by afflicting them with indecision. This spell is primarily used during duels to prevent one side from casting a spell. A wave of relief washed over Moore's face. Phew, he sighed. Well, that sure is a relief to hear. Even the light-winged people have failed to exercise complete mind control. I have heard stories of their ability to control those of lesser minds, though. Moore thought about the recent Gramius expedition. Thanks to his connections, he was able to review classified material on the necklaces worn by the Oni, who served as thralls for the non-real operatives in the area. Would it be possible for this spell to function permanently through, say, the use of artifacts like necklaces worn by the target? Verica asked. Yeah. Verica fiddled with a pen, causing it to spin around in the air with wind magic as she pondered the question. I believe so. Magic gems can be used to amplify the power of spells, and artifacts can be imbued with magical power. I struggle to see what kind of arcane rune crafting would be required for such a task, but it is possible. And would it be possible to develop countermeasures for this mind control? Moore asked, the threat of the Ravernal Empire lingering in the back of his mind. Yes, countermeasures are generally applied in the form of protective runes and enchantments. They operate on the same idea as armor enchanted with fire resistance, for example. Moore yet again felt relief. Okay, that's good. Well, you've been more than helpful to us. I know the contract ends this week, but do you think you'll consider an extension? I suppose I shall. This has been an incredible learning experience thus far. Moore grinned. Great. In that case, would you mind coming back next week? I'll have some new experiments set up for you. I'd be honored to, Verica responded. Ragna, GRA Valka's Empire. Nivel's Castle. Using one of the larger conference rooms in the War Department, Emperor GRA Lux had all relevant department heads gathered together to discuss the commencement of Fall Carolinus and the impact their invasions had abroad. Dozens of the GRA Valka's Empire's leaders sat silently as they listened to a report on the radio. General Kinley's voice emanated from the small contraption, completed on schedule, with time to spare. The Hinomawari citizens submitted to our conquest easily, with very few resistance and rebellion efforts among the populace. Caesar, sitting next to the device, responded, Excellent. I did not expect the king to lend his support so easily. Actually, Kinley's tone became slightly meeker. The king fled the castle, and we were unable to locate him. I apologize sincerely for my inability to capture the royal family. GRA Lux stood up, ready to speak. Everyone in the room collectively held their breaths, faces grim and bodies at the edges of their seats as they awaited the emperor's judgment. The silence between Kinley's last transmission and GRA Lux's response was vast, contributing to the anxious tension of the interaction. At last, he revealed Kinley's sentence. Your failure, he said, pausing dramatically, is no fault of your own. Despite the silence coming from the radio, everyone could hear Kinley sighing in relief and praising the gods for the emperor's mercy. GRA Lux scanned his audience, imparting a message unto them while he explained his decision. This risk is something we acknowledged when we chose to blitz through our enemies, and it is a risk that we shall continue to bear as we commence Fall Carolinus. Thank you for your enlightenment, Your Excellency, General Kinley said. What would you have me do with my forces? GRA Lux analyzed the situation before him. With the early completion of Fall Albus, they now had additional time to set up for their invasion of the Sonal Kingdom and the Nigrat Union. GRA Lux explained the options available. Or, we can continue forth and begin the invasions immediately. He turned to the great military geniuses of his empire for suggestions. Siegs, Merkenses, Caesar, what say you of potential amendments to Fall Carolinus? Or shall we amend nothing at all? The three great generals gave each other glances and convened. A flurry of words and finger motions on the table quickly ensued as they debated strategies and planned new ones. In accordance with his position as commander of the elite Imperial Guard, Siegs proposed a more conservative strategy that focused on fortifying current positions and establishing forward operating bases. The Hinomawari king's escape was only made possible by the Leophorian resistance and the delays they've inflicted upon our convoys and supply routes. This granted the time necessary to plot an escape. We need to ensure the reliability of our logistics and should divert resources to establish a more cohesive network for our troops to move around. Mercanses, on the other hand, favored aggression. We must press the advantage. We have more resources and mobility than those who would oppose us. We cannot grant our foes the time they need to recuperate and strategize. We have already seen how adaptable these natives can be. The more we linger, the more they will be able to better defend themselves. Unlike the Hinomawari Kingdom, the Sonal Kingdom and Nigrat Union are more advanced, approaching even the Magicariac in terms of military strength. Soon, they may even surpass them. Already, we have received intelligence that the Muins are sending shipments of their weapons to our foes. Siegs pondered Merkins' words. Being more experienced with invasions, he felt as if she was biased. Regardless, her knowledge on the matter was not to be overlooked, so he trusted her rationale. In that case, we can establish our forward operating bases in key positions that would facilitate quicker resupplies and allow for more reinforcements to join the fray. We can deploy vanguard forces to strike at the enemy while we build up our bases. The enemy should be caught unaware, presenting little risk to the vanguard forces as they conduct their first strikes. Yes, by the time our foes mobilize any threat to the vanguard forces, our bases would have already finished and reinforcements would be ready for deployment. Caesar voiced his approval. However, I think our greatest concern lies not in the logistics of our initial deployment, but of the aid provided by Mu and new tactics their leaders may devise. Magic is something we are yet to fully understand. Based on combat during Fall Albus, we know that magic is capable of replicating scientific technology. Deployment of landmines is the most significant example that comes to mind. Merkins frowned, seeing where Caesar was going with this. Then, would you suggest we alter our strategy as if we were facing a nation on our level of technology? Somewhat, yes, Caesar clarified. It was only by a stroke of luck that the 4th Division happened to have access to mine removal units. With the number of units being deployed in our next operation, we might not have the same luxury of fortune. Although this may slow down our advance, I think our invasion forces should attempt to steer clear of ambush-prone regions, such as cities and jungles. Where engagements in such regions are necessary, we will reinforce our units twofold and increase intelligence-gathering activities. Siegs and Merkins nodded in agreement before relaying their decision to Emperor Gra Lux. "It is settled then," Gra Lux said. "You shall carry out this new course of action and modify Fall Carolilius accordingly." He then turned to the Foreign Affairs staff. "Gesta, you shall endeavor to mitigate the sale of Muin weapons and equipment to the Sonal Kingdom and Nigrat Union. Pressure them diplomatically, but don't back them into a corner. While we can handle the Muins easily, I do not wish for our forces to be stretched too thin." "Your will shall be carried out," Gesta bowed. "And as for you, Director Akin," Emperor Gra Lux's eyes pierced the man's soul, causing him to tremble in fear. "You will be granted additional resources to hunt down those in the Leophorian resistance. Use whatever tools necessary to wipe these pests for good." Akin bowed deeply, hiding the relief plastered across his face. Hopefully the Emperor would never find out about the Sicarius defeat in Hinomawari. "Of course, Your Excellency." Department of Foreign Affairs. Gra Valka's Empire. Director Gesta stared blankly out the window behind his desk, watching the city below as he thought about his strategy with the Muins. Tasked with mitigating the sale of Muin weapons to Gra Valkan adversaries, a heavy burden weighed upon him. Failure would draw the ire of the Emperor himself, so he had to approach this situation with masterful tact. How? Threatening consequences wouldn't mean much for a country that was already hostile to his own. The proud Muins, already unlikely to back down, would see no justification in adhering to the Gra Valkan demands. They know they have already been targeted for conquest. If anything, blatant threats could exacerbate the fragile peace between the Gra Valka's empire and the Muin Mauritial bloc. Backing them into a corner, as the Emperor himself had cautioned, could result in them lashing out. Troubled by the fragile threshold between diplomatic pressure and an invitation for war, Gesta crashed down onto his seat and buried his face into his hands. Then, the phone on his desk began to ring. An ominous premonition crossed Gesta's mind, shadowy tendrils creeping into his last bastion of composure. Gesta released a frustrated sigh, hand quaking as he reached for the phone. He wrapped his fingers around the device and after a brief pause, he picked it up. "Director Gesta speaking." Celia's voice came through, sounding slight downtrodden. Sir, I've just received a communication from Ambassador Anders. Damn it, Jesta hissed. Pardon, Celia asked, unsure what Jesta said. Jesta sighed. What did he say? Sir, the United States is aware of our military actions. They implore us to cease our activities. Or else. Celia replied. There exists no or else. They did not threaten us with consequences. Jesta shuddered at the strange request from the Americans. Somehow, the lack of threats seemed more foreboding than if there were threats. I see. Maintain our cover story. Quelling extremism and resisting furring territorial demands won't hold up as a viable excuse. They are already wary of our belligerence. All it takes is one mess up, and we'll have them on our door. We of all people know just how hungry they are, despite the feigned benevolence of their policies. Give them an excuse, and they'll bring fire down upon us for our resources. Jesta knew all too well what Celia was referring to. Lyria and Parpaldia were gutted for their wealth. Predatory deals, which are technically mutually beneficial but overwhelmingly beneficial for the Americans, were erected. The ruling parties were either completely dismantled and stripped of their autonomy, or brought to complete subservience. Without knowledge of internal American politics, it was impossible to gauge how supportive their population was of war. Still, even warmongering nations like his own grow tired of war sometimes. I know. Unfortunately, my hands are tied, Celia. I have to make do with what I have. Chapter 85, Anniversary. April 19th, 1641. Washington, D.C. My fellow Americans, Lee announced, overlooking a crowd that filled the National Mall. He scanned the audience with somber eyes, reminiscing. I greet you today, on the anniversary of the transference, to remember those we lost. 1 year ago, the skies across our great nation darkened, lashing at us with the elements as we were whisked away to a world not our own. When the storm clouds finally parted, we found ourselves unable to contact the people we love. Everyone in South America, Europe, Asia, Africa, everyone not in one of our territories, was now gone. Although a void now fills our hearts, there is still hope. Brought from Earth to Alicia, navigating this new world was challenging. The first few weeks were incredibly treacherous, with concerns of a devastating economic recession and a total societal collapse. However, we recovered thanks to the new friends we made. Beings known only to us through fiction, elves, dwarves, beastmen, and the like, accepted our offers of friendship, bringing us bountiful trade deals to keep our economy afloat. Among the gifts we've received from them, none have been as fantastical as magic. Magic was once a fantasy. Now, it serves as our realist beacon of hope, our light at the end of the tunnel. In the spirit of this hope, I want to announce the official integration of the arcane into our society, starting with an expansion of the Magical Research Department and its operations. In time, we may finally understand the anomaly that brought us here, and how we can reverse it to get back home. Of course, this undertaking won't be possible without the people of this world. Their friendship and cooperation are valuable, and I'd like to take this opportunity to announce that it is due time for us to finally see these new friends. As of today, the Bureau of Consular Affairs has officially lifted travel bans to dozens of key economic partners, including Mu and the Holy Mauritial Empires. The future ahead is still uncharted, our destiny ours to forge. With the help of our allies, we will write our own fates and find a way back home. Thunderous applause met Lee's speech. He smiled at the crowd, waiting for the sounds to dwindle before he resumed. In the meantime, we will continue to rebuild our economy. We've begun importing raw materials from allied nations and resource deposits discovered in uninhabited regions. It will take some time before these efforts bear fruit, so we will be distributing another round of subsidies to bolster essential goods and services. As a result, we expect prices of food and water to return to pre-transference levels. Thanks to imports from the Quila Kingdom, energy prices are now at a new low, with gas prices reaching the lowest level we've seen in decades. The audience reacted positively to this revelation, glad that the transference's impact on their wallets was finally dissipating, and even providing a boon in some regards. Lee raised a finger in the air. Let it be known that this excessive usage of fossil fuels won't last forever. Earth was subject to decades of pollution, and we have been given a second chance here. Our researchers will work on finding new ways to integrate magic into our infrastructure to make for a cleaner America. In addition, my administration is currently working on the development of new clean energy facilities, with $50 billion alone allocated to nuclear plants. We will have these facilities up and running by the time prices stabilize and transition to an energy grid that can power the America of the future. Yet again, his words were received well. This transference took many things away from us, but it also gave gifts back. Among these gifts, the greatest one is a fresh start. We will take the lessons we learned on Earth to achieve a better future not just for the United States, but for the entire world. God bless you all. God bless America. April 23, 1641. Cartalpa's Holy Mauritial Empire. Commercial District. Seagulls flew overhead, cawing as they swept down on an unattended batch of McDonald's fries sitting on a table. "Hey!" an elf cried out, chasing the birds away. Inspecting the damage, she was saddened to see that only a single fry remained. The elf stared solemnly at the tragedy before her, taken aback as a shadow started to loom over her. "Yeah, that always sucks. Mind if I buy you another?" The elf turned around. She responded to the tall human, wearing a fashionable blazer similar to, yet distinct from the suited Americans she had seen recently. "Oh yes. I don't mind. Thank you." The two walked back into the store, with the man engaging in small talk. "You know, this is the first time I've visited the Holy Mauritial Empire. I've got to say, the city is beautiful." "Oh, thank you. We really like to maintain our cities. The rest of the world looks up to us," she said, staring at the pin on the man's blazer. "Or rather, looked up to us. I assume you're an American?" Her friendly tone faded. "Yes, I am." The elf nodded. "So what brings you to the Holy Mauritial Empire?" "Here to compare our cities to your own." The man was caught off guard by the slight aggressiveness of the elf's question, but evaded it. "No, I'm here to see a friend. You know Minister Fiam?" The elf's attitude suddenly shifted upon hearing the name, hoping that she didn't accidentally offend someone important. "Oh, of course. He's one of our top diplomats. Yeah, he invited me here for a dinner party later tonight, and more celebratory events tomorrow. You know, marking the next step in Mauritial-American relations and all that." The man was finally next in line, and he ordered, "I'll have a bacon quarter pounder with cheese, 2 large fries, and 2 large drinks, please." "That'll be $12.54, sir," the cashier informed him. "Do y'all accept card or Apple Pay?" The man asked. "Yes, we do." The elf watched in fascinated as the American completed the transaction with a blocky device. Her earlier prejudices against the Americans were swept aside by curiosity, as she now had the opportunity to get answers. As they walked to fill their drinks, she asked, "So who are you?" The man reacted in surprise and wore an apologetic expression on his face. "Oh, pardon me. How could I have forgotten to introduce myself? I'm Gordon Hayden, Secretary of State. Pleasure to meet you." He extended his hand. The elf shook his hand. "I'm fine. I apologize if I was rude earlier." "No, I completely understand," Hayden replied. "It's tough when the status quo is disrupted out of nowhere. But I have a feeling that it's all intentional, you know? My entire country couldn't have gotten summoned for no reason, right?" Gordon's order number was announced via a speaker system. After he retrieved the food, the two sat down inside and continued their conversation. "You're right. I can still remember how shocked I was when the government announced the return of the ancient sorceress empire. As the pieces came together, Effine abandoned her jealousy. The Americans and their incredible technologies, economy, and everything else may have hurt her pride, but what was this sacrifice in the face of total annihilation? She felt sorry for being envious of their status and power when she should have been thankful to them, and to the gods for helping Alicia stand a chance against the evils to come. Maybe that's why you were brought here? To protect us from the sorcerers?" "Probably," Hayden said, digging into his burger. "I saw your president's speech. You won't leave us, will you?" Hayden stopped eating, putting the burger down. He looked into Effine's eyes while he prepared a response. He truly didn't know the answer to her question. I don't think we'd be able to leave before then," he said, dodging the question. "Most likely, I think we'll need access to the sorcerer's technology before we're able to figure out how to get back home." Effine nodded, satisfied enough with Hayden's answer. "I never thought I would have had to worry about this in my lifetime." She sighed. The only reason why we haven't had mass hysteria yet is because 15 or so years is still far out, and many have faith in you Americans to fight off the sorcerers. I only hope this faith isn't misplaced. If there's anything I can promise, it's that whoever summoned us here chose the right people for the job. Fine related Haydn's statement to current sentiments. Some of us think you're too right for the job. Some Mauritials are afraid of losing their status as the greatest power in the world and view your people with suspicion. I would have held these same beliefs, but I realized that the gods summoned your people for a reason. I think you should convey this message to the public. Ask Minister Fiam to make sure that the people know what you're doing and how important your mission is. Haydn raised an eyebrow, surprised by Fine's sudden request and interest in politics. I didn't think such things would be so close to heart for a random citizen, he commented. Do your citizens not get involved with the well-being of your nation? Haydn thought back to instances of unity present throughout American history, namely 9/11. Not extensively, only in times of crisis, but even then, we've never had an unavoidable, devastating crisis like this. The return of the ancient sorceress empire is something almost every Elysian fears. Unfortunately, some people don't know just how imminent, existential, urgent this threat is. Please, you need to make sure that the people understand the severity of this threat. You have the power to help convince people to start preparing now. I'll discuss this matter with them. Haydn agreed to Fine's request. I promise. Lazos Castle, Cartalpas. Minister Fiam struck his champagne glass with a fork, producing a high-pitched sound that caught the partygoers' attention. Lively chatter and laughter settled down quickly as the lights dimmed, except for the lights focused on Minister Fiam. Fiam cleared his throat and began his speech. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here today as we celebrate a monumental moment. 4 days ago, the Americans observed the anniversary of their transference to Alicia. Although this was a shocking development that led to the disappearance of their home planet, Earth, and the people on it, the transference also served as a great opportunity. For the Americans, the transference gave them an opportunity to start anew, unbothered by the troubles of their home world. For us, the transference is a ray of hope, our beacon in the darkness. For many centuries, our people have prepared for the inevitable return of Alicia's oppressors, the ancient sorceress empire. When we first learned that their fated return was scheduled for our era, we were devastated. We prepared as much as we could, but it was not enough. All hope was lost until we began hearing tales of transferred countries, the Ravernal Empire and the United States of America. Rumors had floated for weeks and months, until we verified their existences through the fateful defeats of superpowers across the world. To the west, Lifer succumbed to an enraged Ravernal Empire, who sought retribution for the barbaric treatment they received. To the east, Parpaldia fell, toppled by a righteous force of liberation, the United States of America. As nations fell and power balances shifted, we gained more knowledge about these mysterious newcomers. We heard rumors of a single super battleship sinking whole fleets and of mysterious arrows of light that slammed into their targets like meteors. Such fantastical feats were worthy of our attention, and so we sent delegations to both countries. Minister Sawaf was sent to the Ravernal Empire, only to be met with rude barbarism, insults, and hollow threats. Their technologies were advanced, even exceeding Mu's. They could have made a great ally against the coming threat, had they not shunned us and turned our friendliness away. It was clear that no help would come from these people, who acted like the barbarian instigators they once brought retribution upon. This left the nation of supersonic iron dragons and weapons of light. I was sent to establish contact with the Americans, who were more than willing to welcome us and greet us in kind. I won't go too deeply into the details of my travels, but their nation was one of advanced technology, immense natural beauty, and regal hospitality. The seeds of friendship were planted, and now they blossom. Minister Fiam thought back to the words of advice given to him earlier by Secretary Haydn. Some of us countrymen felt their pride being injured by the Americans' rise to power, and this detracted from the main threat, the return of the Ravernal Empire. As he scanned the audience, he could see looks of scorn and disapproval gazing back. It was up to him to convince his country's elite to lend their aid. It was up to him to rally his people. With the lifting of the American international travel ban, we celebrate the evolution of our relations. American tourists, customers, and industries will now flock to our holy Mauritial empire, and I urge you to welcome it. Welcome it, not only for the sake of civility or profit, but most importantly, for the sake of forging a bond that not even the sorcerer's core magic could destroy. The silent audience erupted in ecstatic applause, moved by Phaim's incredible speech. The attendees found his words to be so uplifting that some of their eyes even began to water, their hearts swelling with optimism. Together, we will ensure that Alicia finally breaks free from the shackles of fear. Together, we will ensure that the ancient sorceress empire is finally defeated, once and for all. Chapter 86. Patience. Author's note. In previous chapters, I noted the calendar year as 1641. This is a typo. The United States was transferred in 2021/1639. The year should be 2022/1640. April 25th, 1640. Magica Regia, a non-real empire. Resurrection Management Agency Headquarters. Shadows exuded from Director Zamura's vibrant wings, reflecting the darkness that broiled within the powerful individual. He stood by the edge of a long conference table, overlooking the department and section heads that sat silently, eyes drawn down as if their vision was affected by gravity. By the wide wall to his left, a screen flickered on, showing a screen cap of a commercial for the United States Air Force. Zamura's uttered a single word, "Watch." The video played. Alicia is over 80% water and only 20% land. The narrator announced over clips of American jets flying over diverse landscapes. But the entire sky belongs to us. Amidst a backdrop of cinematic music, jets annihilated aerial targets for the next 20 seconds. Lurian and Parpaldian wyverns were obliterated while their vessels were likewise sunk in fiery explosions. Then, the Ajidaka appeared. Zamuras paused the video. He faced his subordinates, who realized what the creature was and what its presence in an American military commercial implied. "You are gathered here today to address a catastrophic failure," Zamuras said with an eerily unbefitting calm. He sighed heavily, sending shivers down the spines of the people present with this mere action. "Now, can anyone here recognize what is wrong with this production here?" A brave employee answered as he quivered in his seat. "Yes, sir, that is the Ajidaka, and it has been released from its containment." "Quaint observation," Zamuras said. His unorthodoxly calm tone was a significant contrast to his history of fiery, destructive outbursts of anger. If anything, it most closely represented the calm before the storm. However, that is not the issue. Although the Ajidaka research is valuable, if it had completed its objective and laid waste to the inferiors of Gramius and Phalades, then it would have been worth it. He pointed a remote at the screen. "This," he said, anger swelling up like a powerful torrent trying to break through a dam, "is the issue." The video resumed, showing footage of missiles besieging the monster. The barrage laid waste to the creature in an astonishingly short time, leaving nothing but a smoldering carcass and bits of gore scattered around what was once feared to be a devastating monster. The Anonreals were left in a different state, one of figurative desolation rather than literal. It is clear that this interaction is the reason why Darkshield's team has not reported back in over a month. Zamura's tone shifted to one reflecting annoyance. "Unfortunately, this also means that Darkshield cannot be present at this meeting and that I cannot execute him personally for his failure. You lot, on the other hand," he paused, enjoying the sheer terror that now afflicted his subordinates, "are present. Zaster, Gritmore, and Pelosar, I expect that you'll refrain from making the same mistakes that Darkshield made. Use the chaos created by the GRA Valkans. Secure the remaining beacons while the inferiors distract themselves with petty conflicts. Under no circumstances will you allow the Americans to get their hands on the devices first." His men nodded. "Go, and make His Holiness proud." Oranatha Castle, stashed away under layers of rock and magical shielding, the primary command center of the Anonreal military lay hidden under the seat of government, Oranatha Castle. Capable of withstanding a direct core magic strike, the facility represented the most fortified position in the entire empire. It was here where Emperor Zarathustra himself coordinated the initial revival effort to bring the Anonreal Empire out of isolation. and it is here where he now coordinates efforts against the Americans. Members from all relevant departments flooded into the facility's primary strategic room, which operated like a current action center. Zarathustra scowled at a screen mounted overhead, which displayed the very video submitted by Director Zamoras. As he thought further, he became more disgusted. The man had come before him with the video and claimed it to be a product of his adept intelligence-gathering activities. Zarathustra knew it was simply a desperate attempt to shift blame away from Darkshield's, and by extension, his failure. Regardless, he let the man explain his case, finding amusement in his pathetic prostration. He had the urge to execute Director Zamoras then and there, but spared him instead. His actions were not influenced by pity. Rather, he found logical use in maintaining a loyal, subservient slave to do his bidding without question. With the rise of a mysterious messiah's civil rights movement, dissent increased. The oppressed lower castes, consisting of the impure solid wingers, began revolting against the more pure-blooded, threatening a revisit of the dark days of the First Anonreal Civil War. Some even began to circulate American media, much to Zarathustra's ire. The video that led to this emergency convention not only represented an incredibly destabilizing propaganda piece, should Messiah's people get their hands on it, but also represented an entirely new concern, the first in eons that could potentially threaten the Ravernal Empire. The feats displayed in the video, particularly the demise of the Aji Daka, confirmed their worst fears. The propaganda shown to Ambassador Crunch was now deemed to be accurate, as were the then preposterous claims submitted by the Anonreal Intelligence Agency. Zarathustra loathed to admit it, but the inferior humans that comprised the United States somehow posed a threat to his rule. With pure mechanical technologies, they developed weapons capable of rivaling, perhaps even surpassing, the weapons employed by his empire's military. With reluctance, he deemed it necessary to revise the Americans' threat assessment. He addressed his subjects. I have summoned you to deliberate on the threat that is the United States of America. The termination of the Aji Daka, along with our other research samples in the Gramius continent, has been officially verified. Although it hurts my pride to admit this, it is imperative that we view the Americans in a more serious manner. As such, I have brought together all departments related to intelligence gathering. The scope of this convention shall be to establish a new strategy for hastening the revival of our ancestors and preparing this world for their arrival. Director Bacchus, share the experiences you have had while dealing with the Americans. The director of the Inferior Affairs Department bowed. Yes, Your Holiness. He turned to face his colleagues and fellow countrymen, describing the materials brought back by Crunch. When we initially encountered the Americans, we were presented with a video similar to the one provided by Director Zamoras. The video we were shown, however, depicted their technologies on a far larger scale, emphasizing their capabilities, but also cleverly keeping the extent of these capabilities hidden. We witnessed their utilization of faster-than-sound metallic aircraft and missiles. We witnessed their ability to harness electrical energy to power computational devices, not unlike the magical computers we have. We also witnessed their supposed moon landing. Our visit to the American continent granted us substantial evidence of the aforementioned accomplishments and technologies. Consumer products that my delegates have purchased were submitted to the AIA. Zarathustra nodded. Director Voris, what has your agency uncovered? The leader of Ananorial's premier clandestine agency shared his findings. Your Holiness, the consumer products we analyzed were mainly food products, toys, and basic electronics. We found nothing significant about these items, compared to equivalent items we have here. The research team that conducted the analyses thus reported an equivalent technological level, if we only use their consumer products as a foundation. As for complex electronics, we were unable to purchase them. Why is that? Voris explained, hoping that the Emperor would find his excuses reasonable. American stores now require identification in order to purchase certain items, including phones and cars. We considered stealing these items, but all ports of entry have rigorous inspectors and metal-detecting devices. Fortunately, they have finally allowed their people to travel outside their nation. I have teams ready to pickpocket any American technology they can get their hands on. The Emperor smiled. Excellent. We have also been able to purchase books and magazines, although their textbooks remain locked behind layers of identification processes and permits. I have provided the books and magazines to military intelligence. Zarathustra's eyes shifted to the corresponding leader. Captain Zinman stepped forward. Your Holiness, my analysis suggests that the humans do indeed possess weaponry demonstrated by the videos we have seen. I studied their vehicular technologies during my visit there as part of Ambassador Crunch's delegation, and I found that the performance of their civilian automobiles exceed those of our own. Taking the general idea that military equipment is better than civilian equipment, I reasoned that not only are the videos true, not only do these humans possess weapons like missiles and supersonic jets, it is probable that they possess other weapons we are unfamiliar with. He paused, grappling with the idea of offering a controversial suggestion. Pressed by time, he decided to continue. I dare say that they may even wield weapons on par with the weapons of our ancestors. Shocked gasps circulated the room. Just when the room seemed like it was about to burst into heated discussion, Zarathustra held up a hand. That is a bold claim, Captain. It may be probable, but your claim is one that holds little merit. You risk much by saying this, so I assume you have some evidence to support your case. Certainly, Your Holiness, Zeman bowed. The materials provided to me by Director Voris' agency were detailed. The Americans have an interesting culture and are very proud of their military. Director Voris' spies were fortunate enough to acquire military magazines from bookstores before the Americans increased their security measures. I have with me one such magazine. Zinman hoisted it in the air, allowing everyone to see the strange satellite plastered on the cover. This issue was released a few weeks ago, so the information is recent. A civilian publication can hardly be construed as evidence, Captain, Zarathustra warned. I understand, my Emperor. When I first received the material, I thought it to be merely propaganda, until I found this, he said, pointing a finger at a large picture of a fighter jet plastered on a board. The PAL Aurora 2? Zarathustra asked. Zeman nodded. An exact, or almost exact, replica of it. It appeared in the magazine, detailing specifications that the Americans shouldn't have otherwise known. Instead of the PAL Aurora 2, it was called the Sukhoi Su-27. The magazine also contained depictions of the upgraded variant, the Su-35, and yet more advanced planes, the Su-57 and the J-20. The Su-35 matches with the PAL Aurora 3, while the Su-57 and J-20 align with excavated blueprints for the PAL Aurora 4. The room fell into disarray. Many found themselves in denial, but couldn't ignore the fact that somehow the Americans knew about highly sensitive information. If these designs were truly from the American homeworld, then it begged the question, what weapons did they develop to counter their adversaries? Emperor Zarathustra silenced the room before the discussions got out of hand. High General Duran, he said, causing an orichalcum-armored man to stand at attention. Let us assume that the Americans have technology to match the PAL Aurora 3. How shall we succeed in our goal of global domination before the ancestors arrive? The bearded light-winger responded, his voice as rough as the southeastern conflicts he won. Your Holiness, we would have to strike early and unannounced. Current intelligence reveals that the Americans have been launching satellites into orbit, which mimic the reconnaissance capabilities of the ancestors' satellites. At the current rate, we expect them to have full coverage of Alicia by next year. Even so, we cannot strike at this moment. Their fleets are still positioned near their homeland, and any movement past the Vestal continent would be easily detected. However, there is a possible plan of action. Go on. The Ravernal Empire is currently engaged in a campaign of conquest. I believe they will eventually war with Mu and the Holy Mauritial Empire, and potentially even drag the United States into the conflict through defense agreements. It is at this point, when all parties are at their weakest and chaos is at its peak, that we should strike. I also recommend we prepare our restored weapons for this scenario, so that we may bridge the technological gap between our forces. Emperor Zarathustra gave the idea some thought. Although initially put off by the threat of the humans' technologies, he realized that, after all, they were mere humans. His prejudice against the other races and blind faith in the superiority of the Ravernals worked against him. He allowed himself to be convinced by his advisors into committing to a futile endeavor. Very well. High General Duran, prepare our forces for war. Chapter 87, Piece of the Puzzle. April 26, 1640. Lino forest, quatoin. Exotic avian species sang tunes from the treetops, mimicking the joyful sunlight radiance that pierced through the forest's canopy. Their chirps resonated well with the wind that flowed through the hollowed branches the birds sat upon, adding to the joyful ambience of the environment. The eternal harmonization was then interrupted for the first time in decades by the alien sounds of branches snapping and human chatter. This is as far as I shall go, emissaries. Guardians Mina and Wool shall meet you here shortly. A voice came from the ground level. As the guide left, the group kept their voices low out of respect for the beautiful, sacred place. They admired the natural excellence of the forest, which seemed more perfect than even the Quatonian agricultural fields. Amidst their wonder, they failed to notice the appearance of guardians Mina and Wool. The female elf called out, "Dr. Jackson?" "Ah." The archaeologist jumped backward, startled. "Oh goodness, my apologies. I didn't see you there." He gave a nervous smile. "Yes, that's me. Dr. Gabriel Jackson. Nice to meet you." He offered a hand to the elven duo. Mina and Wool stared at the hand blankly, unfamiliar with American customs. Instead, Mina simply introduced herself. "I am Guardian Mina, and this is Guardian Wool," she said, gesturing to the man beside her with an elegant motion of her hand. "We have been instructed to guide you to the inner sanctum of the sacred forest. There resides a clearing where we have maintained for centuries a preservation spell on an emissary artifact. Please follow us." Dr. Jackson led his team, walking closely behind the guardians. They struck up conversation, curious about the forest's history. "I remember reading texts that described this forest as the last bastion of the Alliance. But what makes this place sacred, exactly?" Jackson asked. Wool explained, "This forest was home to the goddess of the elves, whose name was sacrificed in order to save the few survivors of the intelligent races. We were pushed to the brink of extinction, backs cornered. The rest of the world, along with the western shores of the Rhodinius continent, had fallen. Our ancestors were all that remained. Thousands of soldiers and not more than 500,000 refugees. With everything at stake, the Alliance decided to risk everything on a last resort, forsaking the deployment of elves as support mages and instead sending them on a monumental task. Valiant heroes defended our elven ancestors while they prayed to our goddess, seeking aid." She answered, "Of course, what is the point of creating something and loving it, only to allow it to be destroyed by evil?" She told the elven mages that she would summon the emissaries of the star god, saviors who would annihilate the demons that plagued the world. And with a burst of light, she did. Unfortunately, interference on this scale was prohibited by the gods, and so she was punished. The moment her light blessed our skin, everyone had forgotten her name. Her name may have been lost to us, but we continue to honor her legacy here in this forest. Jackson felt moved by the touching story, a tale of love and sacrifice. "That's very honorable of you to do that," he said, following the elves past an ancient warehouse-like structure that seemed incredibly out of place. "Indeed," Mina said, "we still hold faith that one day, her punishment will end and we may be united with her once more." She guided the Americans through an ornate set of stone rings, emerging into a clearing with the fabled artifact sitting in the center, metallic sheets and glass canopy shining under the bright Elysian sun. "We have arrived," she informed the emissaries, whose jaws had all dropped. "Are you well?" Will asked. Dizzy from the surprising revelation, Jackson barely managed to nod. He stammered out, "W, what is that? Is that the artifact?" "It is," Mina said. "Have we failed to preserve it sufficiently?" she asked, concerned about the emissaries' reactions. "Oh, no. You've done an excellent job, rather." He rushed to the perfectly preserved fighter, marveling at its condition. "How long has this been here?" "For tens of thousands of years. Legend suggests that this artifact has remained here since before the arrival of the Mu continent," Wool answered, joining the emissaries as they gawked at the artifact. He and Mina watched the emissaries converse among themselves with great interest. "This looks exactly like a Hellcat," one of Dr. Jackson's colleagues pointed out. "No," Dr. Jackson replied. "It is a Hellcat," he said, pacing around the World War II aeroplane. This is conclusive evidence of my theory that we are indeed the emissaries. There's been a lot of great hints in the past, like the similarities between our flag and the flags depicted in Elysian historical texts. Or or pictures from Topan and Esperanto in texts. He exclaimed, lowering his voice to increase the dramatic effect of his discovery. He continued, but this, now this, is the missing clue, the final piece of the puzzle. Confused by the emissaries' ecstasy over uncovering their own history, Mina asked, Dr. Jackson, do your people have no recollection of your heroism here? I know it has been thousands of years, but surely something must have been preserved. Dr. Jackson shrugged. Not that I'm aware of. I've heard rumors of the military frolicking off in strange environments, time travel, and all the like. Most of these rumors, a lot of Americans have simply written them off as conspiracy, too far-fetched and ungrounded to have ever occurred. He then had a new consideration as he listened to himself speak. And this technology, this aircraft right here, is from just under 80 years ago. I bet there are records of whatever happened here, but the government has probably kept it hidden. Mina's heart churned for the secrecy, slightly offended that such heroism has not been honored. Why would they do such a thing? Why would they keep the victories of your heroes a secret? Well, as far as I know, there has been no conclusive evidence of magic, much less dimensional travel, on Earth. A tale like this would have created a lot of chaos, I suspect. But now that we do have evidence, maybe we can finally start telling stories that should be told. Washington, D.C. President Lee felt his world spin as he listened to Dr. Jackson's live report from Kwatoin. Good Lord, and you're sure of its authenticity? As sure as can be, Mr. President. Thing is still surrounded by some strange magic bubble, which I've asked the No Guardians to maintain for now. Wow, Lee said, speechless. He rested his head on his hand as he leaned back in his chair, still processing the information. How'd the plane even get there? Dr. Jackson shrugged. The Guardians didn't seem to know, sir. I had Dr. Nakamura analyze it, since he's got a specialty on World War II, and he said that there was some extensive fire damage to the engine. Likely scenario, plane got hit by a fireball and had to glide down. Whatever task force was summoned there couldn't repair or destroy it, so it's been sitting there ever since. And so, that plane has been sitting there for longer than the Giza pyramids have been on Earth? That's correct, Mr. President. My research team also investigated the surrounding area, and the Guardians brought us to an abandoned warehouse. It seemed like there was an attempt to establish some sort of permanent base here, but whatever task force was here instead left in a hurry. They did establish some oil mining operations, which would explain some of the ancient ruins found in Quila. Lee remembered the interesting discovery made when they first established contact with the Quila Kingdom. Some of the oil wells there were in operating condition and later traced back to Mu, but some had deteriorated almost beyond recognition, ravaged by thousands of years of erosion. These decaying structures served as additional evidence of the United States' presence in Alicia. So, a higher power really summoned an American task force here. Right, sir. To fight some demon horde, led by Nosgarath, the same being we killed outside of the Topa Kingdom? It would seem so, sir. My analyses of documents and artifacts in that region corroborate the findings here. Lee watched the trees sway in the background of the video. To think that we actually had a real-life Philadelphia experiment. God, this is a side of American history that nobody's ever known. It is, sir. It would really help my analyses as well if I had access to any records pertaining to these events. Lee understood Dr. Jackson's implication. I'll look into it. Hopefully Director Klein won't mind, especially considering we've got bigger problems now. Right we do, Mr. President. Lee's talk of bigger problems got him thinking about the summoning of the emissaries in the first place. Did they randomly pluck an American fleet from existence during World War II? Was it after the war? Did Presidents Roosevelt or Truman know about, or even prepare for this? This creates a whole new host of problems. Incredibly powerful deities truly exist here. I always thought that some sort of freak magic experiment brought us here. I fear what these beings are capable of. Not much, Mr. President, Dr. Jackson reassured. These gods have a strong policy of non-interference, unless there's some sort of extinction-level event. Extinction-level event. Dr. Jackson nodded. In the case of the emissaries, they were tasked with saving the surviving Elysian humanoids from extinction at the hands of Nosgarath. In our case, I believe we're meant to defend this world from the Ravernal Empire. Lee sighed, head hanging low. He had hoped that the Ravernal Empire's return would turn out to be impossible, but as the months dragged on, More evidence pointing to their existence continued to pile up. Ancient satellites and their beacons, non-real claims in foreign policy, and now, the will of a god. The list went on. Dr. Jackson interrupted Lee's thoughts. Mr. President, I'm no military advisor, but I suggest we start preparing for this scenario. I could use some more personnel to help with translations and expeditions. Those beacons have been a real tough one to crack, sir. Yeah, that's a good idea, Lee said, the reality of the situation settling in. Send Stephen a budget proposal, and I'll see what I can do about it. Thank you, Mr. President. You made the right choice, sir. The video call ended, leaving President Lee slumped in his chair, staring at the ceiling. He knew very well that he should prepare, and preparations should certainly be easy. However, more pressing was his ability to convince Congress and, in turn, the American public of the urgency of their preparation. He could leave such an issue for a later time and let his successors handle it, but such a course of action would leave him riddled with guilt. Preparing now would be the right thing to do. His approval ratings may cry out, and the public may become more agitated at a sudden revitalization of the military-industrial complex, especially with economic recovery still incomplete. But a few years of preparation could mean all the difference between victory and complete annihilation. He brainstormed excuses, scratching off almost all of them. His train of thought then led him to the current state of the world, making a stop at the situation brewing in the West and the threat rising from the South. If he wanted to enact change, he would have to do so during a time of crisis. It was only a matter of time before a massive conflict erupted between the Ravernal Empire and the Elysian Defense Initiative, with the Ravernal Empire representing a potential third party. Although the thought of it disgusted him, he actually hoped that war would occur, just for the sake of being able to justify heavy preparations against the Ravernal Empire. Ready to take action, Lee dialed up the speaker of the House on his desk phone. Miss Schieffer, we need to talk. What of, Mr. President? Lee's expression darkened. For the first time since the initial transference, he felt gut-wrenching trepidation. Even then, it wasn't as drastic. Now, however, with Dr. Jackson's discoveries, it became certain that this new threat wasn't going to be one of a crashing economy or lost ties to Earth. This new threat was one that could threaten their very survival, and thus, Lee answered accordingly. The fate of the nation. Chapter 88, War Machines. May 1st, 1640. Otaheitmo. Facility Gamma. General Senneville held the railing as he stood upon an elevated platform built into a mountainside, overlooking a massive testing grounds below. Researchers in white lab coats and soldiers in new camouflage uniforms scuttled about, setting up target dummies and readying experimental weaponry. Beside him, Prime Minister Sinclair waited patiently for the demonstration to begin. General, Sinclair said, elegant mustache swaying about as he spoke. Sir, Senneville responded, carrying nobility and power through his voice. Sinclair asked, how much confidence do you have in these weapons? In their ability to repel the Valkan aggressors? Utmost confidence, sir, Senneville replied, his tone reflecting the content of his answer. The design of these cannons is derived from captured Valkan weapons donated to us by the Leoforian resistance. These weapons are able to use 105mm shells, either domestically produced, captured from Valkan supplies, or purchased from the Americans. We are also working on a 75mm variant. Humph. Sinclair crossed his arms, satisfied with what he heard. He still remained doubtful, however, waiting until he saw the equipment in action. What sort of targets have you prepared? According to the Americans, the Valkans have tanks with varying magnitudes of armor. We have prepared sets of 80, 100, and 120mm steel armor. The guns shall conduct a series of tests, first using our own domestically produced ammunition, then captured Valkan ammunition, and finally American ammunition. Each test will be conducted several times, with the angle of the armor varying in each, to represent sloped armor on Valkan tanks. Sinclair nodded, watching in worried anticipation as Senneville's men moved the guns into position. For the sake of our future, I hope these weapons truly are as potent as you believe them to be. Senneville experienced a brief moment of hesitation, hit hard by the weight of the Prime Minister's words. You will not be disappointed, sir. The two men stood in silence as a researcher announced the commencement of the first trial. Firing range is clear. Initiating Project Bulwark Trial Set 1. Begin test in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fire. A burst of orange flames spouted from the experimental cannon's muzzle, unleashing firepower of unprecedented magnitude, seen only on naval warships and coastal batteries until now. A spent casing flew from the new weapon, material glistening under the facility's lighting as smoke slowly drifted to the ceiling. The target, a small slab of 80mm armor situated 50 meters from the cannon itself, was reduced to a shattered image of its prior self. Shards of smoking metal lay strewn about the position of the original slab, standing testament to the strength of the new cannon. The test continued, with the cannon striking duplicate pieces oriented at different angles, all to satisfactory effect. In all cases, the armor was destroyed or damaged enough such that the shrapnel produced by the impact was sufficient in neutralizing any targets behind the armor. Testing then took a pause as researchers recorded the results and prepared for the next trials. Senneville looked at Sinclair, hoping to catch his expression. He felt relief upon finding that Sinclair had an impressed look on his face, almost to the point of a light smile. "Now we know that these weapons will be effective against GRA Valken light armor," he commented. Sinclair continued the conversation while the research team began preparations for the next trial. "I assume that was to be expected?" "Yes, sir." The researchers initially estimated these cannons to be effective against even GRA Valken heavy armor, especially with the use of American ammunition. These cannons are fairly overkill, hence research into smaller variants that can be more easily distributed for use against the more abundant GRA Valken light and medium armored units. Sinclair nodded in approval. Out of curiosity, how do these new weapons compare to their GRA Valken doppelgangers? And perhaps even the counterparts used by our Mauritial allies? Senneville answered to the best of his knowledge. "Sir, I'm not well versed with the specifics of these guns, but they do compete on equal terms with the GRA Valken guns. The only downside is that we have less of them, considering that we have had to play catch-up thus far. As for the Mauritials," he scratched his head, "it's a bit more difficult to discern, since their projectiles are largely immaterial. I can say for certain, however, that our ammunition is much more versatile than theirs, which are primarily, if not only, effective under the high explosive designation. Our cannons can accommodate several different ammo types, from high explosive to canister, meant for anti-personnel engagements and armor piercing. The Americans call those APFSDS, whatever that means." Sinclair felt a sense of pride, knowing that with just a year of development, his nation was already beginning to rival the GRA Valkens and Mauritials in terms of technology and weaponry. "Excellent," he said as the announcer counted down to the next trial. The soldiers below aimed their gun at the next target, a 100mm slab of steel. At the announcer's order, another blast erupted. The results were similar, although this time the armor experienced less trauma at the exit wound. The shell was unable to penetrate this piece of armor as well as the previous piece, but the evident hole in the slab still signaled success and the ability to damage the crew and components within a tank. The last test involving domestically produced Muin shells was not as successful as the first two trials. The 105mm He shell managed to puncture the armor when oriented at a level angle, but failed to penetrate the steel when oriented greater than 15 degrees. This meant that most frontal strikes against heavily armored targets would be ineffective. The GRA Valken counterparts were, on average, more potent than the domestically produced Muin rounds. The GRA Valken shells reported greater effectiveness, particularly against heavier armor, managing to pierce through armor at a 25-degree angle. Although these shells boasted superior firepower, they were much more scarce. The few samples Mu had access to were thus reserved for reverse engineering. Practically, these variants would only be viable on the field, in situations where Muin forces are able to capture supplies. Finally, the research team tested the American shells. They were purchased for upwards of 50% more than Muin shells, but aced every single trial. Only the American weapons seemed to have any effect on the steel armor, with their armor-piercing rounds exceeding expectations and cutting clean through, much to the surprise of Prime Minister Sinclair. On the other hand, the high explosive was excellent for all targets, proving to be a well-rounded weapon that could potentially augment the Muin arsenal. Seneville commented on the results. It's likely that whatever we throw at the heavier GRA Valken Wilder tanks, aside from American shells, might just ricochet off or detonate to little effect. Sinclair understood what he had to do. I see. Then, you recommend purchasing more of the American shells? I do, sir. I've asked Minister DeVille to procure an estimate of the composition of the GRA Valka's Empire's armored vehicle fleet and sent this estimate to a research team. They've written up a report that optimizes our costs based on the ammunition types required for the 105mm and prospective 75mm guns. Sinclair's stomach churned just thinking about the expenses, but this feeling was dwarfed by potential regret. Regret to be had if he didn't follow through with these purchases and consequently led Mu to its demise at the hands of the GRA Valken war machine. He sighed, head hanging in resignation. How much will it cost? The report should have already been sent to you, sir, but off the top of my head, I believe that the tentative estimate is about $200 million for 100,000 shells. The number we order is inversely correlated with the price. Buy more, and they'll be cheaper. Although upset over the exorbitant pricing, he couldn't help but laugh. They truly are capitalists, aren't they? Seneville responded with a simple quip. War isn't cheap, sir. Very well, then. Sinclair waved a hand in concession. I'll review the report and schedule a meeting with ourselves and Chief Audix. Seneville nodded, relieved that his request was being considered. Sinclair then prepared to leave, but a consideration crossed his mind. General, how many vehicles do these GRA Valkens have exactly? Well over 250,000, sir. This includes light transports, heavy tanks, and everything in between. 250,000. Sinclair reiterated with a confused tone. Our domestic production, even when combined with purchases from the United States, barely matches that number. Seneville nodded solemnly. It's the best we can do with the time we've been given, sir. Ideally, the GRA Valkens don't pressure us until next year. However, with the rate they conquered the Hinomawari Kingdom, it is expected that Sonal and Nigrat will fall within months. Goodness, Sinclair muttered. How are we to defend ourselves then? I cannot contribute too much to our military budget without the approval of the legislature. And by the time they see GRA Valken tanks at our borders and agree, it will be too late. I have a solution, Seneville sighed. But it may not be received well by those still harboring prejudice against the Mauritials for our historical rivalries. Sinclair's eyes widened in realization. You want? He felt a lump in his throat, but managed to speak out the words on both their minds. To invite the Mauritials to our sovereign territory. Seneville nodded subtly. Sinclair protested the suggestion vigorously. Why? That's an even more audacious request than hundreds of millions for American weapons. How can you expect me to convince these pride-blinded egomaniacs to allow such a desperate measure? It's one or the other, Prime Minister. That, or we can try our luck and hope that we hold out against the GRA Valkens until reinforcements from the EDI arrive. Sinclair sighed, his burdens growing ever larger. If we are to mount a defense, how long do you think we may last? It depends on many factors. The earliest the GRA Valkens will launch an invasion. Seneville hesitated, his voice trailing off. How soon, General? Voice tinged with weariness, Seneville responded. Well, it could be as early as August. Existential dread now fell upon them as they acknowledged that the sovereign nation of Mu, the premier superpower of the second civilization, now faced destruction. Sinclair brooded on Seneville's answer, his mind haunted by a flurry of events yet to come, events that could be avoided. With no helpful words to offer, he merely continued the question, what defenses could we erect in such a short time frame? Seneville answered solemnly, defenses of little consequence. There is a highly defensible choke point at the entrance to the Malmun Mountains. My forces can hold this position with our new weapons for as long as necessary, but this leaves our northern and southern flanks prone to invasion. Begin erecting fortifications there, and set traps in the mountain range itself. The unusual formations can be collapsed to create untraversable obstacles, yes? Yes, sir. Good. That should stall the GRA Valkens for some time. Meanwhile, we can focus our defensive efforts on the Leophorian and Hinomawarian borders. Sir, Seneville said, seeing the implication of Sinclair's strategy, what about Alu? We will have to abandon it. I'm prepared to organize refugee transports for this eventuality. Seneval nodded. As a general, he understood more than most that war isn't without sacrifice. Not having to defend Alu will free up a lot of my forces. Still, one of the many costs of war, General. At the very least, by diverting more of your forces to the northern and southern flanks, we can buy more time for EDI reinforcements. Yes, that leaves only the GRA Valkan Navy and Air Force to contend with. It hurts to admit this, but our fleets and Air Corps are no match for them. This is a truth I know all too well, General. Sinclair shook his head in dismay. Matching the GRA Valkan on the high seas or high in the sky will be a challenge. I know the Americans have weapons that could help us in this regard. I'll try to negotiate something with them. And if they refuse? Seneval asked. They won't, Sinclair said confidently, contrasting greatly with his defeated tone just moments ago. They have too much at stake here on this continent, and they'll have to face the GRA Valkans one day or another. It should be in their best interest to handle this burden while it still remains in relative infancy. Good luck, sir. And you as well, General. Chapter 89, Trial by Fire. May 15, 1640. Fortress City of Exteris, Sonal Kingdom. The clear blue sky above darkened as hundreds upon hundreds of warplanes blotted out the sun, stretching from horizon to horizon. The air filled with the sounds of buzzing and howling as the machines turned downward, swooping down on the defenseless prey below. Even after having rallied all the wyverns in the entire nation, the Sonal Wyvern Corps was still hopelessly outmatched. The consolidated force, hoping to meet a small GRA Valkan invasion force and overwhelm them with numbers, instead found themselves on the receiving end of the stick. There was no escape from here, no preservation of military strength. The wyverns cried out, rushing to the skies to fight a valiant last stand. Although most of the citizens of Exteris had been preemptively evacuated, the Sonalians still had to defend it. Without defenses on the ground, it would be impossible to impede the GRA Valkan advance. Thus, the wyverns angled themselves toward the larger warplanes, flying under the guard of vicious, unstoppable fighters. Wind rushed through the elongated ears of General Viltrius as he stood on a camouflaged runway, wyverns taking off around him. Currents of air coursed around him, and currents of fear coursed through him. He knew that his men would not be returning, no matter how skilled they were. This was a fact he had come to terms with, a fact that these courageous wyvern knights were well aware of. Despite death knocking at their doorstep, they still rallied upward, set on doing as much damage as possible. The bravery of Viltrius' men filled him with pride, a swelling feeling that was then swept aside as quickly as it arose. Even though he had already expected a disastrous defeat, seeing it unfold was a different case altogether. His eyebrows furrowed in shock and pity as his wyverns were annihilated before they could even unleash fireballs against their targets. The surviving men, seeing the effectiveness of the GRA Valkan fighters, adjusted their mission parameters. Instead of chasing the rapidly climbing bombers, they decided to settle for the nearby fighters. The dense formation of planes allowed the Sonalians to strike a few, sending the aircraft plummeting to the ground. Unlike the eviscerated wyvern knights, however, the GRA Valkan pilots were not so doomed. Parachutes blossomed in the sky as bloody wyverns and smoking aircraft alike crashed to the ground, reflecting the hopelessness of the situation. Viltrius' shoulders slumped, despair settling in as he walked back to his bunker to wait out the bombing run. Approaching a reinforced hatch built into the earth, he took one last look at the darkening skies above before he finally descended down the ladder. The steps he took rang loudly amidst the silence, boots striking metal as he climbed down. Soon enough, the lively chatter of people greeted him, as did magical lighting. The bunker consisted of a massive cavern, which housed food storages, shelters, and equipment warehouses. Having been warned in advance by the Americans, the Sonalians were able to repurpose these defensive installations, initially built for a defensive war against potential Leophorian aggression, into fortified bases of operation that could withstand pummeling from GRA Valkan bombs. Multiple exits to the surface allowed for quick reconnaissance using smaller hatches and quick deployment using a tunnel network. Only the city of Exteris had such defenses, so any hope of deterring the GRA Valkans had to occur here. Viltrius walked toward the central Manicom station, a large tower that stretched from the base level of the facility to the earth above, allowing for communication with the outside world. There, numerous Sonalian officers gathered around a large map of the city, decorated with small figurines representing Somalian and GRA Valkan forces. Viltrius greeted them as the complex shook slightly from the first wave of bombs. Seeing their commanding officer approach them, the officers saluted Viltrius. Viltrius returned the gesture and quickly dived into work. "Are the excavation teams in position?" "Yes," an officer replied. "Both external and internal. They're ready to clear out any blocking debris once the bombing run is over." "Good," Viltrius said as another tremor shook the complex, causing everyone to stumble slightly. "Make sure you update the cipher before using the manicoms again. It won't be long before the GRA Valkans figure out how to intercept manicoms, and gods know how long before they crack our codes. I'll prepare myself to rally the men. Inform me if the GRA Valkans change their strategy." "Understood, sir," the officers responded. 30 minutes later, Viltrius stood by a magical interface connected to a microphone, holding it up to his mouth. The frequency of tremors had finally begun to decline, suggesting the end of this bombing run. With scouts reporting clear skies, Viltrius was now ready to move out against the GRA Valkan ground forces that were beginning to approach the city's now destroyed exterior fortifications. Subjects of King Sonal XVII. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stood at attention. Today, barbarians step foot on our soil, blinded by greed and ignorant of our resolve. The Ravernal Empire has finally launched their inevitable invasion, and it is our duty to stem their advance here. We, the defenders of Exodus, are fortunate enough to have received Muin and American weapons. I know many of you have only received days' worth of training with these new tools, but use them well, for they are the only things that allow us to defeat these invaders. Remember your training, and remember that the enemy has no mercy, and neither shall we. We shall not suffer this intrusion, this heinous violation of our sovereignty. Glory in battle. Exodus outer walls. A clean-shaven man wearing light leather camouflage and a bowl-shaped brown helmet waved the dust aside, coughing as he led his men out of a recently cleared tunnel. He emerged into a ruined garrison, fires tearing through the few structures that managed to survive the initial onslaught. As he directed his men toward positions along the ravaged wall, he was approached by someone from the demolitions team that cleared the entrance. "Colonel Arrogance?" the demolitionist asked. "Yes," the clean-shaven man responded, squinting at the man's insignia. "Lieutenant." "Lieutenant Harrow, sir. My demolitions unit is to integrate with your forces, sir." "Excellent," Arrogance responded. "What do you have?" "Sir," Harrow said, giving a quick briefing on his unit's composition. "I've got 10 men, all experienced sharpshooters and riflemen. We have 5 machine guns, 10 infantry rifles, 2 marksman rifles, about 5,000 rounds of ammunition, and 30 pounds of plastic explosive remaining." "Very well." Arrogance surveyed his surroundings, wondering where he could deploy his new assets. A keep, located further away from the wall than his primary defenses, caught his eye. "I'd like you to send some men up to that keep over there," he pointed. "You say they're excellent sharpshooters?" "Right, sir. Some of them. Send 3 of your best marksmen up there to serve as snipers. The rest will deploy along the more fortified positions there, and there." Arrogance designated the locations by pointing with his finger. "Sir, what about the explosives?" Arrogance rubbed his chin, finding nothing where his beard used to be. He thought, "Save them for now. We may require them later to seal our tunnel entrance, should retreat be necessary." Harrow saluted and conveyed the new orders to his unit. Meanwhile, Arrogance watched his men take positions. 200 soldiers, untested in this new form of warfare, served under his direct command. They represented the Sonal's most modernized force, with every single man equipped with a gun. 5 other such units joined his own, taking up key positions along the walls, separated by the units unfortunate enough to be designated as distractions. These units were more numerous and were equipped with traditional Sonal weapons, bows, muskets, and magic cannons. A few mages even lay in their midst, spread out to maximize their coverage. By the time the Sonalians had finished their preparations, GRA Valkan scouts appeared. A group of 4 light vehicles and 6 motorcycles approached the wall, kicking up dust as they crossed the rocky plains that separated Lifer from Sonal. The Sonalian defenders readied their guns and shifted their cannons toward the incoming vehicles, waiting for them to come into effective range. All modernized units, hold fire. Oracle said over the local Manicom network. The barbarians are approaching Basilisk Platoon. Basilisk Platoon, he directed his attention to one of the more traditionally armed units. Prepare to engage on my command. The archers, musketmen, and cannoneers of Basilisk Platoon all readied their weapons, taking cover behind sections of rubble and makeshift fortifications. They kept their weapons aimed at the GRA Valkyns, anxious to unleash their wrath upon these audacious invaders. Oracles watched the scouts get closer, sweat accumulating on his palms as he anxiously waited for the right time to strike. Then he found it. Fire. Puffs of smoke obscured a section of the wall as metal projectiles, antiquated by GRA Valkyn standards, converged on the hostile force. Despite being behind over a century in military technology, the weapons still tore through the lightly armored GRA Valkyn scouts. All of the motorcycle riders were shot off while the cars behind them were pulverized by the cannonballs, rendering engines inoperable. The surprise attack eliminated all but a handful of survivors with the first strike. Taken anyone who surrenders. We need intelligence, Oracles reminded his men. For GRA Valkyn survivors remained. 2 sprinted off, only to be quickly disposed of by musket fire, while the other 2 opted for life, raising their hands slowly. The men were quickly secured and brought back for quick interrogation. Oracles eyed the 2 GRA Valkyns, who stared back with steely defiance. With this simple interaction, he already deduced that it would be difficult to get information out of them. Nevertheless, he tried anyway, hoping to get at least something before the main GRA Valkyn force arrived. Name and rank. Oracle started off with the basic questions. Jurgi Stein, private. The slim one said, expression neutral. Alfred Becker, lieutenant. The large, rugged man replied, hate seeping through his words. Okay, Oracle said. What unit are you attached to? The lieutenant responded brashly, snickering. The unit that conquered the Hinomawari kingdom in a day. And your pathetic, barbarian society is next. Oracle sighed. He abandoned his work with the egotistical lieutenant, instead opting to focus his efforts on the private. He equated a lower rank to a greater likelihood of capitulation, and so brought the man over to an abandoned building. There, he thought of a sinister idea. Knowing the GRA Valkyns had little knowledge of Elysian culture and life, he reached for his Manicom. Lieutenant Harrow. Yes, sir. Interrogate the captured lieutenant. And before you do so, please send our necromancer, Death Priest Xenolius. A moment of silence followed as Harrow realized what Oracles was attempting to do. Of course, sir. Meanwhile, the GRA Valkyn soldier grew ever more fearful, especially upon hearing the words necromancer and Death Priest. What are you going to do to me? He asked frantically. It's much easier to interrogate the undead than it is to interrogate the living, you know. Oracles gave the man an evil grin. No point in wasting our time. Wait, Stein yelled, attempting to wriggle out of his chains. He stepped backward, only to trip over the cuffs around his ankles. Please, I'll tell you everything I know. Oh, how many troops have your people sent to this city? The entire 4th Division. The 2nd Division is close behind. They're resupplying in Lifer. The 4th Division will attack with artillery from 20 miles away before moving in. The information rattled Oracles. How long will the artillery strike last? 3 volleys. And how long will it take the 4th Division to close that distance? 40 minutes at least, I think. Okay. Oracles calmed down, returning to character. It seems that transforming you into an undead apparition will not be necessary at all now. He motioned for soldiers to come and escort the traumatized GRA Valkyn prisoner. Once they left, he issued orders to his men. All units, retreat to the tunnels at once. Lieutenant Harrow, move your men back to your bunker and brace for impact. Chapter 90, Trial by Fire, 2. Exteris, Sonal Kingdom. The ground trembled as if a great earthquake had struck, but there was nothing natural about this calamity. Whistles of death permeated the atmosphere as GRA Valkyn shells rained down upon the hastily abandoned position. Sections of wall, already ruined from the bombings prior, were further destroyed, annihilating the surviving sections and reducing them to mere rubble. Surviving buildings, initially meant to be used to garrison forces, were wiped out. The brief attack lasted minutes. As the captured GRA Valken revealed, only 3 volleys struck Oracle's position. The moment the third round of shells impacted their fortifications, Oracles opened a hatch connected to the surface. A periscope poked out of the ground, scouting the horizon. Having calculated the time between the first 3 volleys, Oracles patiently waited until he was certain a 4th volley was not en route. The few minutes he sacrificed were precious, but he didn't want to risk any of his forces. Ready to deploy, he ordered his men out of the tunnel network. Hastily, they set up their armaments, hunkering down by the numerous piles of rubble that dotted the broken wall. Miraculously, the keep still stood, suffering damage no further than light scratches from shrapnel. He ordered Harrow's men up there immediately and positioned himself, along with a team of Manicom operators, atop a surviving rampart, so he could see the battlefield and provide orders as necessary. By the time he reached the position, he was able to see a rolling cloud of dust and smoke fast approaching. He grumbled, heart beating anxiously as he steeled himself for combat. He reached out for his Manicom. All units, hold your fire. Wait for my command. Hoping to ambush the tide of vehicles like he did their advanced scouts, he waited for the machines to come closer. Heeding the Americans' warning on GRA Valken technological superiority, he knew that the only way to truly injure them was to negate their primary advantage, range. Using binoculars, he kept his eyes on the vehicles. They were organized into an armored spearhead, with a small wedge-shaped group of Wilder heavy tanks leading the formation. Oracle's mouth twisted in slight frustration. He was taught that this was a common formation used by armored units, and excelled in breaching static defenses. The best way to counter this type of assault was to pick away at the corners of the formation, but without access to tanks, Oracles could not do that. He couldn't defeat the enemy outright here, but he could, however, slow them down. An idea flashed into his mind. All mages, begin excavating the dirt 50 meters away from the inside of the wall. Create a ditch to trap the tanks. The mages began their work, evident by the blue glow that now encompassed their positions. Seeing that such phenomena would likely make them a priority target, Oracles issued the order for his men to begin engaging the enemy. All cannons, aim for softer targets and fire. Hidden by rubble and tarp, the Sonalian forces unleashed their firepower. A combination of anachronistic cannonballs and Muin high explosive shells rained down upon the GRA Valkens. Compensating for their lack of power, the cannonballs were aimed at the light vehicles near the center and rear of the formation, while the Muin shells were aimed at the Schaefer light tanks and Hound medium tanks. The projectiles inflicted catastrophic damage on their intended targets, but failed to pierce the armor of the larger Wilders, which shrugged off the explosions and pushed onward. Shocked by the sudden, unanticipated ambush, the GRA Valken formation crumbled slightly, tanks and vehicles breaking away amidst the chaos. As a testament to their training and experience, the GRA Valkens quickly regrouped and retaliated in kind. Their tanks fired blindly at seemingly random targets along the wall, guided only by the muzzle flashes of the Sonalians' first strike. Grenadiers, Oracles called out, target the Wilder heavy tanks. Create a wall of fire which they cannot pass. Taking a page from the Altaran's book, the Sonalian grenadiers used satchels of explosive material, mixed with dust from magic gems. Unlike the Altaran explosives, these were augmented by flammable liquid and substances, designed in accordance with advice from mysterious American benefactors. Serving as magical Molotov cocktails and fired from catapults, these satchels were far more potent than their Terran ancestor. Upon impact, the satchels burst into a sticky blue flame akin to napalm. Agents such as baking soda and tar complemented the magic dust to remarkable effect, as the flames stuck to the vehicles even after they initiated a panicked retreat. The fire itself was similarly enhanced, with the magically improved flames reaching temperatures attained by napalm itself. Terrified GRA Valken tank crews, encumbered by the flames and beginning to feel the heat through their tank's thick chassis, abandoned their vehicles. They climbed out of their tanks hoping to escape the heat, only for the flames to stick to their uniforms. They cried out, screaming in agony as they rolled on the ground in a futile attempt to extinguish the hellish grasp of this makeshift napalm. Some were unwilling to suffer further and simply committed suicide on the spot, shooting themselves in the head. Those who had yet to escape from their tanks and had functioning viewports saw the fate of their comrades, opting to endure the heat of the ovens they were trapped in. The tanks caught by the fiery attack were those positioned at the tip of the formation. As they retreated, they backed up into the vehicles behind them, sowing chaos and disorganization. The lead section of the armored spearhead fell into disarray, forcing the rest of the formation to break off and form their own wedges as they continued the assault. However, with many of the wilder heavy tanks taken out of the fight, these new subformations granted reduced protection and were more prone to devastating attacks from the Muin anti-tank guns. More shells impacted GRA Valken armor, reducing ever more vehicles to burning, lifeless husks. Even some of the wilder tanks suffered mobility issues as lucky strikes damaged their tracks. However, the more the Sonalians attacked, the more the GRA Valkens became aware of their positions. Already, numerous gun crews were eliminated, leaving Oracles with only 10 Muin guns and 30 gunpowder cannons to hold the line, down from over 20 Muin guns and 100 cannons. The GRA Valkens continued their staggered retreat, eventually reaching the outer limits of cannon range. Using range to their advantage, they allowed the wilder tanks to take the brunt of the Sonalian attacks while returning fire at any muzzle flash spotted. After only a few minutes, all of the anti-tank guns were destroyed. The GRA Valkens then set their sights on any visible defensive formations, destroying many of the cannons they had identified earlier. Satisfied with their work, they pushed on. From the keep, Lieutenant Harrow's men provided status updates for the ongoing battle. Faced with few soft targets for their rifles, they held their fire and kept a low profile to avoid being shot at by the tanks below. Biding their time, they waited for an opportunity to arise, hoping an enemy commander would pop his head out of a tank. Meanwhile, GRA Valken infantry began disembarking from their armored vehicles in anticipation of urban combat within the base's ruins. Oracles took notice and ordered his men to hold fire, seeing that the GRA Valkens were forming up behind the tanks. The presence of automatic weapons among his men was still a secret to the GRA Valkens, who have thus far only seen muskets and cannons. "Grenadiers, prepare your weapons and wait for my mark," Oracles ordered, waiting for the GRA Valkens to inch closer. Ideally, Oracles would have waited for the GRA Valkens to come within melee range so his men could take advantage of their older weaponry. However, this hope was quickly snuffed as a surviving cannon on his side went off, striking a wilder to little effect. The cannon and its operators were subsequently blown to smithereens, sparking a new engagement near Basilisk Platoon's position, 100 meters from the wall. "Damn this," Oracles cursed, forced to act by someone's itchy trigger finger. "Grenadiers, target the densest concentration of enemy forces you can see. All other units, engage." As a group of horns went off, wooden catapults were rotated and angled as best the grenadiers could in this hectic environment. With the snapping of ropes, the primitive devices launched their modernized, arcane weaponry. Some of the satchels missed their intended targets, slathering only a few light vehicles with their potent blaze. Others found their mark, landing in between tightly compacted formations and incinerating dozens of men while setting several tanks ablaze. While the grenadiers reloaded their catapults, Sonalian infantry began engaging the enemy. Machine guns opened up, much to the surprise of the GRA Valkens, who huddled behind the tank formations. The battle commenced in earnest. Bullets, musket balls, and arrows flew all over the battlefield. The bloody close-quarters engagement spanned nearly a mile of the ruined wall's length, as dozens of GRA Valken and Sonalian units duked it out. Facing no resistance from heavy weapons, the GRA Valkens closed the distance quickly, devolving the battle into a brutal melee engagement. Seeing the chaos, Oracles issued new orders. "Grenadiers, do not fire at our allies. Maintain original attack angles to cut off reinforcements." As soon as he finished with this order, one of the Manacom operators gave him an update. "Sir, the mages report that they have completed the construction of the ditch. Have Lieutenant Harrow and his men line the ditch with his remaining explosives and save one for the tunnel. We cannot allow the GRA Valkyns to follow our retreat, Oracles commanded. He then turned to another operator, whose job was to communicate with the grenadiers. Soldier, have the grenadiers place their remaining munitions in the ditch and spread them out alongside Harrow's explosives. Once they're complete with this task, cover the thing with tarp. Oracle's orders were carried out as quickly as possible. As soon as he saw that the tarp was placed, he ordered a full retreat. Harrow's men, equipped with the best weaponry, fell back first and turned around to give support for their retreating allies. The men in the keep opened up with their weapons, decapitating terrified GRA Valkyn soldiers from afar. The retreating Sonalians maneuvered around the tarp, guided by soldiers who kept them away from the newly created trap. Aiming to protect his retreat, Oracles decided to use the environment to his advantage. Mages create a dust storm. Hamper the enemy advance as best you can. A sudden gale swept through the ruined base. High-velocity winds, aimed at the GRA Valkyns, pelted them with dust and debris from the battle, swarming them and ruining their visibility. The GRA Valkyns, faced with unrelenting random gunfire from concealed positions, dared not chase after the fleeing enemy. Instead, they once more cowered behind their tanks, already traumatized by the unexpectedly bloody ambush they had experienced earlier. The tanks moved forward cautiously, wary of the clouds of dust that now blanketed the battlefield. With their vision impaired, they had difficulty identifying targets. By the time the winds calmed and the dust settled, they saw no targets to shoot at. Believing their enemy was not too far behind, they pressed onward, only for their tanks to fall into the wide ditch. Before they could even radio for their engineers to pull out the trapped vehicles, a series of detonations, reminiscent of the one that annihilated the convoy in Leophoria, swept ditch. The trapped crews, alongside all infantry caught near the tanks, were introduced to fire and brimstone. Oracles, watching the ordeal from the bunker's periscope, smiled. Holding the detonator, he lingered, enjoying the scene of his victory. Burn in hell, GRA Valkyns.